Chapter 26 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 26. The Crowning of Guatemoc. Our business with the people of the Otomi being ended for a while, we returned to the city of TENOCTITLAN, which we reached safely, having been absent a month and a day. It was but a little time, and yet long enough for fresh sorrows to have fallen on that most unhappy town. For now the Almighty had added to the burdens which were laid upon her. She had tasted death by the sword of the white man, now death was with her in another shape. For the Spaniard had brought the foul sickness of Europe with him, and smallpox raged throughout the land. Day by day thousands perished of it, for these ignorant people treated the plague by pouring cold water upon the bodies of those smitten, driving the fever inwards to their vitals, so that within 2 days most of them died. It was pitiful to see them maddened with suffering as they wandered to and fro about the streets, spreading the distemper far and wide. They were dying in the houses. They lay dead by companies in the marketplaces awaiting burial, for the sickness took its toll of every family. The very priests were smitten by it at the altars, as they sacrificed children to appease the anger of the gods. But the worst is still to tell. Quitloa, the emperor, was struck down by the illness, and when we reached the city he lay dying. Still he desired to see us, and sent commands that we should be brought to his bedside. In vain did I pray Otomi not to obey. She, who was without fear, laughed at me, saying, "What, my husband, shall I shrink from that which you must face? Come, let us go and make report of our mission. If the sickness takes me, and I die, it will be because my hour has come." So we went, and were ushered into the chamber where Quitloa lay covered by a sheet, as though he were already dead, and with incense burning round him in golden censers. When we entered, he was in a stupor, but presently he awoke, and it was announced to him that we waited. "Welcome, my niece," he said, speaking through the sheet and in a very thick voice. "You find me in an evil case, for my days are numbered. A pestilence of the Teules slays those whom their swords spared. Soon another monarch must take my throne, as I took your father's, and I do not altogether grieve, for on him will rest the glory and the burden of the last fight of the Aztecs. Your report, niece, let me hear it swiftly. What say the clans of the Otomi, your vassals?" "My lord," Otomi answered, speaking humbly and with bowed head, "may this distemper leave you, and may you live to reign over us for many years. My lord, my husband Teule and I have won back the most part of the people of the Otomi to our cause and standard. An army of 20,000 mountain men waits upon your word, and when those are spent, there are more to follow." "Oh, well done, daughter of Montezuma. And you, white man," gasped the dying king. "The gods were wise when they refused you both upon the stone sacrifice, and I was foolish when I would have slain you, Teule. To you and all I say be steadfast of heart, and if you must die, then die with honour. Oh, the fray draws on, but I shall not share it, and who knows its end? Now he lay silent for a while. Then of a sudden, as though an inspiration had seized him, he cast the sheets from his face and sat upon his couch. No pleasant sight to see, for the pestilence had done its worst with him. "Alas," he wailed, "and alas, I see the streets of TENOCTITLAN red with blood and fire. I see her dead, piled up in heaps, and the horses of the Teules trample them. I see the spirit of my people, and her voice is sighing, and her neck is heavy with chains. The children are visited because the evil of the fathers. Ye are doomed, people of Anahuac, whom I have nurtured as an eagle nurtures her young. Hell yawns for you, and earth refuses you because of your sins. And the remnant that remains shall be slaves from generation to generation, till the vengeance is accomplished." Having cried thus with a great voice, Cuitlahua fell back upon the cushions, and before the frightened leech who tended him could lift his head, he had passed beyond the troubles of this earth. But the words which he had spoken remained fixed in the hearts of those who heard them, though they were told to none except Guatemoc. Thus then in my presence and in that of Otomi died Cuitlahua, Emperor of the Aztecs, when he had reigned but 15 weeks. Once more the nation mourned its king, the chief of many 1,000 of its children, whom the pestilence swept with him to the mansions of the sun. Oh, perchance to the darkness behind the stars. But the mourning was not for long, for in the urgency of the times it was necessary that a new emperor should be crowned to take command of the armies and rule the nation. Therefore, on the morrow of the burial of Cuitlahua, the council of the 4 electors was convened, and with them lesser nobles and princes to the number of 300, and I among them in the right of my rank as general, and as the husband of Princess Otomi. There was no need for great deliberation. Indeed, for though the names of several were mentioned, the princes knew that there was but one man who by birth, by courage and nobility of mind, was fitted to cope with the troubles of the nation, and that man was Guatemoc, my friend and blood brother, the nephew of the 2 last emperors, and the husband of my wife's sister, Montezuma's daughter, Tecuichpo. All I knew, I say, except strangely enough, Guatemoc himself, for as he passed into the chamber he named 2 other princes, saying that without doubt the choice lay between them. Oh, it was a splendid and solemn sight, that gathering of the 4 great lords, the electors, dressed in their magnificent robes, and of the lesser council of confirmation of 300 lords and princes, who sat without the circle, but in hearing of all that passed. Very solemn also was the prayer of the high priest, who, clad in his robes of sable, seemed like a blot of ink dropped on a glitter of gold. And thus he prayed: O God, thou who art everywhere and seest all, knows that Cuitlahua, our king, is gathered to thee. Thou hast set him beneath the footstool, and there he rests in his rest. He has travelled that road which we must travel every one. He has reached the royal inhabitations of our dead, the home of everlasting shadows. There, where none shall trouble him, he is sunk in sleep. His brief labours are accomplished, and soiled with sin and sorrow he has gone to thee. Thou gavest him joys to taste, but not to drink. The glory of empire passed before his eyes, like the madness of a dream. With tears and with prayers to thee he took up his load. With happiness he laid it down. Where his forefathers went, thither he has followed, nor can he return to us. Our fire is an ash, and our lamp is darkness. Those who wore his purple before him bequeathed to him the intolerable weight of rule, and he in his turn bequeaths it to another. Truly he should give thee praise, thou King of wars, Master of the stars, that standest alone, who hast lifted from his shoulders so great a burden, and from his brow this crown of woes, paying him peace for war and rest for labour. O God, our hope, choose now a servant to succeed him, a man after thine own heart, who shall not fear nor falter, who shall toil and not be weary, who shall lead thy people as a mother leads her children. Lord of lords, give grace to Guatemoc thy creature, who is our choice. Seal him to thy service, and as thy priest let him sit upon thy earthly throne for his life days. Let thy foes become his footstool. Let him exalt thy glory, proclaim thy worship, and protect thy kingdom. Thus have I prayed to thee in the name of the nation. O God, thy will be done. When the high priest had made an end to his prayer, the first of the 4 great electors rose, saying, Guatemoc, in the name of God and with the voice of the people of Anahuac, we summon you to the throne of Anahuac. Long may you live and justly may you rule, and may the glory be yours of beating back into the sea those foes who would destroy us. Hail to you, Guatemoc, Emperor of the Aztecs and of their vassal tribes. And all the 300 of the Council of Confirmation repeated in a voice of thunder, Hail to you, Guatemoc, Emperor. Now the prince himself stood forward and spoke. You lords of election, and you, princes, generals, nobles and captains of the Council of Confirmation, hear me. May the gods be my witness that when I entered this place, I had no thought or knowledge that I was destined to so high an honour as that which you would thrust upon me. And may the gods be my witness again that were my life my own, and not a trust in the hands of the people, I would say to you, seek on and find one worthier to fill the throne. But my life is not my own. Anahuac calls her son, and I will obey the call. War to the death threatens her, and shall I hang back while my arm has strength to smite and my brain has power to plan? Not so. Now and henceforth I vow myself to the service of my country and to the war against the Chuls. I will make no peace with them. I will take no rest till they are driven back whence they came, or till I am dead beneath their swords. None can say what the gods have in store for us. It may be victory, or it may be destruction. But be it triumph or death, let us swear a great oath together, my people and my brethren. Let us swear to fight the Chuls and the traitors who abet them, for our cities, our hearths and our altars, till the cities are a smoking ruin, till the hearths are cumbered with their dead, and the altars run red with the blood of their worshippers. So if we are destined to conquer, our triumph shall be made sure, and if we are doomed to fail, at least there will be a story to be told of us. Do you swear, my people and my brethren? We swear, they answered with a shout. It is well, said Guatemoc, and now may everlasting shame overtake him who breaks this oath. Thus then was Guatemoc, the last and greatest of the Aztec emperors, elected to the throne of his forefathers. It was happy for him that he could not foresee that dreadful day when he, the noblest of men, must meet a felon's doom at the hand of these very Teules. Yet so it came about, for the destiny that lay upon the land smote all alike. Indeed, the greater the man, the more certain was his fate. When all was done, I hurried to the palace to tell Otomie what had come to pass, and found her in our sleeping chamber, lying on her bed. "What ails you, Otomie?" I asked. "Alas, my husband," she answered, "the pestilence has stricken me. Come not near, I pray you, come not near. Let me be nursed by women. You shall not risk your life for me, beloved." "Peace," I said, and came to her. It was too true. I, who am a physician, knew the symptoms well. Indeed, had it not been for my skill, Otomie would have died. For 3 long weeks I fought with death at her bedside, and in the end I conquered. The fever left her, and thanks to my treatment there was no single scar upon her lovely face. During the 8 days her mind wandered without ceasing, and it was then I learned how deep and perfect was her love for me. For all this while she did nothing but rave of me, and the secret terror of her heart was disclosed, that I should cease to care for her, that her beauty and love might pall upon me, so that I should leave her, that the flower maid, for so she named Lily, who dwelt across the sea, should draw me back to her by magic. This was the burden of her madness. At length her senses returned, and she spoke, saying, "How long have I been ill, husband?" I told her, and she said, "And have you nursed me all this while, and through so foul a sickness?" "Yes, Otomie, I have tended you." "What have I done that you should be so good to me?" she murmured. Then some dreadful thought seemed to strike her, for she moaned as though in pain, and said, "A mirror! Swift, bring me a mirror." I gave her one, and raising on her arm, eagerly she scanned her face in the dim light of the shadowed room, then let the plate of burnished gold fall, and sank back with a faint and happy cry. "I feared," she said, "I feared that I had become hideous as those whom the pestilence has smitten, and that you would cease to love me, than which it had been better to die." "For shame," I said. "Do you think that love can be frightened away by a few scars?" "Yes," Otomie answered, "that is the love of a man, not such love as mine, husband. Had I been thus, I shudder to think of it. Within a year you would have hated me. Perhaps it would have not been so with another, the fair maid of far away, but me you would have hated. Nay, I know it, though I know this also, that I should not have lived to feel your hate. Oh, I am thankful, thankful." Then I left her for a while, marvelling at the great love which she had given me, and wondering also if there was any truth in her words, and if the heart of man could be so ungrateful and so vile. supposing that Otomi was now, as many were who walked the streets of Tenochtitlan that day, a mass of dreadful scars, hairless, and with blind and whitened eyeballs, should I then have shrunk from her? I do not know, and I thank heaven that no such trial was put upon my constancy. But I am sure of this, had I become a leper even, Otomi would not have shrunk from me. So Otomi recovered from her great sickness, and shortly afterwards the pestilence passed away from Tenochtitlan. And now I had many other things to think of, for the choosing of Guatemoc, my friend and blood brother, as emperor meant much advancement to me, who was made a general of the highest class, and a principal adviser of his councils. Nor did I spare himself in his service, but I laboured day and night in the work of preparing the city for siege, and in the marshalling of the troops, and more especially of that army of Otomi's, who came, as they had promised, to the number of 20,000. The work was hard indeed, for these Indian tribes lacked discipline and powers of unity, without which their thousands were of little avail in a war with white men. Also there were great jealousies between their leaders, which must be overcome, and I was myself an object of jealousy. Moreover, many tribes took this occasion of the trouble of the Aztecs to throw off their allegiances or vassalage, and even if they did not join the Spaniards, to remain neutral, watching for the event of the war. Still we laboured on, dividing the armies into regiments after the fashion of Europe, and stationing each in its own quarters, drilling them to the better use of arms, provisioning the city for a siege, and weeding out as many useless mouths as we might. And there was but one man in Tenochtitlan who toiled at these more heavily than I, and that was Guatemoc the Emperor, who did not rest day or night. I tried even to make powder with sulphur, which was brought from the throat of the Volcan Popo, but not having the knowledge of that art, I failed. Indeed, it would have availed us little had I succeeded, for having neither arquebuses nor cannons, and no skill to cast them, we could have only used it in mining roads and gateways, and perhaps in grenades to be thrown with the hand. And so the months went on, till at length spies came in with the tidings that the Spaniards were advancing in numbers, and with them countless hosts of allies. Now I would have sent Otomi to seek safety among her own people, but she laughed at me to scorn, and said, "Where you are, there I will be, husband. What, shall it be suffered that you face death, perhaps to find him, when I am not at your side to die with you? If that is the fashion of white women, I leave it to them, beloved, and here with you I stay." End of chapter 26. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 27 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 27. The Fall of Tenochtitlan. Now shortly after Christmas, having marched from the coast with a great array of Spaniards, for many had joined his banner from oversea, and tens of thousands of native allies, Cortes took up his headquarters at Texcoco, in the Valley of Mexico. This town is situated near the borders of the lake, at a distance of several miles from Tenochtitlan, and being on the edge of the territory of Tlascalans, his allies, it was most suitable to Cortes as a base of action. And then began one of the most terrible wars that the world has seen. For 8 months it raged, and when it ceased at length, Tenochtitlan, and with many of its other beautiful and populous towns, were blackened ruins, The most of the Aztecs were dead by sword and famine, and their nation was crushed forever. Of all the details of this war I do not purpose to write, for were I to do so, there would be no end to this book, and I have my own tale to tell. These, therefore, I leave to the makers of histories. Let it be enough to say that the plan of Cortes was to destroy all her vassal and allied cities and peoples before he grappled with Mexico, Queen of the Valley, and this he set himself to do with a skill, a valour, and a straightness of purpose, such as have scarcely been shown by any general since the days of Caesar. Ixtapalapan was the first to fall, and here 10,000 men, women, and children were put to the sword, or burned alive. Then came the turn of the others. One by one, Cortes reduced the cities until the whole girdle of them was in his hand, and Tenochtitlan alone remained untouched. Many indeed surrendered, for the nations of Anahuac, being of various blood, were but as a bundle of reeds, and not as a tree. Thus when the power of Spain cut the band of empire that bound them together, they fell this way and that, having no unity. So it came about that as the power of Guatemoc weakened, that of Cortes increased, for he garnered these loosened reeds into his basket. And indeed, now that the people saw that Mexico had met her match, many an ancient hate and smouldering rivalry broke into flame, and they fell upon her and tore her, like half-tamed wolves upon the master when his scourge is broken. It was this that brought about the fall of Anahuac. Had she remained true to herself, had she forgotten her feuds and jealousies, and stood against the Spaniards as one man, then Tenochtitlan would never have fallen, and Cortes, with every Teule in his company, had been stretched upon the stone of sacrifice. Did I not say when I took up my pen to write this book that every wrong revenges itself at last upon the man or the people that wrought it? So it was now. Mexico was destroyed because of the abomination of the worship of her gods. These feuds between the allied people had their root in the horrible rites of human sacrifice. At some time in the past, from all these cities, captives have been dragged to the altars of the gods of Mexico, there to be slaughtered and devoured by the cannibal worshippers. Now these outrages were remembered. Now, when the arm of the Queen of the Valley was withered, the children of those whom she had slain rose up to slay her and to drag her children to the altars. By the end of May, strive as we would, and never was a more gallant fight made, all our allies were crushed or had deserted us, and the siege of the city began. It began by land and by water, for with incredible resource Cortes caused 13 brigantines of war to be constructed in Tlaxcala and conveyed in pieces for 20 leagues across the mountains to his camp, whence they were floated into the lake through a canal, which was hollowed out by the labour of 10,000 Indians, who worked at it without cease for 2 months. The bearers of these brigantines were escorted by an army of 20,000 Tlascalans, and if I could have had my way, that army should have been attacked in the mountain passes. So thought Guatemoc also, but there were few troops to spare, for the most of our force had been dispatched to threaten a city named Chalco, that though its people were of the Aztec blood, had not been ashamed to desert the Aztec cause. Still, I offered to lead the 20,000 Otomies whom I commanded against the Tlascalan convoy, and the matter was debated hotly at a council of war. But the most of the council were against the risking of an engagement with the Spaniards and their allies so far from the city, and thus the opportunity went by to return no more. It was an evil fortune like the rest, for in the end these brigantines brought about the fall of Tenochtitlan by cutting off the food supply, which was carried by canoes across the lake. Alas, the bravest can do nothing against the power of famine. Hunger is a very great man, as the Indians say. Now the Aztecs, fighting alone, were face to face with their foes, and the last struggle began. First the Spaniards cut the aqueduct which supplied the city with water from the springs at the royal house of Chapultepec, whither I was taken on being brought to Mexico. Henceforth, till the end of the siege, the only water we found to drink was the brackish and muddy water furnished by the lake and wells sunk in the soil. Although it might be drunk after boiling to free it of the salt, it was unwholesome and filthy to the taste, breeding various painful sicknesses and fevers. It was on this day of the cutting of the aqueduct that Otomie bore me a son, our firstborn. Already the hardships of the siege were so great and nourishing food so scarce, that had she been less strong, or had I possessed less skill in medicine, I think she would have died. Still she recovered to my great thankfulness and joy, and though I am no clerk, I baptized the boy into the Christian church with my own hand, naming him Thomas after me. Now day by day and week by week the fighting went on with varying success, sometimes in the suburbs of the city, sometimes on the lake, and sometimes in the very streets. Time on time the Spaniards were driven back with loss. Time on time they advanced again from different camps. Once we captured 60 of them, and more than 1,000 of their allies. All of these were sacrificed on the altar of Huitzil, and given over to be devoured by the Aztecs, according to the beast-like custom, which in Anahuac enjoyed the eating of the bodies of those who were offered to the gods, not because the Indians loved such meat, but for a secret religious reason. In vain I did pray Guatemoc to forego this horror. "Is this time for gentleness?" he answered fiercely. "I cannot save them from the altar, and I would not if I could. Let the dogs die, according to the custom of the land. And to you, Teule, my brother, I say, presume not too far." Alas, the heart of Guatemoc grew ever fiercer as the struggle wore on, and indeed it was little to be wondered at. This was the dreadful plan of Cortes, to destroy the city piecemeal as he advanced towards its heart, and it was carried out without mercy. So soon as the Spaniards got footing in a quarter, thousands of Tlascalans were set to work to fire the houses and burn all in them alive. Before the siege was done, TENOCTITLAN, queen of the valley, was but a heap of blackened ruins. Cortes might have cried over Mexico with Isaiah the prophet, "Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy viols. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations?" In all these fights I took my part, though it does not become me to boast my prowess. Still the Spaniards knew me well, and they had good reason. Whenever they saw me, they would greet me with revelings, calling me traitor and renegade, and Guatemoc's white dog, and moreover, Cortes set a price upon my head. For he knew through his spies that some of Guatemoc's most successful attacks and stratagems had been of my devising. But I took no heed even when their insults pierced me like arrows. For though many of the Aztecs were my friends, and I hated the Spaniards, it was a shameful thing that a Christian man should be warring on the side of cannibals who made human sacrifice. I took no heed, since always I was seeking for my foe de Garcia. He was there, I knew, for I saw him many times, but I never could come at him. Indeed, if I watched for him, he also watched for me, but with another purpose, to avoid me. For now, as of old, de Garcia feared me. Now, as of old, he believed that I should bring his death upon him. It was the custom of warriors in the opposing armies to send challengers to single combat, one to another, and many such duels were fought in the sight of all, safe conduct being given to the combatants and their seconds. Upon a day, despairing to meet him face to face in battle, I sent a challenge to de Garcia by a herald, under his false name of Sarcada. In an hour the herald returned with his message written on paper in Spanish. Christian men do not fight duels with renegade heathen dogs, white worshippers of devils and eaters of human flesh. There is but one weapon which such cannot devour, a rope, and it waits for you, Thomas Wingfield. I tore the writing to pieces and stamped upon it in my rage, for now, to all his other crimes against me, de Garcia had added the blackest insult. But wrath availed me nothing, for I could never come near him, though once, with 10 of my OTOMIE'S, I charged into the heart of the Spanish column after him. From that rush, I alone escaped alive. The 10 OTOMIE'S were sacrificed to my hate. How shall I paint the horrors that day by day were heaped upon the doomed city? Soon all the food was gone, and men, aye, and worse still, tender women and children, must eat such meat as swine would have turned from, striving to keep life in them for a little longer. Grass, the bark of trees, slugs and insects, washed down with brackish water from the lake, these were their best food. These, and the flesh of captives offered in sacrifice. Now they began to die by hundreds and by thousands. They died so fast that none could bury them. Where they perished, there they lay, till at length their bodies bred a plague, a black and horrible fever that swept off thousands more, who in turn became the root of pestilence. For one who was killed by the Spaniards and their allies, 2 were swept off by hunger and plague. Think then, what was the number of dead when not less than 70,000 perished beneath the sword and fire alone? Indeed, it is said that 40,000 died in this manner in a single day, the night before the last of the siege. One night I came back to the lodgings where OTOMIE dwelt with her sister Tecuichpo, the wife of Guatemoc, for now all the palaces had been burnt down. I was starving, for I had scarcely tasted food for 40 hours, but all that my wife could set before me were 3 little meal cakes, or tortillas, mixed with bark. She kissed me and bade me eat them, but I discovered that she herself had touched no food that day, so I would not till she had shared them. Then I noted that she could scarcely swallow the bitter morsels, and also that she strove to hide tears which ran down her face. "What is it, wife?" I asked. Then OTOMIE broke out into a great and bitter crying and said, "This, my beloved, for 2 days the milk has been dry in my breast. Hunger has dried it, and our babe is dead. Look, he lies dead." And she drew aside a cloth and showed me his tiny body. "Hush," I said, "he is spared much. Can we then desire that a child should live to see such days as we have seen, and after all, to die at last? He was our son, our firstborn," she cried again. "Oh, why must we suffer thus?" We must suffer, Otomi, because we are born to it. Just so much happiness is given to us as shall save us from madness, and no more. Ask me not why, for I cannot answer you. There is no answer in my faith or in any other. And then, looking on that dead babe, I wept also. Every hour in those terrible months it was my lot to see 1,000 sights more awful, and yet this sight of a dead infant moved me the most of all of them. The child was mine, my firstborn. Its mother wept beside me, and its stiff and tiny fingers seemed to drag at my heartstrings. Seek not the cause, for the Almighty, who gave the heart its infinite power of pain, alone can answer, and to our ears he is dumb. Then I took a mattock and dug a hole outside the house till I came to water, which in TENOCTITLAN is found at a depth of about 2 feet or so, and having muttered a prayer over him, there in the water I laid the body of our child, burying it out of sight. At the least he was not left for the zapilotes, as the Aztecs called the vultures, like the rest of them. After that we wept ourselves to sleep in each other's arms, Otomi murmuring from time to time, "Oh, my husband, I would that we were asleep and forgotten, we and the babe together." "Rest now," I answered, "for death is very near to us." The morrow came, and with it a deadlier fray than that had gone before, and after it more morrows and more deaths. But still we lived on, for Guatemoc gave us of his food. Then Cortes sent his heralds demanding our surrender, and now 3/4 of the city was in ruin, and 3/4 of its defenders were dead. The dead were heaped in the houses like bees stifled in a hive, and in the streets they lay so thick that we walked on them. The council was summoned, fierce men, haggard with hunger and with war, and they considered the office of Cortes. "What is your word, Guatemoc?" said the spokesman at last. "Am I Montezuma, that you ask me? I swore to defend this city to the last," he answered hoarsely, "and for my part I will defend it. Better that we should all die than that we should fall living into the hands of the Teules." "So say we," they replied, and the war went on. At length there came a day when the Spaniards made a new attack and gained another portion of the city. There the people huddled together like sheep in a pen. We strove to defend them, but our arms were weak with famine. They fired into us with their pieces, mowing us down like corn before the sickle. Then the Tlascalans were loosed upon us, like fierce hounds upon the defenceless buck, and on this day it is said that there died 40,000 people, for none was spared. On the morrow, it was the last day of the siege, came a fresh company from Cortes, asking that Guatemoc should meet him. The answer was the same, for nothing could conquer that noble spirit. "Tell him," said Guatemoc, "that I will die where I am, but I will hold no parley with him. We are helpless. Let Cortes work his pleasure on us." By now all the city was destroyed, and we who remained alive within its bounds were gathered on the causeways and behind the ruins of walls, men, women and children together. Here they attacked us again. The great drum of the teocalli beat for the last time, and for the last time the wild scream of the Aztec warriors went up to heaven. We fought our best. I killed 4 men that day with my arrow, which Otomi, who was at my side, handed me as I shot. But the most of us had not the strength of a child, and what could we do? They came among us like seamen among a flock of seals, and slaughtered us by hundreds. They drove us into the canals, and trod us to death there, till bridges were made of our bodies. How we escaped I do not know. At length a party of us, among whom was Guatemoc with his wife Tecuichpo, were driven to the shores of the lakes where lay the canoes, and into these we entered, scarcely knowing what we did, but thinking that we might escape, for now all the city was taken. The brigantines saw us and sailed after us with a favouring wind. The wind always favoured the foe in that war. And row as we would, one of them came up with us and began to fire into us. Then Guatemoc stood up and spoke, saying, I am Guatemoc. Bring me to Malinche, but spare those of my people who remain alive. Now, I said to Otomi at my side, my hour has come, for the Spaniards will surely hang me, and it is in my mind, wife, that I should do well to kill myself, so that I may be saved from a death of shame. Nay, husband, she answered sadly, as I said in bygone days, while you live there is hope, but the dead come back no more. Fortune may favour us yet. Still, if you think otherwise, I am ready to die. That I will not suffer, Otomi. Then you must hold your hand, husband, for now as always, where you go, I follow. Listen, I whispered. Do not let it be known that you are my wife. Pass yourself as one of the ladies of Tecuichpo, the queen, your sister. If we are separated, and if by chance I escape, I will try to make my way to the City of Pines. There, among your own people, we may find refuge. So be it, beloved, she answered, smiling sadly. But I do not know how the Otomi will receive me, who have led 20,000 of their bravest men to a dreadful death. Now we were on the deck of a brigantine and must stop talking, and thence, after the Spaniards had quarrelled over us a while, we were taken ashore and led to the top of a house which still stood, where Cortes had made ready hurriedly to receive his royal prisoner. Surrounded by his escort, the Spanish general stood, cap in hand, and by his side was Marina, grown more lovely than before, whom I now met for the first time since we had parted in Tabasco. Our eyes met, and she started, thereby showing that she knew me again, though it must have been hard for Marina to recognize her friend Teule in a blood-stained, starving, and tattered wretch who could scarcely find strength to climb the azotea. But at that time no words passed between us, for all eyes were bent on the meeting between Cortes and Guatemoc, between the conqueror and the conquered. Still proud and defiant, though he seemed but a living skeleton, Guatemoc walked straight to where the Spaniard stood, and spoke, Marina translating his words. I am Guatemoc, the Emperor, Malinche, he said. What a man might do to defend his people, I have done. Look on the fruits of my labour, and he pointed to the blackened ruins of Tenochtitlan that stretched on every side as far as the eye could reach. Now I have come to this pass, for the gods themselves have been against me. Deal with me as you will, but it will be best that you kill me now. and he touched the dagger of Cortes with his hands, and thus rid me swiftly of the misery of life. "Fear not, Guatemoc," answered Cortes. "You have fought like a brave man, and such I honour. With me you are safe, for we Spaniards love a gallant foe. See, here is food," and he pointed to a table spread with such viands as we had not seen for many a week. "Eat, you and your companions together, for you must need it. Afterwards we will talk." So we ate, and heartily, I for my part thinking that it would be well to die upon such a full stomach, having faced death so long upon an empty one. And while we devoured the meat, the Spaniard stood on one side scanning us, not without pity. Presently Tecuichpo was brought before Cortes, and with her Otomi and some 6 other ladies. He greeted her graciously, and they also were given to eat. Now one of the Spaniards who had been watching me whispered something into the ear of Cortes, and I saw his face darken. "Say," he said to me in Castilian, "are you that renegade, that traitor who has aided these Aztecs against us?" "I am no renegade and no traitor, General," I answered boldly, for the food and wine had put new life into me. "I am an Englishman, and I have fought with the Aztecs because I have good cause to hate you Spaniards." "You shall soon have better, traitor," he said furiously. "Here, lead this man away and hang him on the mast of yonder ship." Now I saw that it was finished, and made ready to go to my death, when Marina spoke into the ear of Cortes. All she said I could not catch, but I heard the words, "hidden gold." He listened, then hesitated and spoke aloud. "Do not hang this man today. Let him be safely guarded. Tomorrow I will inquire into his case." End of chapter 27. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 28 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 28. Thomas is doomed. At the words of Cortes, 2 Spaniards came forward, and seizing me one by either arm, they led me across the roof of the house towards the stairway. Otomi had heard also, and though she did not understand the words, she read the face of Cortes, and knew well that I was being taken to imprisonment or death. As I passed her, she started forward, a terror shining in her eyes, fearing that she was about to throw herself upon my breast, and thus to reveal herself as my wife, and bring my fate upon her. I glanced at her warningly, then making pretence to stumble, as though with fear and exhaustion, I fell at her feet. The soldiers who led me laughed brutally, and one of them kicked me with his heavy boot. But Otomi stooped down and held her hand to me, to help me rise, and as I did so, we spoke low and swiftly. "Farewell, wife," I said. "Whatever happens, keep silent." "Farewell," she answered. "If you must die, await me in the gates of death, for I will join you there." "Nay, live on. Time shall bring comfort." "You are my life, beloved. With you, time ends for me." Now I was on my feet again, and I think that none noted our whispered words, for all were listening to Cortes, who rated the man that had kicked me. "I bade you guard this traitor, not to kick him," he said angrily in Castilian. "Will you put us to open shame before these savages? Do so once more, and you shall pay for it smartly. Learn a lesson in gentleness from that woman. She is starving, yet she leaves her food to help your prisoner to his feet. Now take him away to the camp, and see that he comes to no harm, for he can tell me much." Then the soldiers led me away, grumbling as they went, and the last thing that I saw was the despairing face of Otomi, my wife, as she gazed after me, faint with the secret agony of our parting. But when I came to the head of the stairway, Guatemoc, who stood near, took my hand and shook it. "Farewell, brother," he said with a heavy smile. "The game we played together is finished, and now it is time for us to rest. I thank you for your valour and your aid." "Farewell, Guatemoc," I answered. "You are fallen, but let this comfort you. In your fall you have found immortal fame." "On, on," growled the soldiers, and I went, thinking little how Guatemoc and I should meet again. They took me to a canoe, and we were paddled across the lake by Talascans, till at length we came to a Spanish camp. All the journey through, my guards, though they laid no hand on me, fearing the anger of Cortes, mocked and taunted me, asking me how I liked the ways of the heathen, and whether I ate the flesh of the sacrifice raw or cooked, and many another such brutal jest they made at my expense. For a while I bore it, for I had learned to be patient from the Indians, but at last I answered them in a few words and bitter. "Peace, cowards," I said. "Remember that I am helpless, and that were I before you strong and armed, either I should not live to listen to such words, or you would not live to repeat them." Then they were silent, and I also was silent. When we reached their camp, I was led through it, followed by a throng of fierce Talascans and others, who would have torn me limb from limb had they not feared to do so. I saw some Spaniards too, but most of these were so drunk with mescal, and with joy of the tidings that Tenochtitlan had fallen, and their labours were ended at last, that they took no heed of me. Never did I see such madness as possessed them, for these poor fools believed that henceforth they should eat their very bread off plates of gold. It was for gold that they had followed Cortes. For gold they had braved the altar of sacrifice, and fought in 100 fights, and now, as they thought, they had won it. The room of the stone house, where they prisoned me, had a window secured by bars of wood, and through these bars I could see and hear the revellings of the soldiers during the time of my confinement. All day long, when they were not on duty, and most of the night also, they gambled and drank, staking tens of pesos on a single throw, which the loser must pay out of the share of countless treasures of the Aztecs. Little did they care they won or lost, they were so sure of plunder, but played on till drink overpowered them, and they rolled themselves senseless beneath the tables, or till they sprang up and danced wildly to and fro, catching at the sunbeams and screaming, "Gold! Gold! Gold!" Listening at this window also, I gathered some of the tidings of the camp. I learned that Cortes had come back, bringing Guatemoc and several of the princes with him, together with many of the noble Aztec ladies. Indeed, I saw and heard the soldiers gambling for these women when they were weary of their play for money, a description of each of them being written on a piece of paper. One of these ladies answered well to Otomi, my wife, and she was put up to auction by the brute who won her in the gamble, and sold to a common soldier for 100 pesos. For these men never doubted that the women and the gold would be handed over to them. Thus things went on for several days, during which I sat and slept in my prison, untroubled by any, except the native woman who waited on me and brought me food in plenty. During these days I ate as I had never eaten before or since, and I slept much, for my sorrows could not rid my body of its appetites and commanding need for food and rest. Indeed, I verily believe that at the end of a week I had increased weight by a full half. Also my weariness was conquered at length, and I was strong again. But when I was neither sleeping nor eating, I watched at my window, hoping, though in vain, to catch some sight of Otomi or Guatemoc. If I might not see my friends, however, at least I saw my foe. For one evening de Garcia came and stared at my prison. He could not see me, but I saw him, and the devilish smile that flickered on his face as he went away, like a wolf, made me shiver with a presage of woes to come. For 10 minutes or more he stood gazing at my window hungrily, as a cat gazes at a caged bird, and I felt that he was waiting for the door to be opened, and knew that it would be opened. This happened on the eve of the day upon which I was put to torture. Meanwhile, as I went on, I noticed that a change came over the temper of the camp. The soldiers ceased to gamble for untold wealth. They even ceased from drinking to excess and from their riotous joy, but took to hanging together in knots, discussing fiercely I could not learn of what. On the day when de Garcia came to look at my prison, there was a great gathering in the square opposite my prison, to which I saw Cortes ride up on a white horse and richly dressed. The meeting was too far away for me to overhear what passed, but I noted that several officers addressed Cortes angrily, and that their speeches were loudly cheered by the soldiers. At length the great captain answered them at some length, and they broke up in silence. Next morning, after I had breakfasted, 4 soldiers came into my prison and ordered me to accompany them. "Whither?" I asked. "To the captain, traitor," the leader answered. It has come at last, I thought to myself, but I said only, "It is well. Any change from this hole is one for the better." "Certainly," he replied, "and it is your last shift." Then I knew that the man believed that I was going to my death. In 5 minutes I was standing before Cortes in his private house, and at his side was Marina, and around him were several of the companions in arms. The great man looked at me for a while, then spoke. "Your name is Wingfield. You are of mixed blood, half English and half Spanish. You were cast away in the Tabasco River and taken to TENOCTITLAN. There you were doomed to personate the Aztec god Tezcat, and were rescued by us when we captured the great Teocalli. Subsequently you joined the Aztecs and took part in the attack and slaughter of the Nostrist. You were afterwards the friends and counsellor of Guatemoc, and assisted him in his defence of TENOCTITLAN. Is this true, prisoner?" "It is all true, General," I answered. "Good. You are now our prisoner, and had you 1,000 lives, you have forfeited them all because of your treachery to your race and blood. Into the circumstances that you led to commit this horrible treason I cannot enter. The facts remain. You have slain many of the Spaniards and their allies. That is, being in a state of treason, you have murdered them. Wingfield, your life is forfeit, and I condemn you to die by hanging as a traitor and an apostate. Then there is nothing more to be said, I answered quietly, though a cold fear froze my blood. There is something, answered Cortes. Though your crimes have been so many, I am ready to give you your life and freedom upon a condition. I am ready to do more, to find you a passage to Europe on the first occasion, where you may perchance echo the echoes of your infamy, if God is good to you. The condition is this. We have reason to believe that you are acquainted with the hiding place of the gold of Montezuma, which was unlawfully stolen from us on the night of the Noche Triste. Nay, we know that this is so, for you were seen to go with the canoes that were laden with it. Choose now, apostate, between a shameful death and the revealing to us of the secret of this treasure. For a moment I wavered. On the one hand was the loss of honour with life and liberty and the hope of home. On the other, a dreadful end. Then I remembered my oath and Otomie, and what she would think of me, living or dead, if I did this thing. And I wavered no more. I know nothing of the treasure, General, I answered coldly. Send me to my death. You mean that you will say nothing of it, traitor? Think again. If you have sworn any oaths, they are broken by God. The empire of the Aztecs is at an end. Their king is my prisoner. Their great city is in ruin. The true God has triumphed over these devils by my hand. Their wealth is my lawful spoil, and I must have it to pay my gallant comrades, who cannot grow rich on desolation. Now think again. I know nothing of this treasure, General. Yet memory sometimes wakens, traitor. I have said that you shall die if yours should fail you, and so you shall, to be sure. But death is not always swift. There are means. Doubtless you who have lived in Spain have heard of them. And he arched his brows and glared at me meaningfully. By which a man may die and yet live for many weeks. Now, loath as I am to do it, it seems that if your memory still sleeps, I must find some means to rouse it before you die. I am in your power, General, I answered. You call me traitor again and again. I am no traitor. I am a subject of the King of England, not of the King of Spain. I came hither following a villain who has wrought me and mine bitter wrong. One of your company named de Garcia or Haggard. To find him, and for other reasons, I joined the Aztecs. They are conquered, and I am your prisoner. At the least, deal with me as a brave man deals with a fallen enemy. I know nothing of the treasure. Kill me, and make an end. As a man, I might wish to do this, Wingfield, but I am more than a man. I am the hand of the Church, here in Anahuac. You have partaken with the worshippers of idols. You have seen your fellow Christians sacrificed and devoured by your brute comrades. For this alone you deserve to be tortured eternally. And doubtless that will be so after we have done with you. As for the Hidalgo, Don Sarceda, I know him only as a brave companion in arms, and certainly I shall not listen to tales told against him by a wandering apostate. It is, however, unlucky for you," and here a gleam of light shot across the face of Cortes, "that there should be any feud between you, seeing that it is to his charge that I am about to confide you. Now, for the last time, I say choose. Will you reveal the hiding place of the treasure and go free, or will you be handed over to the care of Don Sarceda, till such a time as he shall find means to make you speak?" Now a great faintness seized me, for I knew that I was condemned to be tortured, and that de Garcia was to be my torturer. What mercy had I to expect from his cruel heart when I, his deadliest foe, lay in his power to wreak his vengeance on? But still my will and honour prevailed against my terrors, and I answered, "I have told you, General, that I know nothing of this treasure. Do your worst, and may God forgive you for your cruelty. Dare not to speak the holy name, apostate and worshipper of idols, eater of human flesh. Let Sarceda be summoned." A messenger went out, and for a while there was silence. I caught Marina's glance and saw pity in her gentle eyes, but she could not help me here, for Cortes was mad because no gold had been found, and the clamour of the soldiers for reward had worn him out and brought him to this shameful remedy, he who was not cruel by nature. Still she strove to plead for me with him, whispering earnestly in his ear. For a while Cortes listened, then he pushed her from him roughly. "Peace, Marina," he said. "What, shall I spare this English dog some pangs, when my command, and perchance my very life, hangs upon the finding of the gold? Nay, he knows well where it lies hid. You said it yourself, when I would have hung him for a traitor. And certainly he was one of those whom the spies saw go out with it upon the lake. Our friend was with them also, but he came back no more. Oh, doubtless they murdered him. What is this man to you that you should plead for him?" "Oh, cease to trouble me, Marina. Am I not troubled enough already?" And Cortes put his hands to his face and remained lost in thought. As for Marina, she looked at me sadly and sighed as though to say, "I have done my best," and I thanked her with my eyes. Presently there was a sound of footsteps, and I looked up to see de Garcia standing before me. Time and hardship had touched him lightly, and the lines of silver in his curling hair and peaked beard did but add dignity to his noble presence. Indeed, when I looked at him in his dark Spanish beauty, his rich garments decked with chains of gold, as he bowed before Cortes, hat in hand, I was fain to confess that I had never seen a more gallant cavalier, or one whose aspect gave the lie so wholly to his black heart within. But knowing him for what he was, my very blood quivered with hate at the sight of him, and when I thought of my own impotence, and of the errand on which he had come, I ground my teeth and cursed the day that I was born. As for de Garcia, he greeted me with a little cruel smile, then spoke to Cortes. "Your pleasure, General." "Greetings to you, comrade," answered Cortes. "You know this renegade?" "Oh, but too well, General. 3 times he has striven to murder me." "Well, you have escaped, and it is your hour now, Sarceda. He says that he has a quarrel with you. What is it?" De Garcia hesitated, stroking his peaked beard, then answered, "I am loath to tell it, because it is a tale of error for which I have often sorrowed and done penance. Yet I will speak for fear you should think worse of me than I deserve. This man has some cause to mislike me, since, to be frank, when I was younger than I am today, and given to the follies of youth, it chanced that in England I met his mother, a beautiful Spanish lady who by ill fortune was wedded to an Englishman, this man's father, and a clown of clowns, who maltreated her. I will be short. The lady learned to love me, and I worsted her husband in a duel. Hence this traitor's hate of me. I heard, and thought that my heart must burst with fury. To all his wickedness and offences against me, de Garcia had now added slander of my dead mother's honour. You lie, murderer, I gasped, tearing at the ropes that bound me. I must ask you to protect me from such insult, General, de Garcia answered coldly. Were the prisoner worthy of my sword, I would ask further that his bonds should be loosed for a little space, but my honour would be tarnished for ever, were I to fight with such as he. Dare to speak once more to a gentleman of Spain, said Cortes coldly, and you, heathen dog, your tongue shall be dragged from you with red-hot pincers. For you, Sarcada, I thank you for your confidence. If you have no worse crime than a love affair upon your soul, I think that our good chaplain Almeida will frank you through the purgatorial fires. But we waste words and time. This man has the secret of the treasure of Guatemoc and of Montezuma. If Guatemoc and his nobles will not tell it, he at least may be forced to speak. For the torments that an Indian can endure without a groan will soon bring truth bubbling from the lips of this white heathen. Take him, Sarcada, and hearken. Let him be your special care. First let him suffer with the others, and afterwards, should he prove obdurate, alone. The methods I leave to you. Should he confess, then summon me. Oh, pardon me, General, but this is no task for an hidalgo of Spain. I have been more wont to pierce my enemies with the sword than to pierce them with pincers, said de Garcia, but as he spoke I saw a gleam of triumph shine in his black eyes, and heard the ring of triumph through the mock anger of his voice. I know it, comrade, but this must be done. Though I hate it, it must be done. There is no other way. The gold is necessary to me. By the Mother of God, the knaves say that I have stolen it. And I doubt these stubborn Indian dogs will ever speak, however great their agony. This man knows, and I give him over to you, because you are acquainted with his wickedness, and that knowledge will steel your heart against all pity. Spare not, comrade. Remember that he must be forced to speak. Oh, it is your command, Cortes, and I will obey it, though I love the task little. With one proviso, however, that you give me your warrant in writing. It shall be made out at once, answered the General. And now, away with him. Where to? To the prison that he has left. All is ready, and there he will find his comrades. Then the guard was summoned, and I was dragged back to my own place, de Garcia saying as I went that he would be with me presently. End of chapter 28. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 29 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 29. De Garcia speaks his mind. At first I was not taken into the chamber that I had left, but placed in a little room opening out of it, where the guard slept. Here I waited, bound hand and foot, and watched by 2 soldiers with drawn swords. As I waited, torn by rage and fear, I heard the noise of hammering through the wall, followed by the sounds of groans. At length the suspense came to an end. A door was opened, and 2 fierce Tlascalan Indians came through it, and seized me by the hair and ears, dragging me thus into my own chamber. "Poor devil," I heard one of the Spanish soldiers say as I went. "Apostate or no, I'm sorry for him. Oh, this is bloody work." Then the door closed, and I was in the place of torment. The room was darkened, for a cloth had been hung in front of the window bars, but its gloom was relieved by certain fires that burned in braziers. It was by the light of these fires chiefly that I saw the sight. On the floor of the chamber were placed 3 solid chairs, one of them empty. The other 2 were filled by none other than Guatemoc, Emperor of the Aztecs, and by his friend and mine the cacique Tacuba. They were bound in the chairs. The burning braziers were placed at their feet. Behind them stood a clerk with paper and an inkhorn, and around them Indians were busy at some dreadful task, directed to it by some Spanish soldiers. Near the 3rd chair stood another Spaniard, who as yet took no part in the play. It was de Garcia. As I looked, an Indian lifted one of the braziers, and seizing the naked foot of the Tacuban prince, thrust it down on the glowing coals. For a while there was silence. Then the Tacuban broke into groans. Guatemoc turned his head towards him and spoke, and as he spoke I saw that his foot also was resting in the flames of a brazier. "Why do you complain, friend?" he said in a steady voice, "when I keep silence? I then take my pleasure in a bed. Follow me now as always, friend, and be silent beneath your sufferings." The clerk wrote down his words, for I heard the quill scratching on the paper, and as he wrote, Guatemoc turned his head and saw me. His face was grey with pain. Still he spoke as 100 times I had heard him speak at council, slowly and clearly. "Alas, are you also here, my friend, Teule?" he said. "I hoped that they had spared you. See how these Spaniards keep faith. Malinche swore to treat me with all honour. Oh, behold how he honours me, with hot coals on my feet and pincers for my flesh. They think that we have buried the treasure, Teule, and would wring it secret from us. You know that it's a lie. If we had treasure, would we not give it gladly to our conquerors, the God-born sons of Quetzal? You know that there is nothing left except the ruins of our cities and the bones of our dead." Here he ceased suddenly, for the demon who tormented him struck him across the mouth, saying, "Silence, dog!" But I understood, and I swore in my heart that I would die ere I revealed my brother's secret. This was the last triumph that Guatemoc could win, to keep his gold from the grasp of the greedy Spaniard, and that victory at least he should not lose through me. So I swore, and very soon my oath must be put to the test. for at a moment from de Garcia the Tlascalans seized me and bound me to the third chair. Then he spoke into my ear in Castilian. Strange are the ways of Providence, cousin Wingfield. You have hunted me across the world, and several times we have met, always to your sorrow. I thought I had you in the slave ship. I thought the sharks had you in the water. But somehow you escaped me, whom you came to hunt. When I knew it, I grieved, but now I grieve no more. For I see that you were reserved for this moment. Cousin Wingfield, it shall go hard if you escape me this time. And yet I think that we shall spend some days together before we part. Now, I will be courteous for you. You may have a choice of evils. How shall we begin? The resources at my command are not all that we could wish, alas. The Holy Office is not yet here with the unholy armory, but still I have done my best. These fellows do not understand their art. Hot coals are their only inspiration. I, you see, have several, and he pointed to various instruments of torture. Now, which will you select? I made no answer, for I had determined that I would speak no word and utter no cry, do what they might with me. Let me think, went on de Garcia, smoothing his beard. Ah, I have it. Here, slaves. Now I will not renew my own agonies, or awake the horror of any who may chance to read what I have written by describing what befell me after this. Suffice it to say that for 2 hours and more this devil, helped in his task by the Tlascalans, worked his wicked will upon me. One by one, torments were administered to me with a skill and ingenuity that cannot often be surpassed, and when at times I fainted, I was recovered by cold water being dashed upon me, and spirits poured down my throat. And yet, I say it with some pride, during those 2 dreadful hours, I uttered no groan, however great my sufferings, and spoke no word, good or bad. Nor was it only bodily pain that I must bear, for all this while my enemy mocked me with bitter words which tormented my soul, as his instruments and hot coals tormented my body. At length he paused exhausted, and cursed me for an obstinate pig of an Englishman, and at that moment Cortes entered the shambles, and with him Marina. How goes it? He said lightly, though his face turned pale at the sight of horror. The Cacique Tacuba has confessed that gold is buried in his garden. The other 2 have said nothing, General, the clerk answered, glancing down his paper. Brave men indeed, I heard Cortes mutter to himself. Then aloud, let the Cacique be carried tomorrow to the garden of which he speaks, that he may point out the gold. As for the other 2, cease tormenting them for this day. Perhaps they may find another mind before tomorrow. I trust so. For their own sakes, I trust so. Then he drew to the corner of the room and consulted with Sarceda and the other torturers, leaving Marina face to face with Guatemoc and me. For a while she stared at the prince as though in horror. Then a strange light came into her beautiful eyes, and she spoke to him in a low voice, saying in the Aztec tongue, Do you remember how you once rejected me down yonder in Tabasco, Guatemoc, and what I told you then? That I should grow great in spite of you. You see, it has all come true, and more than true. and you are brought to this. Are you not sorry, Guatemoc? I am sorry, though were I as some women are, perchance I might rejoice to see you thus. Woman, the prince answered in a thick voice, you have betrayed your country, and you have brought me to shame and torment. Yes, had it not been for you, these things had never been. I am sorry indeed, I am sorry that I did not kill you. For the rest, may your name be shameful for ever in the ears of honest men, and your soul be everlastingly accursed. And may you yourself, even before you die, know the bitterness of dishonour and betrayal. Your words were fulfilled, and so mine shall be also. She heard and turned away trembling, and for a while was silent. Then her glance fell upon me, and she began to weep. Alas, poor man, she said, alas, my friend. Oh, weep no more over me, Marina, I answered, speaking in Aztec, for our tears are of no worth. But help me if you may. Ah, that I could, she sobbed, and turning, fled from the place, followed presently by Cortes. Now the Spaniards came in again and removed Guatemoc and the cacique of Tacuba, carrying them in their arms, for they could not walk, and indeed the cacique was in a swoon. Farewell, Teule, said Guatemoc as he passed me. You are indeed a true son of Quetzal, and a gallant man. May the gods reward you in time to come for all that you have suffered for me and mine, since I cannot. Then it was borne out, and these were the last words that I ever heard him utter. Now I was left alone with the Tlascalans and de Garcia, who mocked me as before. A little tired, my friend Wingfield, he said, sneering. Well, the play is rough till you get used to it. A night's sleep will refresh you, and tomorrow you will be a new man. Perhaps you believe that I have done my worst. Oh, fool, this is but the beginning. Also you think doubtless that your obstinacy angers me. Wrong again, my friend. I only pray that you keep your lips sealed to the last. Gladly would I give my share of this hidden gold in payment for 2 more such days with you. I have still much to pay you back, and look you, I have found a way to do it. There are more ways of hurting a man than through his own flesh. For instance, when I wished to be revenged upon your father, I struck him through her whom he loved. Now I have touched you, and you wonder what I mean. Well, I will tell you. Perhaps you may know an Aztec lady of royal blood who is named Otomi. Otomi? What of her? I cried, speaking for the first time, since fear for her stirred me more than all the torments I had borne. A triumph indeed! I have found a way to make you speak at last. Why, then tomorrow you will be full of words. Only this, cousin Wingfield. Otomi, Montezuma's daughter, a very lovely woman by the way, is your wife according to the Indian customs. Well, I know all the story and, well, she is in my power. I will prove it to you, for she shall be brought here presently, and then you can console each other. For listen, dog, tomorrow she will sit where you are sitting, and before your eyes she shall be dealt with, as you have been dealt with. Ha! Then you will talk fast enough, but perhaps it will be a bit too late. And now for the first time, I broke down and prayed for mercy, even of my foe. "Spare her," I groaned. "Do what you will with me, but spare her. Surely you must have a heart, even you, for you are human. You can never do this thing, and Cortes would not suffer it." "As for Cortes," he answered, "he will know nothing of it till it is done. I have my warrant that charges me to use every means in my power to force the truth from you. Torture has failed. This alone is left. And for the rest, you must read me ill. You know what it is to hate, for you hate me. Multiply your hate by 10, and you find the sum of mine for you. I hate you for your blood. I hate you because you have your mother's eyes. But much more do I hate you, yourself. For did you beat me, a gentleman of Spain, with a thick stick, as though I were a hound? Shall I then shrink from such a deed when I can satisfy my hate by it? Also, perhaps, though you are a brave man, at this moment you know what it is to fear, and are tasting of its agony. Now, I will be open with you, Thomas Wingfield. I fear you. When first I saw you, I feared you as I had no reason to do, and that is why I tried to kill you. And as time has gone by, I have feared you more and more, so much indeed that at times I cannot rest because of the nameless terror that dogs me and which has to do with you. Because of you, I fled from Spain. Because of you, I have played the coward in more frays than one. The luck has always been mine in this duel between us, and yet I tell you that even as you are, I fear you still. If I dared, I would kill you at once. Only then you would haunt me as your mother haunts me, and also I must answer for it to Cortes. Fear, Cousin Wingfield, is the father of cruelty, and mine makes me cruel to you. Living or dead, I know that you will triumph over me at the last. But it is my turn now, and while you breathe, or while one breathes who is dear to you, I will spend my life to bring you and them to shame and misery and death, as I brought your mother, my cousin, though she forced me to it to save myself. Why not? There is no forgiveness for me. I cannot undo the past. You came to take vengeance on me, and soon or late, by you or through you, it will be glutted. But till then, I triumph. Aye, even though I must sink to this butcher's work to do it. And suddenly, he turned and left the place. Then weakness and suffering overcame me, and I swooned away. When I awoke, it was to find that my bonds had been loosed, and that I lay on some sort of bed, while a woman bent over me, tending me with murmured words of pity and love. The night had fallen, but there was light in the chamber, and by it I saw that woman was none other than Otomi, no longer starved and wretched, but almost as lovely as before the days of siege and hunger. "Otomi, you are here," I gasped through the wounded lips, for with my senses came the memory of de Garcia's threats. "Yes, beloved, it is I," she murmured. "They have suffered that I nurse you, devils though they are. Oh, that I must see you thus, and yet be helpless to avenge you." And she burst into weeping. "Hush," I said, "hush. Have we food?" "Oh, in plenty. A woman brought it from Marina. Oh, give it to me to eat, Otomi." Now for a while she fed me, and the deadly sickness passed from me. though my poor flesh burned with 100 agonies. Listen, Otomie, have you seen de Garcia? No, my husband. 2 days since I was separated from my sister Tequichpo and the other ladies, but I have been well treated and have seen no Spaniards except the soldiers who led me here, telling me that you were sick. Oh, alas, I knew not from what cause. And again she began to weep. Still, some have seen you, and it is reported that you are my wife. Oh, it is likely enough, she answered, for it was known throughout the Aztec hosts, and such secrets cannot be kept. But why have they treated you thus? Because you fought against them? Are we alone? I asked. Oh, the guard is without, but there are none else in the chamber. Then bend down your head, and I will tell you. And I told her all. When I had done so, she sprang up with flashing eyes, and her hand pressed upon her breast, and said, Oh, if I loved you before, now I love you more, if that is possible. Who could suffer thus horribly, and yet be faithful to the fallen and your oath? Oh, blessed be the day when first I looked upon your face. Oh, my husband, most true of men. But they who could do this, what of them? Still it is done with, and I will nurse you back to health. Surely it is done with, or they had not suffered me to come to you. Alas, Otomie, I must tell all. It is not done with. And with faltering voice I went on with the tale. Yes, and since I told her of what purpose she had been brought here. She listened without a word, though her lips turned pale. Truly, she said when I had done, these Teules far surpass the pabas of our people, for if the priests torture and sacrifice, it is to the gods, and not for the gold and secret hate. Now, husband, what is your counsel? Surely you have some counsel? I have none that I dare offer, wife, I groaned. You are as timid as a girl who will not utter the love she burns to tell, Otomie answered, with a proud and bitter laugh. Well, I will speak for you. It is in your mind that we must die tonight. It is, I said. Death now, or shame and agony tomorrow, and then death at last. That is our choice. Since God will not protect us, we must protect ourselves, if we can find the means. God? There is no God. At times I have doubted the gods of my people and turned to yours. Now I renounce and reject him. If there were a God of mercy, such as you cling to, could he suffer that such things be? You are my God, husband. To you and for you I pray, and you alone. Let us have done now with pleading to those who are not, or who, if they live, are deaf to our cries and blind to our misery, and befriend ourselves. Look, yonder lies rope. That window has bars. Very soon we can be beyond the sun and the cruelty of Teules, or sound asleep. But there is time yet. Let us talk a while. They will scarcely begin their torments before dawn, and ere dawn we shall be far. So we talked as well as my sufferings would allow. We talked of how we had first met, of how Otomie had been vowed to me as the wife of Tezcat, soul of the world, of that day when we had lain side by side upon the stone of sacrifice, of our true marriage thereafter, of the siege of TENOCTITLAN and the death of our firstborn. Thus we talked till midnight was 2 hours gone. Then there came silence. "Husband," said Otomie at last, in a hushed and solemn voice, "you are worn with suffering, and I am weary. It is time to do that which must be done. Oh, sad is our fate, but at least rest is before us. I thank you, husband, for your gentleness. I thank you more for your faithfulness to my house and people. Shall I make ready for the last journey?" "Make ready," I answered. Then she rose and soon was busy with the ropes. At length all was prepared, and the moment of death was at hand. "You must aid me, Otomie," I said. I cannot walk by myself." She came and lifted me with her strong and tender arms, till I stood upon a stool beneath the window bars. There she placed the rope about my throat. Then taking her stand by me, she fitted the second rope about her own. Now we kissed in solemn silence, for there was nothing more to say. Yet Otomie said something, asking, "Of whom do you think in this moment, husband? Of me and of my dead child? Or of that lady who lives far across the sea? Nay, I will not ask. I have been happy in my love. It is enough. Now love and life must end together, and it is well for me, but for you I grieve. Say, shall I thrust away the stool?" "Yes, Otomie, since there is no hope but death, I cannot break my faith with Guatemoc, nor can I live to see you shamed and tortured." "Then kiss me first, and for the last time." We kissed again, and then, as she was in the very act of pushing the stool from beneath us, the door opened and shut, and a veiled woman stood before us, bearing a torch in one hand and a bundle in another. She looked, and seeing us and our dreadful purpose, ran to us. "What do you?" she cried, and I knew the voice for that of Marina. "Are you then mad, Tulle?" "Who is this who knows you so well, husband, and will not even suffer that we die in peace?" asked Otomie. "I am Marina," answered the veiled woman, "and I have come to save you if I can." End of chapter 29. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 30 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 30. The Escape. Now Otomie put the rope off her neck, and descending from the stool, stood before Marina. "You are Marina," she said coldly and proudly, "and you come to save us, you who have brought ruin on the land that bore you, and have given thousands of her children to death and shame and torment. Now, if I had my way, I would have none of your salvation. Nay, I would rather save myself, as I was about to do." Thus Otomie spoke, and never had she looked more royal than in this moment, when she risked her last chance of life that she might pour out her scorn upon whom she deemed a traitress. No, one who was a traitress. For had it not been for Marina's wit and aid, Cortes would never have conquered Anahuac. I trembled as I heard her angry words, for all I suffered notwithstanding, life still seemed sweet to me, who 10 seconds ago had stood upon the verge of death. Surely Marina would depart and leave us to our doom. But it was not so. Indeed, she shrank and trembled before Otomie's contempt. They were a strange contrast in their different loveliness, as they stood face to face in the torture den. And it was strange also to see the spirit of the lady of royal blood, threatened as she was with a shameful death, or still more shameful life, triumph over the Indian girl, whom today fortune had set as far above her as the stars. "Say, royal lady," asked Marina in her gentle voice, "for what cause did you, if tales are true, lie by the side of yonder white man upon the stone of sacrifice?" "Because I love him, Marina. And for this same cause have I, Marina, laid my honour upon a different altar. For this same cause I have striven against the children of my people, because I love another such as he. It is for love of Cortes that I have aided Cortes. Therefore despise me not. But let your love plead for mine, seeing that, to us women, love is all. I have sinned, I know, but doubtless in its season my sin shall find its fitting punishment." "It had need be sharp," answered Otomie. "My love has harmed none. See before you but one grain of the countless harvest of your own. In yonder chair, Guatemoc, your king, was this day tortured by your master Cortes, who swore to treat him with all honour. By his side sat Teule, my husband and your friend. Him Cortes gave over to his private enemy, de Garcia, whom you name Sarceda. See how he has left him. Nay, do not shudder, gentle lady. Look now at his wounds. Consider to what a pass we are driven, when you find us about to die thus like dogs. He, my husband, that he may not live to see me handled as he has been, and I with him, because a princess of the Otomie and of Montezuma's blood cannot submit to such a shame, while death has one door through which to creep. It is but a single grain of your harvest, outcast and traitress, the harvest of misery and death that is stored yonder in the ruins of TENOCTITLAN. Had I my will, I tell you that I had sooner die a score of times than take help from a hand so stained with the blood of my people and yours. Oh, cease, lady, cease, groaned Marina, covering her eyes with her hand, as though the sight of Otomie were dreadful to her. What is done is done. Do not add to my remorse. What did you say? That you, the Lady Otomie, were brought here to be tortured? Even so, and before my husband's eyes. Why should Montezuma's daughter and the princess of the Otomie escape the fate of the emperor of the Aztecs? If her womanhood does not protect her, has she anything to hope of her lost rank? Cortes knows nothing of this, I swear it, said Marina. To the rest he has driven by the clamour of the soldiers, who taunt him with stealing treasure that he has never found. but of this last wickedness he is innocent. Then let him ask his tool, Sarkeda, of it. As for Sarkeda, I promise you, princess, that if I can, I will avenge this threat upon him. But time is short. I come here with the knowledge of Cortes, to see if I can win the secret of the treasure from the Teule, your husband, and for my friendship's sake, I am about to betray my trust, and help him and you to fly. Do you refuse my aid? Artemis said nothing, but I spoke for the first time. Nay, Marina, I have no love for this thief's fate, if I can escape it. But how is it to be done? The chance is poor enough, Teule, but I bethought me that once out of this prison you might slip away, disguised. Few will be stirring at dawn, and of them the most will not be keen to notice men or things. See, I have brought you a dress of a Spanish soldier. Your skin is dark, and in the half-light you might pass as one. And for the princess your wife, I have brought another dress. Indeed, I am ashamed to offer it, but it is the only one that will not be noted at this hour. Also, Teule, I bring you a sword, that which was taken from you, though I think that once it had another owner. Now while she spoke, Marina undid her bundle, and there in it were the dresses and the sword, the same that I had taken from the Spaniard, Diaz, in the massacre of the Noche Triste. First she drew out the woman's robe, and handed it to Otomi, and I saw that it was such a robe as among the Indians is worn by the women who follow camps, a robe with red and yellow in it. Artemis saw it also, and drew back. "Surely, girl, you have bought a garment of your own in error," she said quietly, but in such a fashion as showed more of the savage heart that is native to her race than she often suffered to be seen. "At the least I cannot wear such a robe." "It seems that I must bear too much," answered Marina, growing wroth at last, and striving to keep back the tears that started her eyes. "I will away and leave you," and she began to roll up her bundle. "Forgive her, Marina," I said hastily, for the desire to escape grew on me every minute. "Sorrow has set an edge upon her tongue." Then turning to Otomi, I added, "I pray you be more gentle, wife, for my sake, if not for your own. Marina is our only hope." "Would that she had left us to die in peace, husband." "Well, so be it. For your sake I will put on these garbs of a drab. But how shall we escape out of this place and the camp? Will the door be opened to us, and the guards removed? And if we pass them, can you walk, husband?" "The doors will not be opened, lady," said Marina, "for those wait without who will see that they are locked when I have passed them. But there will be nothing to fear from the guard. Trust to me for it. See, the bars of this window are but wood. That sword will soon sever them, and if you are seen, you must play the part of a drunken soldier, being guided to these quarters by this woman. For the rest I know nothing, save that I run great risk for your sake, since if it is discovered that I have aided you, then I shall find it hard to soften the rage of Cortes, who, the war being won," and she sighed, "does not need me now so much as once he did." "I can make shift to hop to my right foot," I said, "and for the rest we must trust to fortune. It can give us no worse gifts than those we have already had." "So be it, Teule, and now farewell, for I dare stay no longer. I can do nothing more. May your good star shine on you and lead you hence in safety. And Teule, if we ever meet again, I pray you think of me kindly, for there are many in the world who will do otherwise in the days to come." "Farewell, Marina," I said, and she was gone. We heard the doors close behind her, and the distant voices of those who bore her litter. Then all was silence. Otomi listened at the window for a while, but the guards seemed to be gone, where or why I do not know to this hour, and the only sound was that of a distant revelry from the camp. "And now to work," I said to Otomi. "As you wish, husband, but I fear it will be profitless. I do not trust that woman. Faithless in all, without doubt she betrays us. Still, at the worst you have the sword and can use it." "It matters little," I answered. "Our plight cannot be worse than it is now. Life has no greater evils than torment and death, and they are with us already." Then I sat upon the stool, and my arms being left sound and strong, I hacked with the sharp sword at the wooden bars of the window, severing them one by one till there was space enough for us to creep through. This being done, and no one having appeared to disturb us, Otomi clad me in the clothes of the Spanish soldier which Marina had brought, for I could not dress myself. What I suffered in the donning of these garments, and more especially in the pulling of the long boot on my burnt foot, can never be told. But more than once I stopped, pondering whether it would not be better to die rather than to endure such agonies. But at last it was done, and Otomi put on the red and yellow robe, a garb of shame such as many honest Indian women would die sooner than be seen in. And I think that as she did this, her agony was greater than mine, though of another sort, for to her proud heart that dress was a very shirt of Nessus. Presently she was clad, and minced before me with savage mockery, saying, "Oh, prithee, soldier, do I look my part?" "Oh, peace to such fooling," I answered. "Our lives are at stake. What does it matter how we disguise ourselves?" "It matters much, husband, but how can you understand? You are a man and a foreigner. Now I will clamber through the window, and you must follow me if you can. If not, I will return to you, and we will end this masquerade." Then she passed through the hole swiftly, for Otomi was agile and strong as an ocelot, and mounting the stool, I made shift to follow her as well as my hurts would allow. In the end, I was able to throw myself upon the sill of the window, and there I was stretched out like a dead cat till she drew me across it, and I fell with her to the ground on the further side, and lay groaning. She lifted me to my feet, or rather to my foot, for I could use but one of them, and we stared round us. No one was to be seen, and the sound of revelry had died away, for the crest of Popo was already red with the sunlight, and the dawn grew in the valley. "Where to?" I said. Now Otomi had been allowed to walk in the camp with her sister, the wife of Guatemoc, and other Aztec ladies, and she had this gift in common with most Indians, that where she had once passed, there she could pass again, even in the darkest night. "To the south gate," she whispered. "Perhaps it is unguarded now that the war is done, and at least I know the road thither." So we started, I leaning on her shoulder and hopping on my right foot, and thus very painfully we traversed some 300 yards, meeting nobody. But now our good luck failed us, for passing round the corner of some buildings, we came face to face with 3 soldiers returning to their huts from a midnight revel, and with them some native servants. "Whom have we here?" said the first of these. Your name, comrade?" "Good night, brother. Good night," I answered in Spanish, speaking with a thick voice of drunkenness. "Good morning, you mean," he said, for the dawn was breaking. "Your name? I don't know your face, though it seems that you have been in the wars." And he laughed. "You mustn't ask a comrade his name," I said solemnly, and swinging to and fro. "The captain might send for me, and he's a temperate man. Your arm, girl. It is time to go to sleep. Oh, the sun sets." They laughed, but one of them addressed Otomi, saying, "Leave the sop, my pretty, and come and walk with us." And he caught her by the arm, but she turned on him with so fierce a look that he let her go again, astonished, and we staggered on till the corner of another house hid us from their view. Here I sank to the ground, overcome with pain, for while the soldiers were in sight, I was obliged to use my wounded foot, lest they should suspect. But Otomi pulled me up, saying, "Alas, beloved, we must pass on, or perish." I rose, groaning, and by what efforts I reached the south gate I cannot describe, though I thought that I must die before I came there. But at last it was there before us, and as chance would have it, the Spanish guard were asleep in the gatehouse. 3 Tlascalans only were crouched over a little fire, their zaraps or blankets about their heads, for the dawn was chilly. "Open the gates, dogs," I said in a proud voice. Seeing a Spanish soldier, one of them rose to obey, then paused and said, "Why, and by whose orders?" I could not see the man's face because of the blanket, but his voice sounded familiar to me, and I grew afraid. Still I must speak. "Why? Because I am drunk, and wish to lie without till I grow sober." "By whose orders?" "By mine. I am an officer of the day, and if you disobey, I'll have you flogged till you never ask another question." "Shall I call the tools within?" said the man sulkily to his companions. "No," they answered. "The Lord Sarkeda is weary, and gave orders that he should not be wakened without good cause. Keep them in or let them through as you will, but do not waken him." I trembled in every limb. De Garcia was in the guardhouse. What if he awoke? What if he came out and saw me? More, now I guessed whose voice it was that I knew again. It was that one of his Tlascalans who had aided him in tormenting me. What if he should see my face? He could scarcely fail to know that on which he had left his mark so recently. I was dumb with fear, and could say nothing, and had it not been for the wit of Otomi, there my story would have ended. But now she played her part, and played it well, plying the man with the coarse raillery of the camp, till at length she put him in good humour, and he opened the gate, bidding her begone, and me with her. Already had we passed the gate when a sudden faintness seized me, and I stumbled and fell, rolling over onto my back as I touched the earth. "Up, friend, up," said Otomi with a harsh laugh. "If you must sleep, wait till you find some friendly bush," and she dragged at me to lift me. The Tlascalans, still laughing, came forward to help her, and between them I gained my feet again. But as I rose, my cap, which fitted me but ill, fell off. He picked it up and gave it to me, and our eyes met, my face being somewhat in the shadows. Next instant I was hobbling on, but looking back, I saw the Tlascalan staring after us with a puzzled air, like that of a man who is not sure of the witness of his senses. "He knows me," I said to Otomi, "and presently when he has found his wits, he will follow us." "On, on!" answered Otomi. "Round yonder corner are aloe bushes where we may hide." "I am spent, I can no more," and again I began to fall. Then Otomi caught me as I fell, and of a sudden she put out her strength, and lifting me from the ground as a mother lifts her child, staggered forward, holding me to her breast. For 50 paces or more she carried me thus, love and despair giving her strength, till at last we reached the edge of the aloe plants, and there we sank together to the earth. I cast my eyes back over the path which we had travelled. Round the corner came the Talascan, a spiked club in his hand, seeking us to solve his doubts. "It is finished," I gasped. "The man comes." For answer, Otomi drew my sword from its scabbard and hid it in the grass. "Now feign sleep," she said. "It is our last chance." I cast my arm over my face and pretended to be asleep. Presently I heard the sound of a man passing through the bushes, and the Talascan stood over me. "What would you?" asked Otomi. "Can you not see that he is asleep? Let him sleep." "I must look at his face first, woman," he answered, dragging aside my arm. "By the gods, I thought so. This is that Tew that we dealt with yesterday, and who escapes." "You are mad," she said, laughing. "He has escaped from nowhere, save from a brawl and a drinking bout." "You lie, woman. If you do not lie, you know nothing. This man has the secret of Montezuma's treasure, and is worth a king's ransom, and he lifted his club. And yet you wish to slay him? Well, I know nothing of him. Take him back whence he came. He is but a drunken sot, and I shall be well rid of him." "Well said. It would be foolish to kill him, but by bearing him alive to the Lord Sarkeda, I shall win honour and reward. Come you, help me." "Help yourself," she answered sullenly. "But first search his pouch. There may be some trifle there we can divide." "Oh, well said again," he answered, and kneeling down he bent over me and began to fumble at the fastenings of the pouch. Otomi was behind him. I saw her face change, and a terrible light came into her eyes, such a light as shines in the eyes of a priest at sacrifice. Quick as thought, she drew the sword from the grass and smote with all her strength upon the man's bent back. Down he fell, making no sound, and she also fell beside him. In a moment she was on her feet again, staring at him wildly, the naked sword in her hand. "Up," she said, "before the others come to seek him." "Nay, you must." Now again we were struggling forward through the bushes, my mind filled with a great wonder that grew slowly to a whirling nothingness. For a while it seemed to me as though I were lost in an evil dream, and walking on red-hot irons in my dream. Then came a vision of armed men with lifted spears, and of Otomi running towards them with outstretched arms. I knew no more. End of chapter 30. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 31 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 31. Otomi pleads with her people. When I awoke, it was to find myself in a cave, where the light shone very dimly. Otomi leant over me, and not far away a man was cooking a pot over a fire made of dry aloe leaves. "Where am I? And what has happened?" I asked. "Oh, you are safe, beloved," she answered, "at least for a while. When you have eaten, I will tell you more." She brought me broth and food, and I ate eagerly, and when I was satisfied she spoke. "You remember how the Tlascalan followed us and how I was rid of him?" "I remember, Otomi, though how you found the strength to kill him I do not understand." "Love and despair gave it to me, and I pray that I may never have such another need. Do not speak of it, husband, for this is more horrible to me than all that has been before. One thing comforts me, however. I did not kill him. The sword twisted in my hand, and I believe that he was but stunned. Then we fled a little way, and looking back, I saw that 2 other Tlascalans, companions of the senseless man, were following us and him. Presently they came up to where he lay and stared at him. Then they stared at our tracks, running hard, and very soon they must have caught us, for now you could scarcely stir. Your mind was gone, and I had no more strength to carry you. Still we stumbled on till presently, when the pursuers were within 50 paces of us, I saw armed men, 8 of them, rushing at us from the bushes. They were of my own people, the OTOMIE'S, soldiers that have served under you, who watched the Spanish camp, and seeing a Spaniard alone, they came to slay him. They very nearly did so indeed, for at first I was so breathless that I could scarcely speak, but at last, in a few words, I made shift to declare my name and rank, and your sad plight. By now the 2 Tlascalans were upon us, and I called to the men of the Otomi to protect us. And falling upon the Tlascalans, before they knew that enemies were there, they killed one of them and took the other prisoner. Then they made a litter, and placing you on it, bore you without rest 20 leagues into the mountains, till they reached this secret hiding place. And here you have lain for 3 days and nights. Oh, the Teules have searched for you far and wide, but they have searched in vain. Only yesterday 2 of them with 10 Tlascalans passed within 100 paces of this cave, and I had much ado to prevent our people from attacking them. Now they are gone whence they came, and I think that we are safe for a time. Soon you will be better, and we can go hence." "Where can we go to, Otomi? We are birds without a nest." "We must seek shelter in the City of Pines, or fly across the water. There is no other choice, husband." "We cannot try the sea, Otomi, for all the ships that come here are Spanish, and I do not know how they will greet us in the City of Pines, now that our cause is lost, and with it so many thousands of their warriors." "We must take the risk, husband. There are still true hearts in Anahuac, who will still stand by us in our sorrow and their own. At the least, we have escaped from greater dangers. Now, let me dress your wounds and rest a while." So for 3 more days I lay in the cave of the mountains, and Otomi tended me, and at the end of that time my state was such that I could travel in a litter, though for some weeks I was unable to set foot to the ground. On the 4th day we started by night, and I was carried on men's shoulders till at length we passed up the gorge that leads to the City of Pines. Here we were stopped by sentries to whom Otomi told our tale, bidding some of them go forward and repeat it to the captains of the city. We followed the messengers slowly, for my bearers were weary, and came to the gates of the beautiful town, just as the red rays of sunset struck upon the snowy pinnacle of Jaca that towers behind it, turning her cap of smoke to a sullen red, like that of molten iron. The news of our coming had spread about, and here and there knots of people were gathered to watch us pass. For the most part they stood silent, but now and again some woman whose husband or son had perished in the siege would hiss a curse at us. Alas, how different was our state this day to what it had been when, not a year before, we entered the City of Pines for the first time. Then we were escorted by an army 10,000 strong. Then musicians had sung before us, and our path was strewn with flowers. And now we came, 2 fugitives from the vengeance of the Teules. I borne in a litter by 4 tired soldiers, while Otomi, the princess of this people, still clad in her wanton's robe, at which the women mocked, for she had been able to come by no other, tramped at my side, since there were none to carry her, and the inhabitants of the place cursed us as the authors of their woes. Nor did we know if they would stop at words. At length we crossed the square beneath the shadow of the teocalli, and reached the ancient and sculptured palace as the light failed, and the smoke on Jaca, the holy hill, began to glow with fire in its heart. Here a small preparation had been made to receive us, and that night we supped by the light of a torch upon tortillas or meal cakes and water, like the humblest in the land. Then we crept to our rest, and as I lay awake because of the pain of my hurts, I heard Otomi, who thought that I slept, break into low sobbing at my side. Her proud spirit was humbled at last, and she, whom I had never known to weep except once, when our firstborn died in the siege, wept bitterly. "Why do you sorrow thus, Otomi?" I asked at length. "I did not know that you were awake, husband," she sobbed in answer, "or I would have checked my grief. Husband, I sorrow over all that has befallen us and my people. Also, though these are but little things, because you were brought so low and treated as a man of no estate, and of the cold comfort that we find here." "Oh, you have cause, wife," I answered. "Say, what will these Otomies do with us? Kill us, or give us up to the Teules?" "I do not know. Tomorrow we shall learn, but for my part I will not be surrendered living." "Nor I, wife. Death is better than the tender mercies of Cortes and his minister de Garcia. Is there any hope?" "Yes, there is hope, beloved. Now the Otomi are cast down, and they remember that we led the flower of their land to death. But they are brave and generous at heart, and if I can touch them there, all may be well. Weariness, pain, and memory make us weak, who should be full of courage, having escaped so many ills. Oh, sleep, my husband, and leave me to think. All shall yet go well, for even misfortune has an end." So I slept, and woke up in the morning somewhat refreshed and with a happier mind. For who is there that is not bolder when the light shines on him, and he is renewed by rest? When I opened my eyes, the sun was already high, but Otomi had risen with the dawn, and she had not been idle during those 3 hours. For one thing, she had contrived to obtain food and fresh raiment, more befitting to our rank than the rags in which we were clothed. Also, she had brought together certain men of condition, who were friendly and loyal to her in misfortune, and these she sent about the city, letting it be known that she would address the people at midday from the steps of the palace. For as Otomi knew well, The heartstring of a crowd are touched more easily than those of cold and ancient counsellors. Will they come to listen? I asked. Oh, have no fear, she answered. The desire to look upon us who have survived the siege and to know the truth of what has happened will bring them. Moreover, some will be there seeking vengeance on us. Oh, Otomi was right, for as the morning drew on towards midday, I saw the dwellers of the City of Pines gathering in their thousands, till the space between the steps of the palace and the face of the pyramid was black with them. Now Otomi combed her curling hair and placed flowers in it, and set a gleaming feather cloak about her shoulders, so that it hung down over her white robes, and on her breast that splendid necklace of emeralds which Guatemoc had given to me in the treasure chamber, and which she had preserved safely through all our evil fortune, and a golden girdle about her waist. In her hand also she took a little sceptre of ebony tipped with gold, that was in the palace, with other ornaments and emblems of rank. And thus attired, though she was worn with travel and suffering, and grief had dimmed her beauty for a while, she seemed the queenliest woman that my eyes have seen. Next she caused me to be laid upon a rude litter, and when the hour of noon was come, she commanded those soldiers who had borne me across the mountains to carry me by her side. Thus we issued from the wide doorway of the palace, and took our stand upon the platform at the head of the steps. As we came, a great cry rose from the thousands of people, a fierce cry like that of wild beasts howling for their prey. Higher and higher it rose, a sound to strike terror into the bravest heart, and by degrees I caught its purport. "Kill them," said the cry. "Give the liars to the tools." Otomi stepped forward to the edge of the platform, and lifting the ebony sceptre, she stood silent, the sunlight beating on her lovely face and form. But the multitude screamed 1,000 taunts and threats at us, and still the tumult grew. Once they rushed towards her as though to tear her to pieces, but fell back at the last stair, as a wave falls from a rock. And once a spear was thrown that passed between her neck and her shoulder. Now the soldiers who carried me, making certain that our death was at hand, and having no wish to share it, set my litter down upon the stones and slipped back into the palace. But all this while Otomi never so much as moved. No, not even when the spear hissed past her. She stood before them stately and scornful, a very queen among women. And little by little the majesty of her presence and the greatness of her courage hushed them to silence. When there was quiet at length, she spoke in a clear voice that carried far. "Am I among my own people of the Otomi?" she asked bitterly. "Or have we lost our path and wandered perchance among some savage Talascan tribe? Listen, people of the Otomi. I have but one voice, and none can reason with a multitude. Choose you a tongue to speak for you, and let him set out the desire of your hearts." Now the tumult began again, for some shouted one name and some another, but in the end a priest and noble named Mashla stepped forward, a man of great power among the Otomi, who above all had favoured an alliance with the Spaniards, and opposed the sending of an army to aid Guatemoc in the defence of Tenochtitlan. Nor did he come alone, for with him were 4 chiefs, whom by their dress I knew to be Tlascalans and envoys from Cortes. Then my heart sank, for it was not difficult to guess the object of their coming. "Speak on, Mashla," said Otomie, "for we must hear what there is for us to answer. And you, people of Otomie, I pray you keep silence, that you may judge between us when there is an end of talking." Now a great silence fell upon the multitude, who pressed together like sheep in a pen, and strained their ears to catch the words of Mashla. "My speech with you, princess, and the Teule your husband, shall be short and sharp," he began roughly. "A while hence you came hither to seek an army, to aid Cuitlahua, emperor of the Aztecs, in this struggle with the Teules, the sons of Quetzal. That army was given you, against the wishes of many of us, for you won over the council by the honey of your words. And we, who urged caution, or even an alliance with the white men, the children of God, were overruled. You went hence, and 20,000 men, the flower of our people, followed you to Tenochtitlan. Where are they now? I will tell you. Some 200 of them have crept back home. The rest fly to and fro through the air in the gizzards of the zaphilots, or crouch in the earth in the bellies of jackals. Death has them all, and you led them to their deaths. Is it then much that we should seek the lives of you too in payment for those 20,000 of our sons, husbands, and our fathers? But we do not even ask this. Here beside me stand ambassadors from Malinche, the captains of the Teules, who reached our city but an hour ago. This is the demand that they bring from Malinche, and in his own words. Deliver back to me, Otomie, the daughter of Montezuma, and the renegade her paramour, who is known as Teule, who has fled from the justice due to his crimes, and it shall be well with you, people of the Otomie. Hide them, or refuse to deliver them, and the fate of the City of Pines shall be the fate of Tenochtitlan, Queen of the Valley. Choose then between my love and my wrath. People of the Otomie, if you obey, the past shall be forgiven, and my yoke will be light upon you. If you refuse, your city shall be stamped flat, and your very name wiped from the records of the world. Say, messengers of Malinche, are not these the words of Malinche? They are the very words, Mashla, said the spokesman of the embassy. Now again there was a tumult among the people, and voices cried, Give them up, give them to Malinche as a peace offering. Otomie stood forward to speak, and it died away, for all desired to hear her words. Then she spoke. It seems, people of the Otomie, that I am on trial before my own vassals, and my husband with me. Well, I will plead our cause as well as a woman may, and having the power, you shall judge between us and Mashla and his allies, Malinche and the Tlascalans. What is our offence? It is that we came hither by the command of Cuitlahua to seek your aid in his war with the Teules. What did I tell you then? I told you that if the people of Anahuac would not stand together against the white men, they must be broken, one by one like sticks of an unbound faggot, and cast into the flames. Did I speak lies? Nay, I spoke truth, for through the treason of her tribes, and chiefly through the treason of the Tlascalans, Anahuac is fallen, and Tenochtitlan is a ruin, sown with dead, like a field with corn." "It is true," cried a voice. "Yes, people of the Otomi, it is true. But I say that had all the warriors of the nations of Anahuac played the part that your sons played, the tale had run otherwise. They are dead, and because of their death you would deliver us to our foes and yours. But I for one do not mourn them, though among their number are many of my kin. Nay, be not wroth, but listen. It is better that they should lie dead in honour, having earned for themselves a wreath of fame and an immortal dwelling in the houses of the sun, than that they should live to be slaves, which it seems is your desire, people of the Otomi. There is no false word in what I said to you. Now the stick that Malinche has used to beat out his brains of Guatemoc shall be broken and burnt to cook the pot of the Tules. Already these false children are his slaves. Have you not heard his command, that the tribes, his allies, shall labour in the quarries and the streets till the glorious city which he has burned rises afresh from the face of the waters? Will you not hasten to take your share in the work, people of the Otomi, the work that knows no rest and no reward, except the lash of the overseer and the curse of the Tule? Surely you will hasten, people of the mountains. Your hands are shaped to the spade and the trowel, not to the bow and the spear, and it will be sweeter to toil to do the will and swell the wealth of Malinche in the sun of the valley or the shadow of the mine, than to bide here free upon the hills, where as yet no foe has set his foot." Again she paused, and a murmur of doubt and unrest went through the thousands who listened. Mashla stepped forward and would have spoken, but the people shouted him down, crying, "Otomi, Otomi, let us hear the words of Otomi." "I thank you, my people," she said, "for I have still much to tell you. Our crime is then that we drew an army after us to fight against the Tules. And how did we draw this army? Did I command you to muster your array? Nay, I set out my case, and I said, 'Now choose.' You chose, and of your own free will you dispatched these glorious companies that now are dead. My crime is therefore that you chose wrongly, as you say, but as I still hold, most rightly. And because of this crime, I and my husband are to be driven as a peace offering to the Tules. Listen, let me tell you something of those wars in which we have fought, before you give us to the Tules and our mouths are silent forever. Where shall I begin? I know not. Stay, I bore a child. Had he lived, he would have been your prince today. That child I saw starve to death before my own eyes, inch by inch and day by day. I saw him starve. But it is nothing. Who am I that I should complain because I have lost my son, when so many of your sons are dead and their blood is required at my hands? Listen again." And she went on to tell in burning words of the horrors of the siege, of the cruelties of the Spaniards, and of the bravery of the men of the Otomi who I had commanded. For a full hour she spoke thus, while all that vast audience hung upon her words. Also she told of the part that I played in the struggle, and of the deeds which I had done, and now and again some soldier in the crowd who served under me, and who had escaped the famine and the massacre, cried out, "It is true! We saw it with our own eyes." "And so," she said, "at last it was finished. At last Tenochtitlan was a ruin, and my cousin and my king, the glorious Guatemoc, lay a prisoner in the hands of Malinche, and with him my husband Teule, my sister, I myself, and many another. Malinche swore that he would treat Guatemoc and his following with all honour. Do you know how he treated him? Within a few days Guatemoc, our king, was seated in the chair of torment, while slaves burned him with hot irons to cause him to declare the hiding place of the treasure of Montezuma. Aye, you may well cry, shame upon him. You shall cry yet more loudly before I have done. For know that Guatemoc did not suffer alone. One lies there who suffered with him and spoke no word. And I also, your princess, was doomed to torment. We escaped when death was at our door, for I told my husband that the people of the Otomi had true hearts, and would shelter us in our sorrow. And for his sake I, Otomi, disguised myself in the robe of a wanton, and fled with him hither. Could I have known what I should live to see and hear? Would I have dreamed that you would receive me thus? I had died 100 deaths before I came to stand and plead for pity at your hands. O my people, I beseech of you, make no terms with the false Teule, but remain bold and free. Your necks are not fitted to the yoke of the slave, your sons and daughter of too high a blood to serve the foreigner in his needs and pleasures. Defy Malinche. Some of our race are dead, but many thousands remain. Here in your mountain nest you can beat back every Teule in Anahuac, as in bygone years the false Tlascalans beat back the Aztecs. Then the Tlascalans were free. Now they are a part of a race of serfs. Say, will you share their serfdom? My people, think not that I plead for myself, or even for the husband who is more dear to me than aught save honour. Do you indeed dream that we will suffer you to hand us living to these dogs of Tlascalans, whom Malinche insults you by sending as his messengers? Look!" And she walked to where the spear that had been hurled at her lay upon the pavement, and lifted it. "Here is a means of death that some friend has sent us, and if you will not listen to my pleading, you shall see it used before your eyes. Then, if you will, you may send our bodies to Malinche as a peace offering. But for your own sakes I plead with you. Defy Malinche, and if you must die at last, die as free men, and not as the slaves of the Teule. Behold now his tender mercies, and see the lot that shall be yours if you take another counsel, the counsel of Mashtla." And coming to the litter on which I lay, swiftly Otomi rent my robes from me, leaving me almost naked to the waist, and unwound the bandages from my wounded limb, then lifted me up so that I rested upon my sound foot. "Look," she cried in a piercing voice, and pointing to the scars and unhealed wounds upon my face and leg, "look on the work of the Teule and the Tlascalan. See how the foe is dealt with who surrenders to them. Yield if you will, desert us if you will, But I say that then your own body shall be marked in a like fashion, till not an ounce of gold is left that can minister to the greed of the Thule, or a man or a maiden who can labour to satisfy his indolence." Then she ceased, and letting me sink gently to the ground, for I could not stand alone, she stood over me, the spear in her hand, as though waiting to plunge it to my heart, should the people still demand our surrender to the messengers of Cortes. For one instant there was silence. Then of a sudden the clamour and the tumult broke out again 10 times more furiously than at first. But it was no longer aimed at us. Otomi had conquered. Her noble words, her beauty, the tale of our sorrows and the sight of my torments had done their work, and the heart of the people was filled with fury against the Thules who had destroyed their army, and the Tlascalans that had aided them. Never did the wit and eloquence of a woman cause a swifter change. They screamed and tore their robes and shook their weapons in the air. Mashla strove to speak, but they pulled him down, and presently he was flying for his life. Then they turned upon the Tlascalan envoys and beat them with sticks, crying, "This is our answer to Malinche. Run, ye dogs, and take it," till they were driven from the town. Now at length the turmoil ceased, and some of the great chiefs came forward, and kissing the hand of Otomi, said, "Princess, we your children will guard you to the death, for you have put another heart into us. You are right. It is better to die free than to live as slaves." "See, my husband," said Otomi, "I was not mistaken when I told you that my people were loyal and true. But now we must make ready for war, for they have gone too far to turn back, and when this tiding comes to the ears of Malinche, he will be like a puma robbed of her young. Now let us rest. I am very weary." "Otomi," I answered, "there has lived no greater woman than you upon this earth." "I cannot tell, husband," she said, smiling. "If I have won your praise and safety, that is enough for me." End of chapter 31. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 32 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 32. The End of Guatemoc. Now for a while we dwelt in quiet at the City of Pines, and by slow degrees and with much suffering I recovered from the wounds that the cruel hand of de Garcia had inflicted upon me. But we knew that this peace could not last, and the people of the Otomi knew it also, for had they not scoured the envoys of Malinche out of the gates of their city? Many of them were now sorry that this had been done, but it was done, and they must reap as they had sown. So they made ready for war, and Otomi was the president of their councils, in which I shared. At length came news of a force of 50 Spaniards with 5,000 Tlascalan allies were advancing on the city to destroy us. Then I took the command of the tribesmen of the Otomi. There were 10,000 or more of them, all well armed after their own fashion, and advanced out of the city till I was 2/3 of the way down the gorge which leads to it. But I did not bring all my army down this gorge, since there was no room for them to fight there, and I had another plan. I sent some 7,000 men round the mountains, of which the secret paths were well known to them, bidding them climb to the crest of the precipices that bordered either side of the gorge, and there, at certain places where the cliff is sheer and more than 1,000 feet in height, to make a great provision of stones. The rest of my army, excepting 500 whom I kept with me, I armed with bows and throwing spears, and stationed them in ambush in convenient places where the sides of the cliff were broken, and in such a fashion that rocks from above could not be rolled on them. Then I sent trusty men as spies to warn me of the approach of Spaniards, and others whose mission it was to offer themselves to them as guides. Now I thought my plan good, and everything looked well, and yet it missed failure but by very little. For Mashla, our enemy, and the friends of the Spaniards, was in my camp. Indeed, I had brought him with me that I might watch him, and he had not been idle. For when the Spaniards were half a day's march from the mouth of the defile, one of those men whom I had told off to watch their advance came to me and made it known that Mashla had bribed him to go to the leader of the Spaniards and disclose to him the plan of the ambuscade. This man had taken the bribe and started on his errand of treachery, but his heart failed him, and returning, he told me all. Then I caused Mashla to be seized, and before nightfall he had paid the price of his wickedness. On the morning after his death, the Spanish array entered the pass. Halfway down, I met them with my 500 men and engaged them, but suffered them to drive us back with some loss. As they followed, they grew bolder, and we fled faster, till at length we flew down the defile, followed by the Spanish horse. Now, some 3 furlongs from its mouth, that leads to the City of Pines, this pass turns and narrows, and here the cliffs are so sheer and high that a twilight reigns at the foot of them. Down the narrow way we ran in seeming rout, and after us came the Spaniards shouting of their saints and flushed with victory. But scarcely had we turned the corner when they sang another song. For those who were watching 1,000 feet above us gave the signal, and down from on high came a rain of stones and boulders that darkened the air and crushed them, crushing many of them. On they struggled, seeing a wider way in front where the cliff sloped, and perhaps half of them won through. But here the archers were waiting, and now in the place of stones arrows were hailed upon them, till at length, utterly bewildered and unable to strike a blow in their own defence, they turned to fly towards the open country. This finished the fight, for now we assailed their flank, and once more the rocks thundered on them from above, and the end of it was that those who remained of the Spaniards and their Indian allies were driven in utter rout back to the plain beyond the Pass of Pines. After this battle the Spaniards troubled us no more for many years, except by threats, and my name grew great among the people of the Otomie. One Spaniard I rescued from death, and afterwards I gave him his liberty. From him I inquired of the doings of de Garcia or Sorqueda, and learned that he was still in the service of Cortes, but that Marina had been true to her word, and had brought disgrace upon him because he had threatened to put Otomie to the torture. Moreover, Cortes was angry with him because of our escape, the burden of which Marina had laid upon his shoulders, hinting that he had taken a bribe to suffer us to pass the gate. Of the 14 years of my life which followed the defeat of the Spaniards, I can speak briefly, for compared to the time that had gone before, they were years of quiet. In them children were born to me and Otomi, 3 sons, and these children were a great joy, for I loved them dearly, and they loved me. Indeed, except for the strain of their mother's blood, they were English boys and not Indian, for I christened them all, and taught them our English tongue and faith, and their mane and their eyes were more English than Indian, though their skins were dark. But I had no luck with these dear children of mine, any more than I have had with that which Lily bore me. 2 of them died, one from a fever that all my skill would not avail to cure, and another by a fall from a lofty cedar tree which he climbed searching for a kite's nest. Thus of the 3 of them, since I do not speak now of that infant my firstborn, who perished in the siege, there remained to me only the eldest and best beloved, of whom I must tell hereafter. For the rest, jointly with Otomi, I was named Cacique of the City of Pines, at a great council that was held after I had destroyed the Spaniards and their allies, and as such we had wide, though not absolute power. By the exercise of this power, in the end, I succeeded in abolishing the horrible rites of human sacrifice, though, because of this, a large number of the outlying tribes fell away from our rule, and the enmity of the priests was excited against me. The last sacrifice, except one only, the most terrible of them all, of which I will tell afterwards, that was ever celebrated on the teocalli in front of the palace, took place after the defeat of the Spaniards in the pass. When I had dwelt 3 years in the City of Pines, and 2 sons had been born to me, secret messengers arrived that were sent by the friends of Guatemoc, who had survived the torture and was still a prisoner in the hands of Cortes. From these messengers we learned that Cortes was about to start upon an expedition to the Gulf of Honduras, across the country that is now known as Yucatan, taking Guatemoc and other Aztec nobles with them, for he feared to leave them behind. He heard also that there was much murmuring among the conquered tribes of Anahuac because of the cruelties and extortions of the Spaniards, and many thought that the hour had come when a rising against them might be carried to a successful issue. This was the prayer of those who sent the envoys, that I should raise a force of OTOMIE'S and travel with it across the country to Yucatan, and there, with others who would be gathered, wait a favourable opportunity to throw myself upon the Spaniards when they were entangled in the forest and swamps, putting them to the sword and releasing Guatemoc. Such was the first purpose of the plot, though it had many others of which it is useless to speak, seeing that they came to nothing. When the message had been delivered, I shook my head sadly, for I could see no hope in such a scheme. But the chief of the messengers rose and led me aside, saying that he had a word for my ear. "Guatemoc sends these words," he said. "I hear that you, my brother, are free and safe with my cousin Otomi in the mountains of the Otomie. I, alas, linger in the prisons of the Tules like a crippled eagle in a cage. My brother, if it is in your power to help me, do so, I conjure you, by the memory of our ancient friendship and of all that we have suffered together. Then a time may come when I shall rule again in Anahuac, and you shall sit by my side." I heard, and my heart was stirred, for then, as to this hour, I love Guatemoc as a brother. "Go back," I said, "and find means to tell Guatemoc that if I can save him, I will. though I have small hopes that way. Still, let him look for me in the forests of Yucatan." Now when Otomi heard of this promise of mine, she was vexed, for she said that it was foolish, and would only end in my losing my life. Still, having given it, she held with me that it must be carried out, and the end of it was that I raised 500 men, and with them set out upon my long and toilsome march, which I timed so as to meet Cortes in the passes of Yucatan. At the last moment Otomi wished to accompany me, but I forbade it, pointing out that she could leave neither her children nor her people, and we parted with bitter grief for the first time. Of all the hardships that I underwent, I will not write. For 2.5 months we struggled on across mountains and rivers, and through swamps and forests, till at last we reached a mighty deserted city, that is called Palenque by the Indians of those parts, which has been uninhabited for many generations. This city is the most marvellous place that I have seen in all my travels, though much of it is hidden in bush, for wherever the traveller wanders, there he finds vast palaces of marble, carven within and without, and sculptured teocallis, and the huge images of grinning gods. Often have I wondered what nation was strong enough to build such a capital, and who were the kings that dwelt in it. But these are secrets belonging to the past, and they cannot be answered till some learned man has found the key to the stone symbols and writings which the walls of the buildings are covered over. Now, in this city I hid my men, though it was no easy task to persuade them to take up their habitation among so many ghosts of the departed, not to speak of the noisome fevers and the wild beasts and snakes that haunted it. For I had information that the Spaniards would pass through the swamps that lies between the ruins and the river, and there I hoped to ambush them. But on the 8th day of my hiding, I learned from spies that Cortes had crossed the great river higher up, and was cutting his way through the forest, for of swamps he had passed more than enough. So I hurried also to the river, intending to cross it. But all that day and all that night it rained as it can rain nowhere else in the world that I have seen, till at last we waded on our road knee-deep in water, and when we came to the ford of the river it was to find a wide roaring flood, that no man could pass in anything less than a Yarmouth herring-boat. So there on the bank we must stay in misery, suffering many ills from fever, lack of food and plenitude of water, till at length the stream ran down. 3 days and nights we waited there, and on the 4th morning I made shift to cross, losing 4 men by drowning in the passage. Once over, I hid my force in the bush and reeds, and crept forward with 6 men only, to see if I could discover anything of the whereabouts of the Spaniards. Within an hour I struck the trail that had been cut through the forest, and followed it cautiously. Presently we came to a spot where the forest was thin, and here Cortes was camped, for there was heat left in the ashes of his fires, and among them lay the body of an Indian who had died from sickness. Not 50 yards from this camp stood a huge ceiba tree, a tree that has a habit of growth not unlike that of our English oak, though it is soft-wooded and white-barked, and will increase more in bulk in 20 years than any oak may in 100. Indeed, I never yet saw an oak tree so large as this ceiba, of which I write, either in girth or on its spread-off top, unless it be the Kirby oak, or the tree that is called the King of Scotto, which grows at Broome, that is the next parish to this of Ditchingham in Norfolk. On this ceiba tree many zephylites, or vultures, were perched, and as we crept towards it, I saw what it was that they came to seek, for from the lowest branches of the ceiba 3 corpses hung in the breeze. "Here are the Spaniards' footprints," I said. "Let us look at them," and we passed beneath the shadow of the tree. As I came, a zephylot alighted on the head of the body that hung nearest to me, and its weight, or the wafting of the fowl's wings, caused the dead man to turn round, so that he came face to face with me. I looked, and started back, then looked again, and sank to the earth groaning, for here was he whom I had come to seek and save, my friend, my brother Guatemoc, the last emperor of Anahuac. Here he hung in the dim and desolate forest, dead by the death of a thief, while the vultures shrieked upon his head. I sat bewildered and horror-stricken, and as I sat, I remembered the proud sign of Aztec loyalty, a bird of prey clasping an adder in its claw. There before me was the last of the stock, and behold, a bird of prey gripped his hair in its talons, a fitting emblem indeed of the fall of Anahuac and the kings of Anahuac. I sprang to my feet with an oath, and lifting the bow I held, I sent an arrow through the vulture, and it fell to the earth fluttering and screaming. Then I bade those with me to cut down the corpses of Guatemoc, and the prince of Tacuba, and another noble who hung with him, and hollow a deep grave beneath the tree. There I laid them, and there I left them to sleep for ever in its melancholy shadow, and thus, for the last time, I saw Guatemoc, my brother, whom I came so far to save, and found made already for burial by the Spaniard. Then I turned my face homeward, for now Anahuac had no king to rescue. But it chanced that before I went, I caught a Tlascalan who could speak Spanish, and who had deserted from the army of Cortes because of the hardships that he had suffered in their toilsome march. This man was present at the murder of Guatemoc and his companions, and heard the emperor's last words. It seems that some knave had betrayed to Cortes that an attempt would be made to rescue the prince, and that thereon Cortes commanded that he should be hung. It seems also that Guatemoc met his death as he had met the misfortunes of his life, proudly and without fear. These were his last words. I did ill, Malinche, when I held my hand from taking my own life before I surrendered myself to you. Then my heart told me that all your promises were false, and it has not lied to me. I welcome my death, for I have lived to know shame and defeat and torture, and to see my people the slaves of the Teule. But still I say that God will reward you for this deed. Then they murdered him in the midst of a great silence. And so farewell to Guatemoc, the most brave, the best and the noblest Indian that ever breathed, and may the shadow of his tormenting and shameful end lie deep upon the fame of Cortes, for so long as the names of both of them are remembered among men. For 2 more months I journeyed homeward, and at length I reached the City of Pines. Well, though wearied, and having lost only 40 men by various misadventures of travel, to find Otomie in good health, and overjoyed to know me safe whom she thought never to see again. But when I told her what was the end of her cousin Guatemoc, she grieved bitterly. both for his sake and because the last hope of the Aztec was gone, and she would not be comforted for many days. End of chapter 32. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 33 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 33. Isabel de Siguenza is avenged. For many years after the death of Guatemoc, I lived with Otomie at peace in the City of Pines. Our country was poor and rugged, and though we defied the Spaniards and paid them no tribute, now that Cortes had gone back to Spain, they had no heart to attempt our conquest. Save some few tribes that lived in difficult places like ourselves, all Anahuac was in their power, and there was little to gain except hard blows in the bringing of a remnant of the people of the Otomie beneath their yoke, so they let us be till a more convenient season. I say of a remnant of the Otomie, for as time went on, many clans submitted to the Spaniards, till at length we ruled over the City of Pines alone, and some leagues of territory about it. Indeed, it was only love for Otomie and respect for the shadow of her ancient race and name, together with some reverence from me as one of the unconquerable white men, and for my skill as a general, that they kept our following together. Now it may be asked, was I happy in those years? I had much to make me happy. No man could have been blessed with a wife more beautiful and loving, nor one who had exampled her affection by more signal deeds of sacrifice. This woman of her own free will had lain by my side on the stone of slaughter. Overriding the instincts of her sex, she had not shrunk from dipping her hands in blood to secure my safety. Her wit had rescued me in many a trouble. Her love had consoled me in many a sorrow. Surely, therefore, if gratitude can conquer the heart of man, mine should have been at her feet for ever and a day. And so indeed it was, and in a sense is still. But can gratitude, can love itself, or any passion that rules our souls, make a man forget the house where he was born? Could I, an Indian chief struggling with a fallen people against an inevitable destiny, forget my youth and all its hopes and fears? Could I forget the valley of the Waveney and that flower who dwelt therein? And forsworn though I might be, could I forget the oath that I had once sworn? Chance had been against me, circumstances overpowered me, and I think that there are few who, could they read this story, would not find in it excuse for all that I had done. Certainly, there are very few who, standing where I stood, surrounded as I was by doubts, difficulties and dangers, would not have acted as I did. And yet my memory would rise up against me, and time upon time I would lie awake at night, even by the side of Otomie, and remember and repent, if a man may repent of that over which he has no control. For I was a stranger in a strange land, and though my home was there and my children were about me, the longing for my other home was yet with me, and I could not put away the memory of that Lily whom I had lost. Her ring was still upon my hand, but nothing else of her remained to me. I did not know if she was married or single, living or dead. The gulf between us widened with the widening years, but still the thought of her went with me like my shadow. It shone across the stormy love of Otomie. I remembered it even in my children's kiss. and worst of all, I despise myself for these regrets. Nay, if the worst can have a worse, there was one, for though she never spoke of it, I feared that Otomie had read my mind. Heart to heart, though far apart. So ran the writing upon Lily's betrothal ring, and so it was with me. Far apart we were indeed, so far that no bridge that I might imagine could join that distance, and yet I could not say that we had ceased from being heart to heart. Her heart might throb no more, but mine beat still towards it. Across the land, across the sea, across the gulf of death. If she were dead, still in secret must I desire the love that I had forsworn. And so the years rolled on, bringing little of change with them, till I grew sure that there, in this far place, I should live and die. But that was not to be my fate. If any should read this, the story of my early life, he will remember that the tale of the death of a certain Isabella de Siguenza is pieced into its motley. He will remember how this Isabella, in the last moments of her life, called down a curse upon the Holy Father, who added outrage and insult to her torment, praying that he might also die by the hands of fanatics and in a worse fashion. If my memory does not play me false, I have said that this indeed came to pass, and very strangely. For after the conquest of Anahuac by Cortes, among others, this same fiery priest came from Spain to turn the Indians to the love of God by torment and by sword. Indeed, of all those who entered on this mission of peace, he was the most zealous. The Indian pabas wrought cruelties enough when, tearing out the victim's heart, they offered it like incense to the Huitzil or Quetzal, but they at least dismissed his soul to the mansions of the sun. With the Christian priest, the thumbscrew and the stake took the place of the stone of sacrifice, but the soul which they delivered from its earthly bondage they consigned to the house of hell. Of these priests, a certain Father Pedro was the boldest and most cruel. To and fro he passed, marking his path with the corpses of idolaters, until he earned the name of the Christian Devil. At length he ventured too far in his holy fervour, and was seized by a clan of the Otomie that had broken from our rule upon this very question of human sacrifice, but which was not yet subjugated by the Spaniards. One day, it was when we had ruled for about some 14 years of the city of Pines, it came to my knowledge that the pabas of this clan had captured a Christian priest, and designed to offer him to the god Tezcat. Attended by a small guard only, I passed rapidly across the mountains, purposing to visit the cacique of this clan, with whom, although he had cast off his allegiance to us, I still kept up a show of friendship, and if I could, to persuade him to release the priest. But swiftly as I travelled, the vengeance of the pabas had been more swift, and I arrived at the village only to find the Christian Devil in the act of being led to sacrifice before the image of a hideous idol that was set upon a stake and surrounded with piles of skulls. Naked to the waist, his hands bound behind him, his grizzled locks hanging about his breast, his keen eyes fixed upon the faces of his heathen foes in menace rather than in supplication, his thin lips muttering prayers, Father Pedro passed on to the place of his doom, now and again shaking his head fiercely to free himself from the torment of the insects which buzzed about it. I looked upon him and wondered. I looked again, and knew. Suddenly there rose before my mind a vision of that gloomy vault in Seville, of a woman, young and lovely, draped in cerements, and of a thin-faced black-robed friar, who smote her upon the lips with his ivory crucifix, and cursed her for a blaspheming heretic. There before me was the man. Isabel de Siguenza had prayed that a fate like her own fate should befall him, and it was upon him now. Nor, indeed, remembering all that had been, was I minded to avert it, even if it had been in my power to do so. I stood by and let the victim pass. But as he passed, I spoke to him in Spanish, saying, "Remember that which may well be you have forgotten, Father. Remember now the dying prayer of Isabella de Siguenza, whom many years ago you did to death in Seville." The man heard me. He turned, livid beneath his bronze skin, and staggered until I thought that he would have fallen. He stared upon me, with terror in his eyes, to see, as he believed, a common sight enough, that of an Indian chief rejoicing at the death of one of his oppressors. "What the devil are you?" he said hoarsely. "Sent from hell to torment me at last?" "Remember the dying prayer of Isabella de Siguenza, whom you struck and cursed," I answered, mocking. "Seek not to know whence I am, but remember this only, now and forever." For a moment he stood still, heedless of the urgings of his tormentors. Then his courage came to him again, and he cried with a great voice, "Get thee behind me, Satan! What have I to fear from thee? I remember that dead sinner well. May her soul have peace. And her curse has fallen upon me. I rejoice that it should be so, for in the further side of yonder stone the gates of heaven open to my sight. Get thee behind me, Satan! What have I to fear from thee?" Crying thus, he staggered forward, saying, "O God, into thy hand I commend my spirit." May his soul have peace also, for if he was cruel, at least he was brave, and did not shrink beneath his torments which he had inflicted on many others. Now this was but a little matter, but its results were large. Had I saved Father Pedro from the hands of the Papas of the Otomie, it is likely enough that I should not today be right in this history here in the valley of Waveney. I do not know if I could have saved him. I only know that I did not try, and that because of his death great sorrows came upon me. Whether I was right or wrong, who can say? Those who judge my story may think that in this, as in other matters, I was wrong. Had they seen Isabella de Siguenza die within her living tomb, certainly they would hold that I was right. But for good or ill, matters came about as I have written. And it also came about that the new viceroy, sent from Spain, was stirred to anger at the murder of the friar by the rebellious and heathen people of the Otomie, and set himself to take vengeance on the tribe that wrought this deed. Soon tidings reached me that a great force of Tlascalans and other Indians were being collected to put an end to us, root and branch, and that with them marched more than 100 Spaniards, the expedition being under the command of none other than Captain Bernal Diaz, that same soldier whom I spared in the slaughter of the Noche Triste, and whose sword to this day hung at my side. Now we must needs prepare our defence, for our only hope lay in boldness. Once before the Spaniards had attacked us with thousands of their allies, and of their numbers but few had lived to look again on the camp of Cortes. What had been done could be done a second time, so said Otomi in the pride of her unconquerable heart. But alas, in 14 years things had changed much with us. 14 years ago we held sway over a great district of mountains, whose rude clans would send up their warriors in hundreds at our call. Now these clans had broken from our yoke, which was acknowledged by the people of the City of Pines alone, and those of some adjacent villages. When the Spaniards came down on me the first time, I was able to muster an army of 10,000 soldiers to oppose them. Now, with much toil, I could collect no more than between 2,000 and 3,000 men, and of those some slipped away as the hour of danger drew nigh. Still I must put a bold face on my necessities, and make what play I might with some forces as lay at my command, although in my heart I feared much for their issue. But of my fears I said nothing to Otomi, and if she felt any, she, on her part, buried them in her breast. In truth, I do believe her faith in me was so great that she thought my single wit enough to overmatch all the armies of the Spaniards. Now at length the enemy drew near, and I set my battle as I had done 14 years before, advancing down the pass by which alone they could approach us, with a small portion of my force, and stationing the remainder in 2 equal companies upon either brow of the beetling cliffs that overhung the road, having command to overwhelm the Spaniards with rocks hurled upon them from above, so soon as I was able to give the signal by flying before them down the pass. Other measures I took also, for seeing that do what I would, it well might happen that we should be driven back upon the city. I caused its walls and gates to be set in order, and garrisoned them. As a last resort too, I stored the lofty summit of the teocalli, which now that sacrifices were no longer offered there, was used as an arsenal for the material of war, with water and provisions, and fortified its sides by walls studded with volcanic glass, and by other devices, till it seemed well nigh impossible that any should be able to force them, while a score of men still lived to offer a defence. It was on one night in the early summer, having bid farewell to Otomi, and taking my son with me, for he was now of an age when, according to the Indian customs, lads are brought face to face with dangers of battle, that I dispatched the appointed companies to their stations on the brow of the precipice, and sallied into the darksome mouth of the pass with a few hundred men who were left to me. I knew by my spies that the Spaniards who were encamped on the further side would attempt its passage an hour before the daylight, trusting to find me asleep. And sure enough, on the following morning, so early that the first rays of the sun had not yet stained the lofty snows of the volcan Jaca, that towered behind us, a distant murmuring which echoed through the silence of the night told me that the enemy had begun his march. I moved down the pass to meet him easily enough. There was no stone in it that was not known to me and my men. But with the Spaniards it was otherwise, for many of them were mounted, and moreover they dragged with them 2 carronades. Time upon time these heavy guns remained fast in the boulder-strewn roadway, for in the darkness the slaves who drew them could find no places for the wheels to run on, till in the end the captains of the army, unwilling to risk a fight at so great a disadvantage, ordered them to halt until the day broke. At length the dawn came, and the light fell dimly upon the depths of the vast gulf, revealing the long ranks of the Spaniards clad in their bright armour, and the yet more brilliant thousands of their native allies, gorgeous in their painted helms and their glittering coats of feathers. They saw us also, and mocking at our poor array, their columns twisted forward like some huge snake in the crack of a rock, till they came to within 100 paces of us. Then the Spaniards raised their battle cry of St. Peter, and lance at rest, they charged us with their horses. We met them with a rain of arrows that checked them little, but not for long. Soon they were among us, driving us back at the point of their lances, and slaying many, for our Indian weapons could work little harm to men and horses clad in armour. Therefore we must fly, and indeed flight was my plan, for by it I hoped to lead the foe to that part of the defile where the road was narrow and the cliffs sheer, and they might be crushed by the stones which would hail on them from above. All went well. We fled. The Spaniards followed flushed with victory till they were fairly in the trap. Now a single boulder came rushing from on high, and falling on a horse, killed him, then rebounding, carried dismay and wounds to those behind. Another followed, and yet another, and I grew glad at heart, for it seemed to me that the danger was over, and that for the second time my strategy had succeeded. But suddenly from above there came a sound other than that of the rushing rocks, the sound of men joining in battle, that grew and grew till the air was full of its tumult. Then something whirled down from on high. I looked. It was no stone, but a man, one of my own men. Indeed, he was but as the first raindrop of a shower. Alas, I saw the truth. I had been outwitted. The Spaniards, old in war, could not be caught twice in such a trick. They advanced down the pass with their carronades, indeed, because they must, but first they sent great bodies of men to climb the mountains under shelter of the night, by secret paths which had been discovered to them, and there on its summit to deal with those who could stay their passage by hurling rocks upon them. And in truth they dealt with them but too well, for my men of the Otomi, lying on the verge of the cliff among the scrub of aloes and other prickly plants that grew there, watching the advance of the foe beneath, and never for a moment dreaming that foes might be upon their flank, were utterly surprised. Scarcely had they time to seize their weapons, which were laid at their sides that they might have greater freedom in the rolling of heavy masses of rocks, when the enemy, who outnumbered them by far, were upon them with a yell. Then came a fight, short but decisive. Too late I saw it all, and cursed the folly that had not provided against such chances, for indeed I never thought it possible that the forces of the Spaniards could find the secret trails upon the further side of the mountain, forgetting that treason makes most things possible. End of chapter 33. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 34 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 34. The Siege of the City of Pines. The battle was already lost. From 1,000 feet above us swelled the shouts of victory. The battle was lost, and yet I must fight on. As swiftly as I could, I withdrew those who were left to me to a certain angle in the path where a score of desperate men, for a while, hold back the advance of an army. Here I called for some to stand at my side, and many answered the call. Out of them I chose 50 men or more, bidding the rest run hard for the City of Pines, there to warn those who were left in garrison that the hour of danger was upon them, and should I fall, to conjure Otomi my wife to make the best resistance in her power, till, if it were possible, she could wring from the Spaniards a promise of safety for herself, her child, and her people. Meanwhile, I would hold the pass, so that time might be given to shut the gates and man the walls. With the main body of those who were left to me, I sent back my son, though he prayed hard to be allowed to stay with me. But seeing nothing before me except death, I refused him. Presently all were gone, and fearing a snare, the Spaniards came slowly and cautiously round the angle of the rock. And seeing so few men mustered to meet them, halted, for now they were certain that they had set a trap for them, since they did not think it possible that such a little band would venture to oppose their array. Here the ground lay so that only a few of them could come against us at one time, nor could they bring their heavy horses to bear on us, and even their arquebuses helped them but little. Also the roughness of the road forced them to dismount from their horses, so that if they could attack at all, it must be on foot. This, in the end, they chose to do. Many fell upon either side, though I myself received no wound, but in the end they drove us back. Inch by inch they drove us back, or rather those of us who were left, at the points of their long lances, till at length they forced us into the mouth of the pass, that is some 5 furlongs distance from what was once the wall of the City of Pines. To fight further was of no avail. Here we must choose between death and flight, and, as may be guessed, for wives' and children's sake, if not for our own, we chose to fly. Across the plain we fled like deer, and after us came the Spaniards and their allies like hounds. Happily the ground was rough with stones, so that their horses could not gallop freely, and thus it happened that some of us, or perhaps 20, gained the gates in safety. Of my army, not more than 500 in all lived to enter them again, and perchance there were as many left within the city. The heavy gates swung to, and scarcely were they barred with the massive beams of oak, when the foremost of the Spaniards rode up to them. My bow was still in my hand, and there was one arrow left in my quiver. I set it on the string, and drawing the bow with my full strength, I loosed the shaft through the bars of the gate, at a young and gallant-looking cavalier who rode the first of all. It struck him truly between the joint of the helm and the neckpiece, and stretching his arms out wide, he fell backwards over the crupper of his horse, to move no more. Then they withdrew, but presently one of their number came forward, bearing a flag of truce. He was a knightly-looking man, clad in rich armour, and watching him, it seemed to me that there was something in his bearing, and in the careless grace with which he sat on his horse, that was familiar to me. Reining up in the front of the gates, he raised his visor and began to speak. I knew him at once. Before me was de Garcia, my ancient enemy, of whom I had neither heard nor seen anything for hard upon 12 years. Time had touched him indeed, which was scarcely to be wondered at, for now he was a man of 60 or more. His peaked chestnut-coloured beard was streaked with grey, his cheeks were hollow, and at that distance his lips seemed like 2 thin red lines. But the eyes were as they had always been, bright and piercing, and the same cold smile played about his mouth. Without a doubt it was Garcia, who now, as at every crisis of my life, appeared to shape my fortunes to some evil end. And I felt as I looked upon him that the last and greatest struggle between us was at hand, and that before many days were sped, the ancient and accumulated hate of one or both of us would be buried for ever in the silence of death. How ill had fate dealt with me, now as always. But a few minutes before, when I set that arrow on the string, I had wavered for a moment, doubting whether to loose it at the young cavalier who lay dead, or at the knight who rode next to him. And see, I had slain the one whom I had no quarrel, and left my enemy unharmed. "Ho there!" cried de Garcia in Spanish. "I desire to speak with the leader of the rebel Otomi on behalf of the Captain Bernal Diaz, who commands this army." Now I mounted on the wall by means of a ladder which was at hand, and answered, "Speak on, I am the man you seek." "You know Spanish well, friend," said de Garcia, starting and looking at me keenly beneath his bent brows. "Say now, where did you learn it? And what is your name and lineage?" "I learned it, Juan de Garcia, from a certain Donna Luisa, whom you knew in your days of youth, and my name is Thomas Wingfield." Now de Garcia reeled in his saddle and swore a great oath. "Mother of God," he said, "years ago I was told that you had taken up your abode among some savage tribe, but since then I have been far, to Spain and back indeed, and I deemed that you were dead, Thomas Wingfield. My luck is good in truth, for it had been one of the great sorrows of my life that you have so often escaped me, renegade. Be sure that this time there shall be no escape." "I know well that there will be no escape for one or other of us, Juan de Garcia," I answered. "Now we play the last round of our game, but do not boast, for God alone knows to whom the victory shall be given. Oh, you have prospered long, but a day may be at hand when your prosperity shall cease with your breath. To your errand, Juan de Garcia." For a moment he sat silent, pulling at his beard, and watching him I thought I could see the shadow of a half-forgotten fear creep into his eyes. If so, it was soon gone, for lifting his head he spoke boldly and clearly. "This is my message to you, Thomas Wingfield, and to such of the Otomi dogs with whom you heard as we left alive today. The Captain Bernal Diaz offers you terms on behalf of His Excellency the Viceroy." "What are his terms?" I asked. "Merciful enough to such persistent rebels and heathens," he answered, sneering. "Surrender your city without condition, and the Viceroy, in his clemency, will accept the surrender. Nevertheless, lest you should say afterwards that faith has been broken with you, be it known to you that you shall not go unpunished for your many crimes. This is the punishment that shall be inflicted on you. All those who had part or parcel in the devilish murder of the holy saint Father Pedro shall be burned at the stake, and the eyes of all those who beheld it shall be put out. Such of the leaders of the Otomi as the judges may select shall be hanged publicly, among them yourself, Thomas Wingfield, and more particularly the woman Otomi, daughter of Montezuma, the late king. For the rest, the dwellers of the City of Pines must surrender their wealth into the treasury of the Viceroy, and they themselves, men, women, and children, shall be led from the city and be distributed according to the Viceroy's pleasure upon the estates of such as the Spanish settlers as he may select, there to learn the useful arts of husbandry and mining. These are the conditions of surrender, and I am commanded to say that an hour is given you in which to decide whether you accept or reject them. And if we reject them, then the Captain Bernal Diaz has orders to sack and destroy the city, and having given it over for 12 hours to the mercy of the Talascans and other faithful Indian allies, to collect those who may be living within it, and bring them to the city of Mexico, there to be sold as slaves. Good, I said. You shall have your answer in an hour. Now leaving the gate guarded, I hurried to the palace, sending messengers as I went to summon such of the council of the city as remained alive. At the door of the palace I met Otomi, who greeted me fondly, for after hearing of our disaster, she had hardly looked to see me again. Come with me to the hall of assembly, I said. There I will speak with you. We went to the hall, where the members of the council were already gathering. So soon as the most of them were assembled, there were but 8 in all. I repeated to them the words of de Garcia without comment. Then Otomi spoke, as being the first in rank she had a right to do. Twice before I had heard her address the people of the Otomi upon these questions of defence against the Spaniards. The first time, it may be remembered, was when we came as envoys from Quitloaha, Montezuma, her father's successor, to pray the aid of the children of the mountain against Cortes and the Tules. The second time was when, some 14 years ago, we had returned to the City of Pines as fugitives after the fall of TENOCTITLAN, and the populace, moved to fury by the destruction of nearly 20,000 of their soldiers, would have delivered us as a peace offering into the hands of the Spaniards. On each of these occasions, Otomi had triumphed by her eloquence, by the greatness of her name, and the majesty of her presence. Now things were far otherwise, and even had she not scorned to use them, such arts would have availed us nothing in this extremity. Now her great name was but a shadow, one of many waning shadows cast by an empire whose glory had gone forever. Now she used no passionate appeal to the pride and traditions of a doomed race. Now she was no longer young, and the first splendour of her womanhood had departed her. And yet, as with her son and mine at her side, she rose to address those 7 councillors, who, haggard with fear and hopeless in the grasp of fate, crouched in silence before her, their faces buried in their hands. I thought that Otomi had never seemed more beautiful, and that her words, simple as they were, had never been more eloquent. Friends, she said, you know the disaster that has overtaken us. My husband has given you the message of the Tules. Our case is desperate. We have but 1,000 men at most to defend the city, the homes of our forefathers, and we alone of the peoples of Anahuac still dare to stand in arms against the white man. Years ago I said to you, choose between death with honour and life with shame. Today again I say to you, choose. For me and mine there is no choice left, since whatever you decide, death must be our portion. But with you it is otherwise. Will you die fighting, or will you and your children serve your remaining years as slaves? For a while the 7 consulted together. Then their spokesman answered, Otomi, and you, Tule, We have followed your counsel for many years, and they have brought us but little luck. We do not blame you, for the gods of Anahuac have deserted us, as we have deserted them, and the gods alone stand between their men and their evil destiny. Whatever misfortunes we may have borne, you have shared in them, and so it is now at the end. Nor will we go back upon our words in this the last hour of the people of the Otomi. We have chosen. We have lived free with you, and still free. We will die with you. For like you, we hold that it is better for us and ours to perish as free men than to drag out the days beneath the yoke of the Tule. It is well, said Otomi. Now nothing remains for us except to seek a death so glorious that it shall be sung of in after days. Husband, you have heard the answer of the council. Let the Spaniards hear it also. So I went back to the wall, a white flag in my hand, and presently an envoy advanced from the Spanish camp to speak with me. Not de Garcia, but another. I told him in a few words that those who remained alive of the people of the Otomi would die beneath the ruins of their city like the children of TENOCTITLAN before them, but that while they had a spear to throw and an arm to throw it, they would never yield to the tender mercies of the Spaniard. The envoy returned to the camp, and within an hour the attack began. Bringing up the pieces of ordnance, the Spaniards set them within little more than 100 paces of the gates, and began to batter us with iron shot at their leisure, for our spears and arrows could scarcely harm them at such a distance. Still we were not idle, for seeing that the wooden gates must soon be down, we demolished houses on either side of them, and filled up the roadway with stones and rubbish. At the rear of the heap thus formed, I caused a great trench to be dug, which could not be passed by horsemen and ordnance till it was filled in again. All along the main street leading to the great square of the teocalli, I threw up other barricades, protected in the front and the rear by dikes, cut through the roadway, and in the case the Spaniards should try to turn our flank and force a passage through the narrow and tortuous lanes to the right and left, I also barricaded the 4 entrances to the great square or market-place. Till nightfall, the Spaniards bombarded the shattered remains of the gates and the earthworks behind them, doing no great damage beyond the killing of about a score of people by cannon shot and arquebus balls. But they attempted no assault that day. At length the darkness fell, and their fire ceased, but not so our labours. Most of the men must guard the gates and the weak spots in the walls, and therefore the building of the barricades was left chiefly to the women, working under my command and that of my captains. Otomi herself took a share in the toil, an example that was followed by every lady and indeed by every woman in the city, and there were many of them, for the women outnumbered the men among the Otomi, and moreover not a few of them had been made widows on that same day. It was a strange sight to see them in the glare of hundreds of torches split from the resin pine that gave its name to the city, as all night long they moved to and fro in lines, each of them staggering beneath the weight of a basket of earth or heavy stone, or dug with wooden spades at the hard soil, or laboured at the pulling down of houses. They never complained, but worked on sullenly and despairingly. No groan or tear broke from them, no, not even from those whose husbands and sons had been hurled that morning from the precipices of the pass. They knew that resistance would be useless, and that their doom was at hand. But no cry arose among them of surrender to the Spaniards. Those of them who spoke of the matter at all said with Otomi that it was better to die free than to die as slaves. But the most did not speak. The old and the young, mother, wife, and widow and maid, they laboured in silence, and their children laboured at their sides. Looking at them, it came into my mind that these silent, patient women were inspired by some common and desperate purpose that all knew of, but which none of them chose to tell. "Will you work so hard for your masters, the tools?" cried a voice in bitter mockery, as a file of them toiled past beneath their loads of stones. "Fool," answered the leader, a young and lovely lady of rank, "do the dead labour?" "Nay," said the ill jester, "but such as you are too fair for the tools to kill, and your years of slavery will be many. Say, how shall you escape them?" "Fool," answered the lady again, "does fire die from lack of fuel only, and must every man live till age takes him? We shall escape them thus," and casting down the torch she carried, she trod it into the earth with her sandal, and went on with her load. Then I was sure that they had some purpose, though I did not guess how desperate it was, and Otomi would tell me nothing of this woman's secret. "Otomi," I said to her that night when we met by chance, "I have ill news for you." "It must be bad indeed, husband, to be so named in such an hour," she answered. "De Garcia is among our foes." "I knew it, husband." "Well, how did you know it?" "By the hate written in your eyes," she answered. "It seems that his hour of triumph is at hand," I said. "Nay, beloved, not his, but yours. You shall triumph over de Garcia, but victory will cost you dear. I know it in my heart. Ask me not how or why. See, the queen puts on her crown," and she pointed to the Vulcan Jaca, whose snows grew rosy with the dawn. "And you must go to the gate, for the Spaniards will soon be stirring." As Otomi spoke, I heard a trumpet blare without the walls. Hurrying to the gates by the first light of day, I could see that the Spaniards were mustering their forces for attack. They did not come at once, however, but delayed till the sun was well up. Then they began to pour a furious fire upon the defences that reduced the shattered beams of the gates to powder, and even shook down the crest of the earthwork beyond them. Suddenly the firing ceased, and again a trumpet called. Now they charged us in a column, 1,000 or more Tlascalans leading the van, followed by the Spanish force. In 2 minutes, I who awaited them beyond it, together with some 300 warriors of the Otomi, saw their heads appear over the crest of the earthwork, and the fight began. Thrice we drove them back with our spears and arrows, but at the fourth charge the wave of men swept over our defence and poured into the dry ditch beyond. Now we were forced to fly to the next earthwork, for we could not hope to fight so many in the open street. With us, so soon as a passage had been made for their horse and ordnance, the enemy followed us. Here the fight was renewed, and this barricade being very strong, we held it for hard upon 2 hours, with much loss to ourselves and to the Spanish force. Again we retreated, and again we were assailed, and so the struggle went on throughout the livelong day. Every hour our numbers grew fewer and our arms fainter, but still we fought on desperately. At the last two barricades, hundreds of the women of the Otomie fought by the sides of their husbands and their brothers. The last earthwork was captured by the Spaniards, just as the sun sank. And under the shadow of the approaching darkness, those of us that remained alive fled to the refuge which we had prepared upon the teocalli. Nor was there any further fighting during that night. End of chapter 34. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 35 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 35. The Last Sacrifice of the Women of the Otomie. Here in the courtyard of the teocalli, by the light of the burning houses, for as they advanced the Spaniards fired the town, we mustered our array, to find that there were left to us in all some 400 fighting men, together with a crowd of nearly 2,000 women and children. Now, although this teocalli was not quite so lofty as that of the great temple of Mexico, its sides were steeper and everywhere laced with dressed stone, and the open space upon its summit was almost as great, measuring indeed more than 100 paces every way. This area was paved with blocks of marble, and in its centre stood the temple of the war god, where the statue still sat, although no worship had been offered to him for many years, the stone of sacrifice, the altar of fire, and the storehouses of the priests. Moreover, in front of the temple, and between it and the stone of sacrifice, was a deep cemented hole, the size of a large room, which once had been used as the place for the safe keeping of the grain in times of famine. This pit I had caused to be filled with water, borne with great toil to the top of the pyramid, and in the temple itself I stored a great quantity of food, so that we had no cause to fear present death from thirst or famine. But now we were face to face with a new trouble. Large as was the summit of the pyramid, it would not give shelter to a half of our numbers, and if we desired to defend it, some of the multitude herded round its base must seek refuge elsewhere. Calling the leaders of the people together, I put the matter before them in a few words, leaving them to decide what must be done. They in turn consulted amongst themselves, and at length gave me this answer, that it was agreed that all the wounded and aged there, together with most of the children, and with them any others who wished to go, should leave the teocalli that night, to find their way out of the city, if they could, or if not, to trust to the mercy of the Spaniards. I said it was well, for death was on every side, and it mattered little which way men turned to meet it. So they were sorted out, 1,500 or more of them, and at midnight the gates of the courtyard were thrown open, and they left. Oh, it was dreadful to see the farewells that took place in that hour. Here a daughter clung to the neck of her aged father. Here husbands and wives bade each other a last farewell. Here mothers kissed their little children, and on every side rose up the sounds of bitter agony, the agony of those who parted forever. I buried my face in my hands, wondering, as I had often wondered before, how a God whose name is mercy can bear to look upon sights that break the hearts of sinful men to witness. Presently I raised my eyes and spoke to Otomie, who was at my side, asking her if she would not send our son away with the others, passing him off for some child of common people. "Nay, husband," she answered. "It is better for him to die with us than to live as a slave of the Spaniards." At length it was over, and the gates had shut behind the last of them. Soon we heard the distant challenge of the Spanish sentries as they perceived them, and the sound of shots, followed by cries. "Oh, doubtless the Tlascalans are massacring them," I said. But it was not so. When a few had been killed, the leaders of the Spaniards found that they waged war upon an unarmed mob, made up of the most part of aged people, women and children, and their commander, Bernal Diaz, a merciful man if a rough one, ordered that the onslaught should cease. Indeed, he did more, for when all the able-bodied men, together with such children as were sufficiently strong to bear the fatigues of travel, had been sorted out to be sold as slaves, he suffered the rest of that melancholy company to depart whither they would. And so they went, though what became of them I do not know. That night we spent in the courtyard of the teocalli, but before it was light I caused the women and children who remained with us, perhaps some 600 in all, for very few of the former who were unmarried, or who were married were still young and comely, had chosen to desert our refuge, to ascend the pyramid, guessing that the Spaniards would attack us at dawn. I stayed, however, with 300 fighting men that were left to me, 100 or more having thrown themselves upon the mercy of the Spaniards, with the refugees, to await the Spanish onset under shelter of the walls of the courtyard. At dawn it began, and by midday, do what we could to stay it, the wall was stormed, and leaving nearly 100 dead and wounded behind me, I was driven to the winding way that led to the summit of the pyramid. Here they assaulted us again, but the road was steep and narrow, and their numbers gave no great advantage on it, so that the end of it was that we beat them back with loss, and there was no more fighting that day. The night which followed we spent upon the summit of the pyramid, and for my part I was so weary that after I had eaten I never slept more soundly. Next morning the struggle began anew, and this time with better success to the Spaniards. Inch by inch, under cover of the heavy fire from the arquebuses and pieces, they forced us upwards and backward. All day long the fight continued upon the narrow road that wound from stage to stage of the pyramid. At length, as the sun sank, a company of our foes, their advance guard, with shouts of victory, emerged upon the flat of the summit, and rushed towards the temple in its centre. All this while the women had been watching, but now one of them sprang up, crying with a loud voice, "Seize them! They are but a few!" Then, with a fearful scream of rage, the mob of women cast themselves upon the weary Spaniards and Tlascalans, bearing them down by the weight of their numbers. Many of them were slain indeed, but in the end the women conquered, aye, and made their victims captive, fastening them with cords to the rings of copper that were let into the stones of the pavement, to which in former days those doomed to sacrifice had been secured, when their numbers were so great that the priests feared lest they should escape. I and the soldiers with me watched this sight wondering. Then I cried out, "What, men of the Otomi, shall it be said that our women outdid us in courage?" And without further ado, followed by 100 or more of my companions, I rushed desperately down the steep and narrow path. At the first corner we met the main array of Spaniards and their allies, coming up slowly, for now they were sure of victory, And so great was the shock of our encounter that many of them were hurled over the edge of the path to roll down the steep sides of the pyramid. Seeing the fate of their comrades, those behind them halted, then began to retreat. Presently the weight of our rush struck them also, and they in turn pushed upon those below, till at length panic seized them, and with a great crying, the long line of men that wound round and round the pyramid from its base almost to its summit, sought safety in flight. But some of them found none, for the rush of those above, pressing with ever-increasing force upon their friends below, drove many to their death, since here on the pyramid there was nothing to cling to, and if once a man lost his foothold on the path, his fall was broken only when his body reached the court beneath. Thus, in 15 short minutes, all that the Spaniards had won this day was lost again, for except the prisoners at its summit, none of them remained alive upon the teocalli. Indeed, so great a terror took them, that bearing with them their dead and wounded, they retreated under cover of the night to their camp, without the walls of the courtyard. Oh, now weary but triumphant, we wended back towards the crest of the pyramid. But as I turned the corner of the second angle that was perhaps nearly 100 feet above the level of the ground, a thought struck me, and I set those with me a task. Loosening the blocks of stone that formed the edge of the roadway, we rolled them down the sides of the pyramid, and so laboured on removing layer upon layer of stones and of the earth beneath, till where the path had been was nothing but a yawning gap 30 feet or more in width. Now, I said, surveying our handiwork by the light of the rising moon, that Spaniard who would win our nest must first find wings to fly with. Aye, Teule, answered one at my side, but say what wings shall we find? The wings of death, I said grimly, and went on my upward way. It was near midnight when I reached the temple, for the labour of levelling the road took many hours, and food had been sent to us from above. As I drew nigh, I was amazed to hear the sound of solemn chanting, and still more was I amazed when I saw that the doors of the temple of Huitzil were open, and that the sacred fire, which had not shone there for many years, once more flared fiercely upon his altar. I stood still, listening. Did my ears trick me, or did I hear the dreadful sound of sacrifice? Nay, again its wild refrain rang out upon the silence. To thee we sacrifice, save us, Huitzil, Huitzil, Lord God. I rushed forward, and turning the angle of the temple, I found myself face to face with the past. For there, as in bygone years, were the Pabbas clad in their black clothes, their long hair hanging about their shoulders, their dreadful knife of glass fixed in their girdles. There, to the right of the stone of sacrifice, were those destined to the god, and there being led towards it was the first victim, a Talascan prisoner, his limbs held by men clad in dress of priest. Near him, arrayed in the scarlet robe of sacrifice, stood one of my captains, who I remembered had once served as a priest of Tezcat before idolatry was forbidden in the City of Pines, and around were a wide circle of women that watched, and from whose lips swelled the awful chant. Now I understood it all. In their last despair, maddened by the loss of fathers, husbands and children, by their cruel fate, and standing face to face with certain death, the fire of the old faith had burnt up in their savage hearts. There was the temple, There were the stone and implements of sacrifice, and there on the hands were the victims taken in war. They would glut a last revenge. They would sacrifice to their fathers' gods, as their fathers had done before them, and the victims should be taken from their own victorious foes. Aye, they must die, but at least they would seek the mansions of the sun, made holy by the blood of the accursed Tuel. I have said that it was the women who sang this chant and glared so fiercely upon their victims, but I have not yet told you all the horror of what I saw. For in the forefront of their circle, clad in white robes, the necklet of great emeralds, Guatemoc's gift, flashing upon her breast, the plumes of royal green set in her hair, giving the time of the death chant with a little wand, stood Montezuma's daughter, Artemi, my wife. Never had I seen her look so beautiful or so dreadful. It was not Artemi whom I saw, for where was the tender smile, and where the gentle eyes? Here before me was a living vengeance, wearing the shape of woman. In an instant I guessed the truth, though I did not know it all. Artemi, who, although she was not of it, had ever favoured the Christian faith, Artemi, who for years had never spoken of these dreadful rites except with anger, whose every act was love, and whose every word was kindness, was still in her soul an idolater and a savage. She had hidden this side of her heart from me well through all these years. Perchance she herself had scarcely known its secret, for but twice I had seen anything of the buried fierceness of her blood. The first time was when Marina had brought her a certain robe in which she might escape from the camp of Cortes, and she had spoken to Marina of that robe. And the second, when on this same day she had played her part to the Talascan, and had struck him down with her own hand as he bent over me. All this, and much more, passed through my mind in that brief moment, while Artemi marked the time of the death chant, and the Pabas dragged the Talascan to his doom. The next I was at her side. "What passes here?" I asked sternly. Artemi looked on me with a cold wonder and empty eyes, as though she did not know me. "Go back, white man," she answered. "It is not lawful for strangers to mingle in our rites." Oh, I stood bewildered, not knowing what to do, while the flame burned and the chant went up before the effigy of Huitzel, of the demon Huitzel, awakened after many years of sleep. Again and yet again the solemn chant arose, Artemi beating time with her little rod of ebony, and again and yet again the cry of triumph rose to the silent stars. Now I awoke from my dream, for as an evil dream it seemed to me, and drawing my sword I rushed towards the priest at the altar to cut him down. But though the men stood still, the women were too quick for me. Before I could lift the sword, before I could even speak a word, they had sprung upon me like jaguars of their own forest, and like jaguars they hissed and growled into my ears. "Get you gone, Tuel," they said, "lest we stretch you on the stone with your brethren." And still hissing, they pushed me thence. I drew back and thought for a while in the shadow of the temple. My eye fell upon the long line of victims awaiting their turn of sacrifice. There were 31 of them still alive, and of these 5 were Spaniards. I noticed that the Spaniards were chained, the last of all the line. It seemed that the murderers would keep them till the end of the feast. Indeed, I discovered that they were all to be offered up at the rising of the sun. How could I save them, I wondered. My power was gone. The women could not be moved from their work of vengeance. They were mad with their sufferings. As well might a man try to snatch her prey from a puma robbed of her whelps as to turn them from their purpose. With the men it was otherwise, however. Some of them mingled in the orgy, indeed, but more stood aloof, watching with a fearful joy the spectacle in which they did not share. Near me was a man, a noble of the Otomie, of something more of my own age. He had always been my friend, and after me he commanded the warriors of the tribe. I went to him and said, "Friend, for the sake of the honour of your people, help me to end this." "I cannot, Chul," he answered, "and beware how you meddle in the play, for none will stand by you. Now the women have power, and you see they use it. They are about to die, but before they die they will do as their fathers did, for their strait is sore, and though they have been put aside, the old customs are not forgotten." "At least can we not save the Chuls?" I answered. "Why should you wish to save the Chuls? Will they save us some few days hence, when we are in their power?" "Well, perhaps not," I said, "but if we must die, let us die clean from this shame. What then do you wish me to do, Chul?" "This. I would have you find some 3 or 4 men who are not fallen into this madness, and with them aid me to loose the Chuls, for we cannot save the others. If this may be done, surely we can lower them with ropes from the point where the road is broken away, down to the path beneath, and thus they may escape to their own people." "I will try," he answered, shrugging his shoulders, "not from any tenderness towards the accursed Chuls, whom I could well bear to see stretched upon the stone, but because it is your wish, and for the sake of the friendship between us." Then he went, and presently I saw several men place themselves, as though by chance, between the spot where the last of the line of Indian prisoners and the first of the Spaniards were made fast, in such a fashion as to hide them from the sight of the maddened women, engrossed as they were in their orgies. Now I crept up to the Spaniards. They were squatted upon the ground, bound by their hands and feet to the copper rings in the pavement. There they sat silently awaiting the dreadful doom, their faces grey with terror, and their eyes starting from their sockets. "Sst!" I whispered in Spanish into the ear of the first, an old man whom I knew as one who had taken part in the wars of Cortes. "Would you be saved?" He looked up quickly, and said in a hoarse voice, Who are you that talk of saving us? Who can save us from these she-devils?" "I am a Chul, a man of white blood, and a Christian, and alas, I must say it, the captain of this savage people. With the aid of some few men who are faithful to me, I purpose to cut your bonds, and afterwards you shall see. Know, Spaniard, that I do this at great risk, for if we are caught, it is a chance that I myself shall have to suffer those things from which I hope to rescue you." "Be assured, Chul," answered the Spaniard, "that if we should get safe away, we shall not forget this service. Save our lives now, and the time may come when we shall pay you back with yours. But even if we are loosed, how can we cross the open space in this moonlight and escape the eyes of those furies?" "We must trust to chance for that," I answered, and as I spoke, fortune helped us strangely, for by now the Spaniards in their camp below had perceived what was going forward to the crest of the teocalli. A yell of horror rose from them, and instantly they opened fire upon us with their pieces and arquebuses. though because of the shape of the pyramid and their position beneath it, the storm of shot swept over us, doing us little or no hurt. Also, a great company of them poured across the courtyard, hoping to storm the temple, for they did not know the road had been broken away. Now, though the rites of sacrifice never ceased, what with the roar of the cannon, the shouts of rage and terror from the Spaniards, and the hiss of musket balls, and the crackling of fire from houses which they had fired to give them more light, and the sound of chanting, the turmoil and confusion grew so great as to render the carrying out of my purpose easier than I hoped. By this time my friend, the captain of the Otomi, was at my side, and with him several men who he could trust. Stooping down, with a few swift blows of a knife, I cut the ropes which bound the Spaniards. Then we gathered ourselves into a knot, 12 or more of us, and in the centre of the knot we set the 5 Spaniards. This done, I drew my sword and cried, "The Teules storm the temple!" which was true, for already their line was rushing up the winding path. "The Teules storm the temple! I go to stop them!" And straightway we sped across the open space. None saw us, or if they saw us, none hindered us, for all the company were intent upon the consummation of a flesh sacrifice. Moreover, the tumult was such, as I afterwards discovered, that we were scarcely noticed. 2 minutes passed, and our feet were set upon the winding way. And now I breathed again, for we were beyond the sight of the women. On we rushed, swiftly as the cramped limbs of the Spaniards could carry them, till presently we reached the at-angle of the path where the breach began. The attacking Spaniards had already come to the further side of the gap, for though we could not see them, we could hear their cries of rage and despair as they halted helplessly, and understood that their comrades were beyond their aid. "Now we are sped," said that Spaniard with whom I had spoken. "The road is gone, and it must be certain death to try the other side of the pyramid." "Not so," I answered. "Some 50 feet below the path still runs, and one by one we will lower you to it with this rope." Then we set to work, making the cord fast beneath the arms of a soldier, and let him down gently till he came to the path, and was received there by his comrades as a man returned from the dead. The last to be lowered was that Spaniard with whom I had spoken. "Farewell," he said, "and may the blessings of God be on you for this act of mercy, renegade though you are. Say now, will you not come with me? I set my life and honour to pledge for your safety. You tell me that you are still a Christian man. Is that a place for Christians?" And he pointed upwards. "No, indeed," I answered, "but still I cannot come, for my wife and son are there, and I must return to die with them if need be. If you bear me any gratitude, strive to return to save their lives, since for my own I care but little." "That I will," he said, and then we let him down among his friends, whom he reached in safety. Now we returned to the temple, giving it out that the Spaniards were in retreat, having failed to cross the breach of the roadway. Here before the temple the orgy still went on, but 2 Indians remained alive, and the priest of sacrifice grew weary. "Where are the Teules?" cried a voice. "Swift! Strip them for the altar!" But the Teules were gone, nor, search where they would, could they find them. "Their God has taken them beneath his wing," I said, speaking from the shadow in a feigned voice. "Their God has taken them beneath his wings," I said, speaking from the shadow in a feigned voice. "Huitzel cannot prevail before the gods of the Teules." Then I slipped aside, so that none knew it was I who had spoken. But the cry was up and echoed far and wide. "The God of the Christians has hidden them beneath his wing. Let us make merry with those whom he rejects," said the cry, and the last of the captives were dragged away. Now, I thought that all was finished, but this was not so. I have spoken of the secret purpose which I read in the sullen eyes of the Indian women as we laboured on the barricades, and I was about to see its execution. Madness still burned in the hearts of these women. They had accomplished their sacrifice, but their festival was still to come. They drew themselves away to the further side of the pyramid, and, heedless of the shots which now and again pierced the breast of one of them, for here they were exposed to the Spanish fire, remained a while in preparation. With them went the priests of sacrifice, but now, as before, the rest of the men stood in sullen groups, watching what befell, but lifting no hand or voice to hinder its hellishness. One woman did not go with them, and that woman was Otomi, my wife. She stood by the stone of sacrifice. Oh, a piteous sight to see! For her frenzy, or rather her madness, had outworn itself, and she was as she had ever been. There stood Otomi, gazing with wide and horror-stricken eyes now at the tokens of this unholy rite, and now at her own hands, as though she thought to see them red, and shuddered at the thought. I drew near to her and touched her on the shoulder. She turned swiftly, gasping, "Husband! Oh, husband!" "It is I," I answered, "but call me husband no more." "Oh, what have I done?" she wailed, and fell senseless in my arms. And here I will add what at that time I knew nothing of, for it was told me in after years by the rector of this parish, a very learned man, though one of very narrow mind. Had I known it, indeed, I should have spoken more kindly to Otomi, my wife, even in that hour, and thought more gently of her wickedness. It seems, so said my friend the rector, that from the most ancient times, those women who have bent the knee of demon gods, such as were the gods of Anahuac, were subject at any time to become possessed by them, even after they have abandoned their worship, and to be driven in their frenzy to the working of the greatest crimes. Thus, among other instances, he told me that a Greek poet named Theocritus sets out in one of his idylls how a woman named Agave, being engaged in a secret religious orgy in honour of a demon named Dionysus, perceived her own son Pentheus watching the celebration of the mysteries, and thereon, becoming possessed by the demon, she fell on him and murdered him, being aided by the other women. For this the poet, who was also a worshipper of Dionysus, gave her great honour and not reproach, seeing that she did the deed at the behest of his god, a deed not to be blamed. Now I write of this for a reason, though it has nothing to do with me, for it seems that as Dionysus possessed Agave, driving her to unnatural murder, so did Huitzel possess Otomi, and indeed she said as much to me afterwards. For I am sure that if the devils whom the Greeks worshipped had such power, a still greater strength was given to those of Anahuac, who among all fiends were the first. If this be so, as I believe, it was not Otomi that I saw at the rites of sacrifice, but rather the demon Huitzel, whom she once worshipped, and who had power, therefore, to enter into her body for a while in place of her own spirit. End of chapter 35. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 36 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 36. The Surrender. Taking Otomie in my hands, I bore her to one of the storehouses attached to the temple. Here many children had been placed for safety, and among them my own son. "What ails our mother, father?" said the boy. "And why did she shut me in here with these children, when it seems that there is fighting without?" "Your mother has fainted," I answered, "and doubtless she placed you here to keep you safe. Now do you tend her till I return." "I will do so," answered the boy. "But surely it would be better that I, who am almost a man, should be without, fighting the Spaniards at your side, rather than within, nursing sick women." "Do as I bid, son," I said, "and I charge you not to leave this place until I come for you again." Now I passed out of the storehouse, shutting the door behind me. A minute later I wished that I had stayed where I was, since on the platform my eyes were greeted by a sight more dreadful than any that had gone before. For there, advancing towards us, were the women divided into 4 great companies, some of them bearing infants in their arms. They came singing and leaping, many of them naked to the middle. Nor was this all, for in front of them ran the pabas, and such of the women themselves as were persons in authority. These leaders, male and female, ran and leaped and sang, calling upon the names of their demon gods, and celebrating the wickedness of their forefathers, while after them poured the howling troops of women. To and fro they rushed, now making obeisance to the statue of Huitzel, now prostrating themselves before the hideous sister, the goddess of death, who sat beside him, adorned with her carven necklace of men's skulls and hands, now bowing around the stone of sacrifice, and now thrusting their bare arms into the flames of the holy fire. For an hour or more they celebrated this ghastly carnival, of which even I, versed as I was in the Indian customs, could not fully understand the meaning. And then, as though some single impulse had possessed them, they withdrew to the centre of the open space, and forming themselves into a double circle, within which stood the pabas, of a sudden they burst into a chant so wild and shrill that as I listened my blood curdled in my veins. Even now the burden of that chant with the vision of those who sang it sometimes haunts my sleep at night, but I will not write it here. Let him who reads imagine all that is most cruel in the heart of man, and every terror of the evilest dream, adding to these some horror-ridden tale of murder, ghosts and inhuman vengeance. Then, if he can, let him shape the whole in words, and, as in a glass darkly, perchance he may mirror the spirit of that last ancient song of the women of the Otomie, with its sobs and cries of triumph, and its death wailings. Even as they sang, step by step they drew backwards, and with them went the leaders of each company, their eyes fixed upon the statues of their gods. Now they were but a segment of a circle, for they did not advance towards the temple. Backwards and outwards they went with a slow and solemn tramp. There was but one line of them now, for those in the second ring filled the gaps in the first as it widened. Still they drew on till at length they stood on the sheer edge of the platform. Then the priests and the women leaders took their place among them, and for a moment there was silence, until at a signal, one and all, they bent them backwards. Standing thus, their long hair waving in the wind, the lights of burning houses flaring upon their breasts, and in their maddened eyes they burst into the cry of, "Save us, Huitzel! Receive us, Lord God, our home!" Thrice they cried it, each time more shrilly than before. Then suddenly they were gone. The women of the Otomi were no more. With their own self-slaughter, they had consummated the last celebration of the rites of sacrifice that ever should be held in the city of pines. The devil gods were dead, and their worshippers with them. A low murmur ran round the lips of the men who watched. Then one cried, and his voice rang strangely in the sudden silence. "May the wives, the women of the Otomi, rest softly in the houses of the sun. For of a surety they teach us how to die." "Aye," I answered, "but not thus. Let women do self-murder. Our foes have swords for the hearts of men." I turned to go, and before me stood Otomi. "What has befallen?" she said. "Where are my sisters? Oh, surely I have dreamed an evil dream. I dreamed that the gods of my forefathers were strong once more, and that once more they drank the blood of men." "Your ill dream has a worse awakening, Otomi," I answered. "The gods of hell are still strong indeed in this accursed land, and they have taken your sisters into their keepings." "Is it so?" she whispered softly. "Yet in my dream it seemed to me that this was their last strength, ere they sink into death unending. Look yonder!" And she pointed towards the snowy crest of the Vulcan Jaka. I looked, but whether I saw the sight of which I am about to tell, or whether it was but an imagining born of the horrors of the most hideous night, in truth I cannot say. At the least I seemed to see this, and afterwards there were some among the Spaniards who swore that they had witnessed it also. On Jaka's lofty summit, now as always, stood a pillar of fiery smoke, and while I gazed, to my vision the smoke and the fire separated themselves. Out of the fire was fashioned a cross of flame that shone like lightning and stretched for many a rod across the heavens, its base resting upon the mountain top. At its foot rolled the clouds of smoke, and now these took forms vast and terrifying, such forms indeed as those that sat in stone within the temple behind me, but magnified 100-fold. "See," said Otomi again, "the cross of your God shines above the shapes of mine, the lost gods, whom tonight I worship though not of my own will." Then she turned and went. For some few moments I stood very much afraid, gazing upon the vision of Jacques's snow. Then suddenly the rays of the rising sun smote it, and it was gone. Now for 3 days more we held out against the Spaniards, for they could not come at us, and their shot swept over our heads harmlessly. During these days I had no talk with Otomie, for we shrank from one another. Hour by hour she would sit in the storehouse of the temple, a very picture of desolation. Twice I tried to speak with her, my heart being moved to pity by the dumb torment in her eyes. But she turned her head from me and made no answer. Soon it came to the knowledge of the Spaniards that we had enough food and water upon the teocalli to enable us to live there for a month or more, and seeing that there was no hope of capturing the place by force of arms, they called a parley with us. I went down to the breach in the roadway and spoke with their envoy, who stood upon the path below. At first the terms offered were that we should surrender at discretion. To this I answered that sooner than do so we would die where we were. Their reply was that if we would give over all who had taken part in any human sacrifice, the rest of us might go free. To this I said that the sacrifice had been carried out by women and some few men, and that all of these were dead by their own hands. They asked if Otomie was also dead. I told them no, but that I would never surrender unless they swore that neither she nor her son should be harmed, but rather that together with myself they should be given a safe conduct to go whither we willed. Oh, this they refused, but in the end I won the day, and a parchment was thrown up to me on the point of a lance. This parchment, which was signed by the Captain Bernal Diaz, set out that in consideration of the part that I and some men of the Otomie had played in rescuing the Spanish captives from death by sacrifice, a pardon was granted to me, my wife and child, and all upon the teocalli, with liberty to go whithersoever we would unharmed, our lands and wealth being however declared forfeit to the Viceroy. Well, with these terms I was well content. Indeed, I had never hoped to win any that would leave us our lives and liberty. And yet, for my part, death had been almost as welcome, for now Otomie had built a wall between us that I could never climb, and I was bound to her, to a woman who, willingly or no, had stained her hands with sacrifice. Well, my son was left to me, and with him I must be satisfied. At the least he knew nothing of his mother's shame. Oh, I thought to myself as I climbed the teocalli, oh, that I could but escape far from this accursed land, and bear him with me to the English shores, ay, and Otomie also, for there she might forget that once she had been a savage. Alas, it could scarcely be. Coming to the temple, I and those with me told the good tidings to our companions, who received it silently. Men of a white race would have rejoiced thus to escape, for when death is near, all loss seems as nothing. But with these Indian people it is not so, since when fortune frowns upon them, they do not cling to life. These men of the Otomie had lost their country, their wives, their wealth, their brethren, and their homes. Therefore life, with freedom to wander whither they would, seemed no great thing to them. So they met the boon that I had won from the mercy of our foes. As had matters gone otherwise, they would have met the bane in sullen silence. I came to Otomi, and to her also I told the news. I had hoped to die where I am, she answered. But so be it. Death is always to be found. Only my son rejoiced, because he knew that God had saved us all from the death by sword or hunger. Father, he said, the Spaniards have given us life, but they take our country and drive us out of it. Well, where then shall we go? I do not know, my son, I answered. Father, the lad said again, let us leave this land of Anahuac, where there is nothing but Spaniards and sorrow. Let us find a ship and sail across the seas to England, our own country. Oh, the boy spoke my very thought, and my heart leapt at the words, though I had no plan to bring the matter about. I pondered a moment, looking at Otomi. The thought is good, Jule, she said, answering my unspoken question. For you and for our son there is no better. But for myself I will answer in the proverb of my people. The earth that bears us lies lightest on our bones. Then she turned, making ready to quit the storehouse of the temple, where we had been lodged during the siege, and no more was said about the matter. Before the sun set, a weary throng of men, with some few women and children, were marching across the courtyard that surrounded the pyramid, for a bridge of timbers taken from the temple had been made over the breach in the roadway that wound about its side. At the gates the Spaniards were waiting to receive us. Some of them cursed us, some mocked, but those of the nobler sort said nothing, for they pitied our flight and respected us for our courage we had shown in the last struggle. Their Indian allies were there also, and these grinned like unfed pumas, snarling and whimpering for our lives, till their masters kicked them to silence. The last act of the fall of Anahuac was as the first had been. Dog still ate dog, leaving the goodly spoil to the lion who watched. At the gates we were sorted out. The men of small condition, together with the children, were taken from the ruined city by an escort and turned loose upon the mountains, while those of note were brought to the Spanish camp to be questioned there before they were set free. I, with my wife and son, was led to the palace, our old home, there to learn the will of Captain Diaz. It is but a little way to go, and yet there was something to be seen in the path. For as we walked I looked up, and before me, standing with folded arms and apart from all men, was de Garcia. I had scarcely thought of him for some days, so full had my mind been of other matters. But at the sight of his evil face, I remembered that while this man lived, sorrow and danger must be my bedfellows. He watched us pass, taking note of all. Then he called to me, who walked last. "Farewell, cousin Wingfield. You have lived through this bout also, and won a free pardon, you, your woman, and your brat together. If the old warhorse, who is set over us as a captain, had listened to me, you should have been burned at the stake, every one of you. But so it is. Farewell for a while, friend. I am away to Mexico to report these matters to the Viceroy, who may have a word to say." I made no answer, but asked of our conductor, that same Spaniard whom I had saved from the sacrifice, what the senior meant by his words. "This, Jew, that there has been a quarrel between our comrade Sarceda and our captain. The former would have granted you no terms, or failing this would have decoyed you from your stronghold with false promises, and then have put you to the sword, as infidels with whom no oath is binding. But the captain would not have it so, for he said that faith must be kept even with the heathen, and we whom you had saved cried shame on him. And so words ran high, and in the end the senior Sarceda, who is a third in command among us, declared that he should have no party to his peacemaking, but would be gone to Mexico with his servants, there to report to the viceroy. Then the Captain Diaz bade him be gone to hell if he wished, and report to the devil, saying that he had always believed that he had escaped thence by mistake, and they parted in wrath, who, since the day of Nostrist, never loved each other much. The end of it being that Sarceda rides to Mexico within an hour, to make what mischief he can at the Viceroy's court, and I think that you are well rid of him. "Father," said my son to me, "who is that Spaniard who looks so cruelly upon us?" "Oh, that is he of whom I have told you, son, de Garcia, who has been the curse of our race for 2 generations, who betrayed your grandfather to the Holy Office and murdered your grandmother, who put me to torture and whose ill deeds are not done yet. Beware of him, son, now and ever, I beseech you." Now we will come to the palace, almost the only house that was left standing in the City of Pines. Here an apartment was made to us at the end of the long building, and presently a command was brought to us that I and my wife should wait upon the Spanish Captain Diaz. So we went, though Otomie desired to stay behind, leaving our son alone in the chamber where food had been brought to him. I remember that I kissed him before I left, though I don't know what moved me to do so, unless it was because I thought that he might be asleep when I returned. The Captain Diaz had his quarters at the other end of the palace, some 200 paces away. Presently we stood before him. He was rough-looking, thick-set man, well on in years, with bright eyes and an ugly, honest face, like the face of a peasant who has toiled a lifetime in all weathers. Only the fields that Diaz tilled were fields of war, and his harvest had been the lives of men. Just then he was joking with some common soldiers in the strain scarcely suited to nice ears, but so soon as he saw us, he ceased and came forward. I saluted him after the Indian fashion by touching the earth with my hand, for what was I but an Indian captive? "Your sword," he said briefly, as he scanned me with his quick eyes. I unbuckled it from my side and handed it to him, saying in Spanish, "Take it, Captain, for you have conquered, also it does come back to its owner." For this was the same sword that I had captured from one Bernal Diaz in the fray of Nostrist. He looked at it, then swore a great oath and said, "I thought it could be no other man, and so we meet again thus after so many years. Well, you gave me my life once, and I am glad that I have lived to pay the debt. Had I not been sure it was you, you had not won such easy terms, friend. How are you named? Nay, I know what the Indians call you. I am named Wingfield." "Friend Wingfield, then, for I tell you that I would have sat beneath yonder devil's house," and he nodded towards the teocalli, "till you starved upon its top Nay, friend Wingfield, take back the sword. I suited myself with another many years ago, and you have used this one gallantly. Never have I seen Indians take a better fight. And so, that is Otomi, Montezuma's daughter, and your wife. Still handsome and loyal, I see. Lord, Lord, it is many years ago, and yet it seems but yesterday that I saw her father die. A Christian-hearted man, though no Christian, and one whom we dealt ill with. May God forgive us all. Well, madam, none can say that you have a Christian heart. If a certain tale that I have heard of what passed yonder some 3 nights since is true. But we will speak no more of it, for the savage blood will show. And you are pardoned for your husband's sake, who saved my comrades from the sacrifice. To all this Otomi listened, standing like a statue, but she never answered a word. Indeed, she had spoken very rarely since that dreadful night of her unspeakable shame. And now, friend Wingfield, went on Captain Diaz, what is your purpose? You are free to go where you will. Whither then will you go? I do not know, I answered. Years ago, when the Aztec Emperor gave my life and this princess my wife in marriage, I swore to be faithful to him and his cause, and to fight for them till Popo ceased to vomit smoke, till there was no king in Tenochtitlan, and the people of Anahuac were no more a people. Then you are quit of your oath, friend, for all these things have come about, and there has been no smoke on Popo for these 2 years. Now, if you will be advised by me, you will turn Christian again, and enter the service of Spain. But come, let us supper. We can talk of these matters afterwards. So we sat down to eat by the light of torches, in the banqueting hall with Bernal Diaz and some other of the Spaniards. Otomi would have left us, and though the captain bade her stay, she ate nothing, and presently slipped away from the chamber. End of chapter 36. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 37 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 37. Vengeance. During that meal, Bernal Diaz spoke of our first meeting on the causeway, and of how I had gone near to killing him in error, thinking that he was Sarceda, and then he asked me what was my quarrel with Sarceda. In as few words as possible, I told him the story of my life, and of all the evil that de Garcia, or Sarceda, had worked upon me and mine, and of how it was through him that I was in this land that day. Oh, he listened amazed. "Holy Mother," he said at length, "I always knew him for a villain, but that, if you do not lie, friend Wingfield, he could be such a man as this, I do not know. Now, by my word, had I heard this tale an hour ago, Sarceda would not have left this camp till he had entered it, or cleared himself by combat with you. But I fear it is too late. He was to leave for Mexico at the rising of the moon, to stir up mischief against me, because I granted you terms. Not that I fear him there, where his repute is small. I do not lie indeed, I answered. Much of this tale I can prove if need be, and I can tell you I would give half the life that is left to me to stand face to face in open fight with him again. Ever has he escaped me, and the score between us is long. Now, as I spoke this, it seemed to me that a cold and dreadful air played upon my hands and brow, and a warning sense of present evil crept into my soul, overcoming me so that I could not stir or speak for a while. "Let us go and see if he is gone," said Diaz presently, and summoning a guard, he was about to leave the chamber. It was at this moment that I chanced to look up and see a woman standing in the doorway. Her hand rested on the doorpost. Her head, from which the long hair streamed, was thrown back, and her face was a look of such anguish that at first, so much was she changed, I did not know her for Otomie. When I knew her, I knew all. One thing only could conjure up that terror and agony that shone in her deep eyes. "What has chanced to our son?" I asked. "Dead, dead," she answered in a whisper that seemed to pierce my marrow. I said nothing, for my heart told me what had happened, but Diaz asked, "Dead? Why, what has killed him?" "De Garcia, I saw him go," replied Otomie. Then she tossed her arms high, and without another sound fell backwards to the earth. In that moment I think that my heart broke. At least I know that nothing has had the power to move me greatly since, though this memory moves me day by day and hour by hour, till I die and go to seek my son. "Say, Bernal Diaz," I cried with a hoarse laugh, "did I lie to you concerning this comrade of yours?" Then springing over Otomie's body, I left the chamber, followed by Bernal Diaz and the others. Without the door, I turned to the left towards the camp. I had not gone 100 paces when, in the moonlight, I saw a small troop of horsemen riding towards us. It was de Garcia and his servants, and they headed towards the mountain pass on the road to Mexico. I was not too late. "Halt!" cried Bernal Diaz. "Who commands me to halt?" said the voice of de Garcia. "I, your captain," roared Diaz. "Halt, you devil, you murderer, or you shall be cut down." I saw him turn pale. "These are strange manners, Signor," he said. "Of your grace, I ask." At this moment de Garcia caught sight of me for the first time, for I had broken from the hold of Diaz, who clutched my arm, and was moving towards him. I said nothing, but there was something in my face which told him that I knew all, and warned him of his doom. He looked past me, but the narrow road was blocked with men. I drew near, but he did not wait for me. Once he put his hand on the hilt of the sword, then suddenly he wheeled the horse round and fled down the street of Jaca. De Garcia fled, and I followed after him, running fast and low like a hound. At first he gained on me, but soon the road grew rough, and he could not gallop over it. We were clear of the town now, or rather of its ruins, and travelling along the little path which the Indians use to bring down snow from Jaca in the hot weather. Perhaps there are some 5 miles of this path before the snow line is reached, beyond which no Indian dared to set his foot, for the ground above was holy. Along this path he went, and I was content to see it, for I knew well that the traveller cannot leave it, since on either side lie watercourses and cliffs. Mile after mile de Garcia followed it, looking now to the left, now to the right, and now ahead, and the great dome of snow crowned with fire that towered above him. But he never looked behind him. He knew what was there. Death in the shape of a man. I came on doggedly, saving all my strength. I was sure that I must catch him at last. It did not matter when. At length he reached the snow line where the path ended, and for the first time he looked back. There I was some 200 paces behind him. Aye, his death was behind him, and in front of him shone the snow. For a moment he hesitated, and I heard the heavy breathing of his horse in the great stillness. Then he turned and faced the slope, driving his spurs into the brute's side. The snow was hard, for here the frost bit sharply, and for a while, though it was so steep, the horse travelled over it better than he had done along the pathway. Now, as before, there was only one road he could take, for we passed up the crest of the ridge, a pleat, as it were, in the garment of the mountain, and on either side were steeps of snow, on which neither horse nor man might keep his footing. For 2 hours or more we followed that ridge, and as we went through the silence of the haunted volcan and the loneliness of its eternal snows, it seemed to me that my spirit entered into the spirit of my quarry, and that with his eyes I saw all that was passing in his heart. To a man so wronged, the dream was pleasant even if it were not true, for I read there was such agony, such black despair, such haunting memories, such terror of advancing death, of what lay beyond it, that no revenge of man's could surpass their torment. And it was true. I knew that it was true. He suffered all this and more, for if he had no conscience, at least he had fear and imagination to quicken and multiply the fear. Now the snow grew steeper, and the horse was almost spent, for he could scarcely breathe at so great a height. In vain did de Garcia drive his spurs into its sides. The gallant beast could do no more. Suddenly it just fell down. Surely, I thought, he will await me now. But even if I had not fathomed the depths of his terrors, for de Garcia disengaged himself from the fallen horse, looked towards me, then fled forward on his feet, casting his armour as he went, as he might travel more lightly. By this time we had passed the snow and were come to the edge of the ice cap that is made by the melting of the snow with the heat of the inner fires, or by that of the sun in hot seasons, I know not, and its freezing in the winter months or in the cold of the nights. At least there is such a cap on Xaca, measuring nearly a mile in depth, which lies between the snow and the black rim of the crater. Up this ice climbed de Garcia, and the task is not the easiest, even for one of the untroubled mind, for a man must step from crack to crack or needle to needle of rough ice that stands upon the smooth surface like the bristles on a hog's back. And woe to him if one breaks or if he slips, for then, as he falls, very shortly the flesh will be filed from the bones by the thousand of sword-like points over which he must pass in his descent towards the snow. Indeed, many times I feared greatly lest this should chance to de Garcia, for I did not desire to lose my vengeance thus. Therefore twice, when I saw him in danger, I shouted to him, telling him where to put his feet, for now I was within 20 paces of him, and, strange to say, he obeyed me without question, forgetting everything in his terror of instant death. But for myself I had no fear, for I knew that I should not fall, though the place was one which I had surely shrunk from climbing at any other time. All this while we had been travelling towards Jacques's fiery crest by the bright moonlight, but now the dawn broke suddenly on the mountain top, and the flame died away in the heart of the pillar of smoke. It was wonderful to see the red glory that shone upon the ice cap, and on us two men who crept like flies across it, while the mountain's breast and the world below were plunged in the shadows of night. "Now we have a better light to climb by, comrade," I called to de Garcia, and my voice rang strangely among the ice cliffs, where never a man's voice had echoed before. As I spoke, the mountain rumbled and bellowed beneath us, shaking like the wind-tossed tree, as though in wrath at the desecration of its sacred solitudes. With the rumbling came a shower of grey ash that rained down upon us, and for a little while hid de Garcia from my sight. I heard him call out in fear, and was afraid lest he had fallen. But presently the ashes cleared away, and I saw him standing safely on the lava rim that surrounds the crater. Now, I thought, he will surely make a stand, for could he have found courage, it had been easy for him to kill me with his sword, which he still wore, as I climbed from the ice to the hot lava. It seemed that he thought of it, for he turned and glared at me like a devil, then went on again, leaving me wondering where he believed that he would find refuge. Some 300 paces from the edge of the ice, the smoke and steam of the crater rose into the air, and between the two was lava so hot that in places it was difficult to walk upon. Across this bed, that trembled as I passed over it, went de Garcia, somewhat slowly, for now he was weary, and I followed him at my ease, getting my breath again. Presently I saw that he had come to the edge of the crater, for he leaned forward and looked over, and I thought that he was about to destroy himself by plunging into it. But if such thoughts had been in his mind, he forgot them when he had seen what sort of nest this was to sleep in. For turning, he came back towards me, sword up, and we met within a dozen paces of the edge. I say met, but in truth we did not meet, for he stopped again, well out of reach of my sword. I sat down upon a block of lava and looked at him. It seemed to me that I could not feast my eyes enough upon his face. And what a face it was, that of a more than murderer about to meet his reward. Would that I could paint to show it, for no words can tell the fearfulness of those red and sunken eyes, those grinning teeth and quivering lips. I think that when the enemy of mankind has cast his last die and won his last soul, he too will look thus as he passes into doom. "At length, de Garcia," I said. "Why do you not kill me and make an end?" he asked hoarsely. "Where is the hurry, cousin? For hard on 20 years I have sought you. Shall we then part so soon? Let us talk a while. Before we part to meet no more, perhaps of your courtesy you will answer me a question, for I am curious. Why have you wrought these evils on me and mine? Surely you must have reason for what seems to be an empty and foolish wickedness." I spoke to him thus calmly and coldly, feeling no passion, feeling nothing. For in that strange hour I was no longer Thomas Wingfield. I was no longer human. I was a force, an instrument. I could think of my dead son without sorrow. He did not seem dead to me, for I partook of the nature that he had put on in this change of death. I could even think of de Garcia without hate, as though he also were nothing but a tool in some other hand. Moreover, I knew that he was mine, body and mind, and that he must answer, and truly, so surely as he must die, when I chose to kill him. He tried to shut his lips, but they opened of themselves, and word by word the truth was dragged from his black heart, as though he stood already before the judgment seat. I loved your mother, my cousin, he said, speaking slowly and painfully. From a child I loved her only in the world, as I love her to this hour. But she hated me because I was wicked, and feared me because I was cruel. Then she saw your father and loved him, and brought about his escape from the Holy Office, whither I had delivered him to be tortured and burnt, and fled with him to England. I was jealous, and would have been revenged if I might, but there was no way. I led an evil life, and when nearly 20 years had gone by, chance took me to England on a trading journey. By chance I learned that your father and mother lived near Yarmouth, and I determined to see her, though at that time I had no thought of killing her. Fortune favoured me, and we met in the woodlands, and I saw that she was still beautiful, and I knew that I loved her more than ever before. I gave her a choice to fly with me or to die, and after a while she died. But as she shrank up the wooded hillside before my sword, of a sudden she stood still and said, Listen before me, Juan. I have a death vision. As I have fled from you, so shall you fly before one of my blood, in a place of fire and rock and snow. And as you drive me to the gates of heaven, so shall he drive you into the mouth of hell. In such a place as this, cousin, I said. In such a place as this, he whispered, glancing round. Continue. Again he strove to be silent, but again my will mastered him, and he spoke. It was too late to spare her if I wished to escape myself, so I killed her and fled. But terror entered my heart, terror which has never left it to this hour. For always before my eyes was the vision of him of your mother's blood, before whom I should fly as she fled before me, who shall drive me into the mouth of hell. Well, that must be yonder, cousin, I said, pointing with my sword towards the pit of the Creator. It is yonder. I have looked, but only for the body, cousin, not for the spirit. Only for the body, not for the spirit, he repeated after me. Continue, I said. Afterwards, on the same day, I met you, Thomas Wingfield. Already your dead mother's prophecy had taken hold of me, and seeing one of her blood, I strove to kill him, lest he should kill me. As he will do presently, cousin. As he will do presently, he repeated like a talking bird. You know what happened and how I escaped. I fled to Spain and strove to forget. But I could not. One night I saw a face in the streets of Seville that reminded me of your face. I did not think that it could be you, yet so strong was my fear that I determined to fly to the far Indies. You met me on the night of my flight, when I was bidding farewell to a lady. One Isabella de Siguenza, cousin. I bade farewell to her afterwards, and delivered her dying words to you. Now she waits to welcome you again, she and her child. Oh, he shuddered and went on. In the ocean we met again. You rose out of the sea. I did not dare to kill you at once. I thought that you must die in the slave-hold, and that none could bear witness against me and hold me guilty of your blood. You did not die. Even the sea could not destroy you. But I thought that you were dead. I came to Anahuac in the train of Cortes, and again we met. Oh, that time you nearly killed me. Afterwards I had my revenge, and I tortured you well. I meant to murder you on the morrow, though first I would torture you, for terror can be very cruel. Oh, but you escaped me. Long years passed. I wandered hither and thither, to Spain, back to Mexico, and elsewhere. But wherever I went, my fear, the ghosts of the dead, and my dreams went with me, and I was never fortunate. Only the other day I joined the company of Diaz as an adventurer. Not till we reached the city of Pines did I learn that you were the captain of the Otomie. It was said that you were long dead. And you know the rest. Why did you murder my son, cousin? Was he not of your mother's blood, of the blood that should bring my doom upon me? And did I owe you no reward for all the terror of these many years? Moreover, he is foolish who strives to slay the father and spares the son. He is dead, and I am glad that I killed him, though he haunts me now with the others, and shall haunt you eternally. Now let us make an end. You have your sword. Use it if you can. It will be easier to die fighting. I cannot, he groaned. My doom is upon me. As you will. And I came at him, sword up. He ran from before me, moving backwards and keeping his eyes fixed upon mine, as I have seen a rat do when a snake is about to swallow it. Now we were upon the edge of the crater, and looking over I saw an awful sight, for there, some 30 feet beneath us, a red-hot lava growing sullenly beneath a shifting pall of smoke, rolled and spouted like a thing alive. Jets of steam flew upwards from its screaming sound. Lines of noxious vapours, many-coloured, crept and twisted upon its surface, and a hot and horrid stench poisoned the heated air. Here indeed was such a gate as I could wish for de Garcia to pass through to his own abode. I looked, pointed with my sword, and laughed. He looked, and shrieked aloud, for now all his manhood had left him. So great was his terror of what lay beyond the end. Yes, this proud and haughty Spaniard screamed and wept and prayed for mercy. He who had done so many villainies beyond forgiveness prayed for mercy that he might find time to repent. I stood and watched him, and so dreadful was his aspect that horror struck me even through the calm of my frozen heart. "Come, it is time to finish," I said, and again I lifted my sword, only to let it fall, for suddenly his brain gave way, and de Garcia went mad before my eyes. Of all that followed I will not write. With his madness Courage came back to him, and he began to fight. But not with me. He began to perceive me no more. But nevertheless he fought, and desperately, thrusting at the air. It was terrible to see him thus doing battle with his invisible foes, and to hear his screams and curses, as inch by inch they drove him back to the edge of the crater. Here he stood a while, like one who makes the last stand against an overpowering strength, thrusting and striking furiously. Twice he nearly fell, as though beneath a mortal wound, but recovering himself, fought on with nothingness. Then, with a sharp cry, suddenly he threw his arms wide, as a man does who is pierced through the heart. His sword dropped from his hand, and he fell backwards into the pit. I turned my eyes away, for I wished to see no more. But often I have wondered who or what it was that dealt de Garcia his death wound. End of chapter 37. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 38 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 38. OTOMIE'S Farewell. Thus then did I accomplish the vengeance that I had sworn to my father I would wreak upon de Garcia, or rather, thus did I witness its accomplishment. For in the end he died, terribly enough, not by my hand, but by those of his own fears. Oh, since then I have sorrowed for this, for when the frozen and unnatural calm passed my mind, I hated him as bitterly as ever, and grieved that I should let him die otherwise than by my hand. And to this hour, such is my mind towards him. Doubtless, many may think it wicked, since we were taught to forgive our enemies. But here I leave the forgiveness to God. For how can I pardon one who betrayed my father to the priests, who murdered my mother and my son, who chained me up in a slave ship, and for many hours tortured me with his own hand? Rather, year by year do I hate him more. I write of this at some length, since the matter has been a trouble to me. I never could say that I was in charity with all men living and dead, and because of this, some years since, a worthy and learned rector of this parish took upon himself to refuse me the rights of the church. Then I went to the bishop and laid the story before him, and it puzzled him somewhat. But he was a man of large mind, and in the end he rebuked the rector and commanded him to minister to me, for he thought with me that the Almighty could not ask of an erring man that he should forgive one who had wrought such evils on him and his, even though that enemy were dead and gone to judgment in another place. But enough of this question of conscience. When de Garcia had gone into the pit, I turned my steps homewards, or rather to the ruined city which I could see beneath me, for I had no home left. Now I must descend the ice cap, and this was found less easy than climbing it had been, for my vengeance being accomplished, I became as other men are, and a sad and weary one at that. So sad indeed that I should not have sorrowed greatly if I had made a false step upon the ice. But I made none, and at length, I came to the snow where the travelling was easy. My oath was fulfilled, and my vengeance was accomplished. But as I went, I reckoned up the cost. I had lost my betrothed, the love of my youth. For 20 years I had lived a savage chief among savages, and made acquaintance with every hardship. Wedded to a woman, although she loved me dearly, and did not lack nobility of mind, as she had shown the other day, was still at heart a savage, or at least a thrall of demon gods. The tribe that I ruled was conquered. The beautiful city where I dwelt was a ruin. I was homeless and a beggar, and my fortune would be great if in the issue I escaped death or slavery. All this I could have borne, for I had borne the like before, but the cruel end of my last surviving son, the one true joy of my desolate life, I could not bear. The love of those children had become the passion of my middle age, and as I loved them, so they had loved me. I had trained them from babyhood till their hearts were English and not Aztec, as were their speech and faith, and thus they were not only my dear children, but companions of my own race, the only ones I had. And now, by accident, by sickness, and by sword, they were dead, the three of them, and I was desolate. We think much of the sorrows of our youth, and should a sweetheart give us the go-by, we fill the world with moans, and swear that it holds no comfort for us. But when we bend our heads before the shrouded shape of some lost child, then it is for that first time we learn how terrible grief can be. Time, they tell us, will bring us consolation. But it is false. For such sorrows time has no salves. I say, who am old, as they are so they shall be. There is no hope but faith. There is no comfort save in the truth that love, which might have withered on the earth, grows fastest in the tomb, to flower gloriously in heaven. That no love indeed can be perfect till God sanctifies and completes it with his seal of death. I threw myself down there upon the desolate snows of Jaca, that none had trod before, and wept such tears as a man may weep but once in his life days. O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would God I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, I cried with the ancient king, I whose grief was greater than his, for had I not lost 3 sons within as many years? Then remembering that as this king had gone to join his son long centuries ago, so I must one day go to join mine, and taking such comfort from the thought as may be found in it, I rose and crept back to the ruined city of pines. It was near sunset when I came thither, for the road was long, and I grew weak. By the palace I met the Captain Diaz and some of his company, and they lifted their bonnets to me as I went by, for they had respect for my sorrows. Only Diaz spoke, saying, "Is the murderer dead?" I nodded and went on. I went on to our chamber, for there I thought that I should find Otomie. She sat in it alone, cold and beautiful, as though she had been fashioned in marble. I have buried him with the bones of his brethren and his forefathers, she said, answering the question that my eyes asked. It seemed best that you should see him no more, lest your heart should break. It is well, I answered, but my heart is broken already. Is the murderer dead? She said presently, in the very words of Diaz. Oh, he is dead. How? I told her in a few words. You should have slain him yourself. Our son's blood is not avenged. I should have slain him, but in that hour I did not seek vengeance. I watched it fall from heaven, and was content. Perchance it is best so. The seeking of vengeance had brought on all my sorrows upon me. Vengeance belongs to God, not to man, as I have learned too late. I do not think so, said Otomie, and the look upon her face was that look which I had seen when she smoked the Tlascan, when she taunted Maria, and when she danced upon the pyramid, the leader of the sacrifice. Had I been in your place, I would have killed him by inches. When I had done with him, then the devils might begin, but not before. But it is of no account. Everything is done with. All are dead, and my heart with them. Now eat, for you are weary. So I ate, and afterwards I cast myself upon the bed and slept. In the darkness I heard the voice of Otomie that said, Awake, I would speak with you. And there was that about her voice which stirred me from my heavy sleep. Speak on, I said. Where are you, Otomie? Seated at your side. I cannot rest, so I am seated here. Now listen. Many, many years ago we met, when you were brought to Guatemoc from Tabasco. Oh, well do I remember the first sight of you, the duel in the court of my father Montezuma at Chapultepec. I loved you then, as I have loved you ever since. At least I have never gone astray after strange gods. And she laughed bitterly. Why do you talk of these things, Otomie? I asked. Because it is my fancy to do so. Cannot you spare me 1 hour from your sleep, who have spared you so many? You remember how you scorned me? Oh, I thought I should have died of shame when, after I had caused myself to be given to you as wife, the wife of Tescat, you told me of the maid across the seas, that lily maid whose token is still set upon your finger. But I lived through it, and I loved you the better for your honesty. And then you know the rest. I won you because I was brave, and lay at your side upon the stone of sacrifice, where you kissed me and told me that you loved me. But you never loved me, not truly. All the while you were thinking of the lily maid. I knew it then as I know it now, though I tried to deceive myself. I was beautiful in those days, and this is something with a man. I was faithful, and that is more, and once or twice you thought that you loved me. Now I wish that those duels had come an hour later, and we had died together upon the stone. That is, I wish it for my own sake, not yours. Then we escaped, and the great struggle came. I told you then that I understood it all. You had kissed me on the stone of sacrifice, but in that moment you were as one dead. When you came back to life, it was otherwise. But fortune took the game out of your hands, and you married me, and swore an oath to me, and this oath you have kept faithfully. You married me, but you did not know whom you married. You thought me beautiful, and sweet and true, and all these things I was. But you did not understand that I was far apart from you, that I was still a savage, as my forefathers had been. You thought that I had learned your ways. Perchance even you thought that I reverenced your God, as for your sake I have striven to do. But all the while I have followed the ways of my own people, and I could not quite forget my own gods, or at the least they would not suffer me, their servant, to escape them. For years and years I put them from me, but at least they were avenged, and my heart mastered me, or rather, they mastered me. For I knew nothing of what I did some few nights since, when I celebrated the sacrifice of Huitzil, and you saw me at the ancient rites. All these years you have been true to me, and I had borne you children whom you loved. But you loved them for their own sake, not for mine. Indeed, at heart you hated the Indian blood that was mixed in their veins with yours. Me also loved in a certain fashion, and this half-love of yours drove me well nigh mad. Such as it was, it died when you saw me distraught and celebrating the rites of my forefathers on the teocalli yonder, and you knew me for what I am, a savage. And now the children who linked us together are dead. One by one they died in this way and that, for the curse which follows my blood descended upon them, and your love for me is dead with them. I alone remained alive, a monument of past days, and I die also. Nay, be silent. Listen to me, for my time is short. When you bade me call you husband no longer, then I knew it was finished. I obey you. I put you from me. You are no more my husband, and soon I shall cease to be your wife. Still, Chul, I pray you listen to me. Now it seems to you in your sorrow that your days are done, and there is no happiness left for you. This is not so. You are still but a man in the beginning of middle age, and you are yet strong. You will escape from this ruined land, and when you shake the dust of it off your feet, its curse shall fall from you. You will return to your own place, and there you will find who awaited your coming for many years. There the savage woman whom you mated with, the princess of a fallen house, will become but a fantastic memory to you, and all these strange, eventful years will be as a midnight dream. Only your love for the dead children will always remain. These you must always love by day and by night, and the desire of them, that desire for the dead, than which there is nothing more terrible, shall follow you to your grave. And I am glad that it should be so, for I was their mother, and some thought of me must go with them. This alone the lily maid has left me, and there only I shall prevail against her. For too, no child of hers shall live to rob your heart of the memory of those I gave you. Oh, I have watched you day by day and by night. I have seen the longing in your eyes for a face which you have lost, and for a land of your youth. Be happy. You shall gain both, for the struggle is ended, and the lily maid has been too strong for me. I grew weak, and I have little more to say. We part, and perhaps forever. For what is there between us save the souls of those dead sons of ours? Since you desire me no more, that I may make our severance perfect. Now, in the hour of my death, I renounce your gods, and I seek my own. Though I think that I love yours and hate those of my people. Is there any communion between them? We part, and perchance forever. Yet I pray of you to think of me kindly, for I have loved you, and I love you. I was the mother of your children, whom, being Christian, you will meet again. I love you now and for always. I am glad you have lived, because you kissed me on the stone of sacrifice, and afterwards I bore your sons. They are ours, and not mine. It seems to me now that I only cared for them because they were yours, and they loved you, and not me. Take them. Take their spirits as you have taken everything. You swore that death alone should sever us, and you have kept your oath to the letter and in the thought. But now I go to the houses of the sun to seek my own people, and to you, too, with whom I have lived many years and seen much sorrow, but whom I will no longer call husband, since you forbade me so to do. I say, make no mock of me to the lily maid. Speak of her as little as you may. Be happy, and farewell. Now as she spoke ever more faintly, and I listened bewildered, the light of dawn grew slowly in the chamber. It gathered on the white shape of Otomi, seated in a chair hard by the bed, and I saw that her arms hung down, and that her head was resting on the back of the chair. Now I sprang up and peered into her face. It was white and cold, and I could feel no breath upon her lips. I seized her hand. That also was cold. I spoke into her ear. I kissed her brow, but she did not move nor answer. The light grew quickly, and now I saw all. Otomi was dead by her own act. This was the manner of her death. She had drunk a poison of which the Indians have the secret, a poison that works slowly and without pain, leaving the mind unclouded to the end. It was while her life was fading from her that she had spoken to me thus sadly and bitterly. I sat upon the bed and gazed at her. I did not weep, for my tears were done. And as I have said, whatever I might feel, nothing could break my calm any more. And as I gazed, a great tenderness and sorrow took hold of me. And I loved Otomie better now that she was dead before me than ever I had done in her days of life. And this is saying much. I remembered her in the glory of her youth as she was in the court of her royal father. I remembered the look which she had given me when she stepped to my side upon the stone of sacrifice, and that other look when she defied Cuitlahua, the emperor, who would have slain me. Once more I seemed to hear the cry of bitter sorrow as she uncovered the body of the dead babe, our firstborn, and to see her, sword in hand, standing over the Tlascalan. Oh, many things came back to me in that sad hour of dawn, while I watched by the corpse of Otomie. There was truth in her words. I had never forgotten my first love, and often I desired to see her face. But it was not true to say that I had no love for Otomie. I loved her well, and I was faithful in my oath to her. Indeed, not until she was dead did I know how dear she had grown to me. It is true that there was a great gulf between us which widened with the years, the gulf of blood and faith, for I knew well that she could not altogether put away her old beliefs. And it is true that when I saw her leading the death chant, a great horror took me, and for a while I loathed her. But these things I might have lived to forgive, for they were part of her blood and nature. Moreover, the last and worst of them was not done by her own will. And when they were set aside, there remained much that I could honour and love in the memory of this most royal and beautiful woman, who for so many years was my faithful wife. So I thought in that hour, and so I think to this day. She said that we parted forever, but I trust and I believe that this is not so. Surely there is forgiveness for us all, and a place where those who were near and dear to each other on the earth may once more renew their fellowship. At last I rose with a sigh to seek help, and as I rose I felt there was something about my neck. It was the collar of great emeralds which Guatemoc had given me, and that I had given to Otomie. She had set it there while I slept, and with it a lock of her long hair. Both shall be buried with me. I laid her in the ancient sepulchre, amid the bones of her forefathers, and by the bodies of her children. And 2 days later I rode to Mexico in the train of Bernal Diaz. At the mouth of the pass I turned and looked back upon the ruins of the City of Pines, where I had lived so many years, and where all I loved were buried. Long and earnestly I gazed. As in his hour of death a man looks back upon his past life, till at length Diaz laid his hand upon my shoulder. "You are a lonely man now, comrade," he said. "What plans have you for the future?" "None," I answered, "except to die." "Oh, never talk so," he said. "Why, you are scarcely 40, and I, who am 50 and more, do not speak of dying. Listen, you have friends in your own country, England?" I had. "Folk live long in those quiet lands. Go seek them. I will find you a passage to Spain." I will think of it, I answered. In time we came to Mexico, a new and strange city to me, for Cortes had rebuilt it, and where the teocalli had stood, up which I was led to sacrifice, a cathedral was building, whereof the foundations were fitly laid with the hideous idols of the Aztecs. The place was well enough, but it is not so beautiful as the Tenochtitlan of Montezuma, nor ever will be. The people too were changed. Then they were warriors and free. Now they are slaves. In Mexico, Diaz found me a lodging. None molested me there, for the pardon that I had received was respected. Also I was a ruined man, no longer to be feared. The part that I had played in the Noche Triste and in the defence of the city was forgotten, and the tale of my sorrows won me pity even from the Spaniards. I abode in Mexico 10 days, wandering sadly about the city, and up to the hill of Chapultepec, where Montezuma's pleasure house had been, and where I had met Otomie. Nothing was left of its glories, except some of the ancient cedar trees. On the 8th day of my stay, an Indian stopped me in the street, saying that an old friend had charged him to say that she wished to see me. I followed the Indian, wondering who the friend might be, for I had no friends, and he led me to a fine stone house in a new street. Here I was seated in a darkened chamber and waited there a while, till suddenly a sad and sweet voice that seemed familiar to me addressed me in the Aztec tongue, saying, "Welcome, Chul." I looked, and there before me, dressed in a Spanish fashion, stood a lady, an Indian, still beautiful, but very feeble and much worn, as though with sickness and sorrow. "Do you not know Marina, Teule?" she said again, but before the words had left her lips, I knew her. "Well, I will say this, that I should scarcely have known you, Teule. Trouble and time have done their work with both of us." I took her hand and kissed it. "Where then is Cortes?" I asked. Now a great trembling seized her. "Cortes is in Spain, pleading his suit. He has wed a new wife there, Teule. Many years ago he put me away, giving me in marriage to Don Juan Jaramillo, who took me because of my possessions. For Cortes dealt liberally with me, his discarded mistress." And she began to weep. Then by degrees I learned the story, but I will not write it here, for it is known to the world. When Marina had served his turn, and her wit was of no more service to him, the conqueror discarded her, leaving her to wither of a broken heart. She told me all the tale of her anguish when she learned the truth, and of how she had cried to him that henceforth he would never prosper, nor indeed did he ever do so. For 2 hours or more we talked, and when I had heard her story I told her mine, and she wept for me, since with all her faults Marina's heart was ever gentle. Then we parted never to meet again. Before I went, she pressed a gift of money on me, and I was not ashamed to take it, who had none. This then was the story of Marina, who betrayed her country for her love's sake, and this the reward of her treason and her love. But I shall always hold her memory sacred, for she was a good friend to me, and twice she saved my life. nor would she desert me, even when Otomi taunted her so cruelly. End of chapter 38. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 39 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 39. Thomas comes back from the dead. Now on the morrow of my visit to Marina, the Captain Diaz came to see me, and told me that a friend of his was in command of a carrack which was due to sail from the port of Vera Cruz for Cadiz within 10 days, and that this friend was willing to give me a passage if I wished to leave Mexico. I thought for a while, and said that I would go, and that very night, having bid farewell to the Captain Diaz, whom may God prosper, for he was a good man, among many bad ones, I set out from the city for the last time in the company of some merchants. A week's journey took us safely down the mountains to Vera Cruz, a hot, unhealthy town with an indifferent anchorage, much exposed to the fierce northerly winds. Here I presented my letters of recommendation to the commander of the carrack, who gave me passage without question, I laying in a stock of food for the journey. 3 nights later we set sail with a fair wind, and on the following morning at daybreak, all that was left in sight of the land of Anahuac was the snowy crest of the Volcan Orizaba. Presently that vanished into the clouds, and thus did I bid farewell to the far country where so many things had happened to me, and which, according to my reckoning, I had first sighted this very day 18 years before. Of my journey to Spain I have nothing of note to tell. It was more prosperous than such voyages often are, and within 10 weeks of the date of our lifting anchor at Vera Cruz, we let it drop in the harbour of Cadiz. Here I sojourned for 2 days, and as it chanced, there was an English ship in the harbour trading to London, and in her I took a passage, though I was obliged to sell the smallest of the emeralds from the necklace to find the means to do so, the money that Marina gave me being spent. This emerald sold for a great sum, however, with part of which I purchased clothing suitable for a person of rank, taking the rest of the gold with me. I grieved to part with the stone indeed, though it was but a pendant to the pendant of the collar, but necessity knows no law. The pendant stone itself, a fine gem, though flawed, I gave in after years to Her Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. On board the English ship they thought me a Spanish adventurer who had made moneys in the Indies, and I did not undeceive them, since I would be left to my own company for a while, that I might prepare my mind to return to ways of thought and life that it had long forgotten. Therefore I sat apart like some proud Don, saying little, but listening much, and learning all I could of what had chanced in England since I left it, some 20 years before. At length our voyage came to an end, and on the certain 12th of June I found myself in the mighty city of London, that I had never yet visited, and kneeling down in the chamber of my inn, I thanked God that after enduring so many dangers and hardships, it had pleased him to preserve me to set foot again on English soil. Indeed, To this hour I count it nothing short of marvellous that this frail body of a man should survive all the sorrows and risks of death by sickness, hunger, battle, murder, drowning, wild beasts, and the cruelty of men, to which mine had been exposed for many years. In London I bought a good horse through the kind offices of the host of my inn, and on the morrow at daybreak I set out upon the Ipswich road. That very morning my last adventure befell me, for as I jogged along, musing of the beauty of the English landscape, and drinking in the sweet air of June, a cowardly thief fired a pistol at me from behind a hedge, purposing to plunder me if I fell. The bullet passed through my hat, grazing the skull, but before I could do anything, the rascal fled, seeing that he had missed his mark, and I went on with my journey, thinking to myself that it would indeed have been strange if after passing such great dangers in safety, I had died at last by the hand of a miserable footpad within 5 miles of London town. I rode hard all that day and the next, and my horse being stout and swift, by 7:30 of the evening I pulled up upon the little hill whence I had looked my last on Bungay, when I rode thence for Yarmouth with my father. Below me lay the red roofs of the town. There to the right were the oaks of Ditchingham, and the beautiful tower of St. Mary's Church. Yonder the stream of Waveney wandered, and before me stretched the meadow lands, purple and golden with marsh weeds in bloom. All was as it had been. I could see no change at all. The only change was in myself. I dismounted, and going to a pool of water near the roadway, I looked at the reflection of my own face. I was changed indeed. Scarcely should I have known it for that of a lad who had ridden up this hill some 20 years ago. Now, alas, the eyes were sunken and very sorrowful, the features were sharp, and there was more grey than black in the beard and hair. I should scarcely have known it myself. Would any others know it, I wondered? Would there be any to know it indeed? In 20 years many die and others pass out of sight. Should I find a friend at all among the living? Since I read the letters which Captain Bell of the Adventurous had brought me before I sailed for Hispaniola, I had heard no tidings from my home, and what tidings awaited me now? Above all, what of Lily? Was she dead, or married, or gone? Mounting my horse, I pushed on again at a canter, taking the road past Waingford Mills, through the forts of Pernhow town, leaving Bungay upon my left. In 10 minutes I was at the gate of the bridle path that runs from the Norwich road for 1/2 mile or more, beneath the steep and wooded bank, under the shelter of which stands the lodge at Ditchingham. By the gate a man loitered in the last rays of the sun. I looked at him and knew him. It was Billy Minns, that same fool who had loosed de Garcia when I left him bound that I might run to meet my sweetheart. He was an old man now, and his white hair hung about his withered face. Moreover, he was unclean and dressed in rags, but I could have fallen on his neck and embraced him. So rejoiced was I to look once more on one whom I had known in youth. Seeing me come, he hobbled on his stick to the gate to open it for me, whining a prayer for alms. "Does Mr. Wingfield live here?" I said, pointing up the path, and my breath came quick as I asked. "Mr. Wingfield, sir? Mr. Wingfield? Which of them?" he answered. The old gentleman, he's been dead nigh upon 20 years. I helped to dig his grave in the chancel of yonder church, I did. We laid him by his wife, her that was murdered. Then there's Mr. Geoffrey. What of him? I asked. He's dead too, 12 years gone or more. He drank hisself to death, he did. And Mr. Thomas, he's dead, drowned overseas, they say. Many a winter back. They're all dead, all dead. Ah, he was a rare one, Mr. Thomas was. I mind me well how I let that furriner go. And he rambled off into the tale of how he had set de Garcia on his horse after I had beaten him. Nor could I bring him back from it. Casting a piece of money, I set spurs to my weary horse and cantered up the bridle path, leaving the mill house on my left. And as I went, the beat of his hoofs seemed to echo the old man's words. All dead, all dead. Doubtless Lily was dead also. Or if she was not dead, when the tidings came that I had been drowned at sea, she would have married. Being so fair and sweet, she would surely not have lacked for suitors, nor could it be believed that she had worn her life away mourning over the lost love of her youth. Now the lodge was before me. It had changed no whit, except that the ivies and creepers on its front had grown higher, to the roof indeed, and I could see the people lived in the house, for it was well kept, and smoke hung above the chimneys. The gate was locked, and there was no serving men about, for night fell fast, and all had ceased from their labour. Leaving the house on the right, I passed round it to the stables that are at the back near the hillside garden. But here the gate was also locked, and I dismounted, not knowing what to do. Indeed, I was so unmanned with fear and doubt that for a while I seemed bewildered, and leaving the horse to crop the grass where he stood, I wandered to the foot of the church path and gazed up the hill as though I waited for the coming of one whom I should meet. What if they were all dead? What if she were dead and gone? Oh, I buried my face in my hands and prayed to the Almighty, who had protected me through so many years, to spare me this last bitterness. I was crushed with sorrow, and I felt that I could bear no more. If Lily were lost to me also, then I thought that it would be best that I should die, since there was nothing left for which I cared to live. Thus I prayed for some while, trembling like a leaf, and when I looked up again, ere I turned to seek tidings from those that dwelt in the house, whoever they might be, the twilight had fallen completely, and lo, nightingales sang both far and near. I listened to their song, and as I listened, some troubled memory came back to me that at first I could not grasp. Then suddenly there rose up in my mind a vision of the splendid chamber of Montezuma's palace at TENOCTITLAN, and of myself sleeping on a golden bed and dreaming on that bed. I knew it now. I was the god Tezcat, and on the morrow I must be sacrificed. And I slept in misery, and as I slept I dreamed. I dreamed that I stood where I stood this night, that the scent of the English flowers was in my nostrils, as it was this night, and that the sweet song of the nightingales rang in my ears as at this present hour. I dreamed that as I mused and listened, the moon came up over the green ash and oaks, and lo, there she shone. I dreamed that I heard the sound of singing on the hill. But now I awoke from this vision of the past and a long-lost dream. For as I stood, the sweet voice of a woman began to sing yonder on the brow of the slope. I was not mad. I heard it clearly, and the sound grew ever nearer as the singer drew down the steep hillside. It was so near now that I could catch the very words of the sad song, which to this day I remember. Now I could see the woman's shape in the moonlight. It was tall and stately, and clad in a white robe. Presently she lifted her head to watch the flitter of a bat, and the moonlight lit upon her face. It was the face of Lily Bozard, my lost love, beautiful as of yore, though grown older and stamped with the seal of some great sorrow. I saw, and so deeply was I stirred at the sight, that had it not been for the low paling to which I clung, I must have fallen to the earth, and a deep groan broke from my lips. She heard the groan and ceased her song. Then catching sight of the figure of a man, she stopped and turned as though to fly. I stood quite still, and wonder overcoming her fear, she drew nearer and spoke in the sweet, soft, low voice that I remembered well, saying, "Who wanders here so late? Is it you, John?" Now when I heard her speak thus, a new fear took me. Doubtless she was married, and John was her husband. I had found her but to lose her more completely. Of a sudden it came into my mind that I would not discover myself till I knew the truth. I advanced at a pace, but not so far as to pass from the shadows of the shrubs which grew here, and taking my stand in such a fashion that the moonlight did not strike upon my face, I bowed low in a courtly Spanish fashion, and disguising my voice, spoke as a Spaniard might in broken English, which I was spared to write down. "Madam," I said, "have I the honour to speak to one who in bygone years was named Señora Lily Bozard?" "That was my name," she answered. "What is your errand with me, sir?" Now I trembled afresh, but spoke on boldly. "Before I answer, madam, forgive me, for if I ask another question, is this still your name?" "It is still my name. I am no married woman," she answered, and for a moment the sky seemed to reel above me, and the ground to heave beneath my feet like the lava crust of Jaca. But as yet I did not reveal myself, for I wished to learn if she still loved my memory. "Señora," I said, "I am a Spaniard who has served in the Indian wars of Cortes, of which perhaps you have heard." She bowed her head, and I went on. "In those wars I met a man who was named Teule, but who had another name in former days, so he told me on his deathbed, some 2 years ago." "What name?" she asked in a low voice. "Oh, it was Thomas Wingfield." Now Lily moaned aloud, and in her turn caught at the pails to save herself from falling. "I deemed him dead those 18 years, she gasped, "drowned in the Indian seas where his vessel foundered." "I have heard that he was shipwrecked in those seas, Señora, but he escaped death and fell among the Indians, who made a god of him and gave him the daughter of their king in marriage." And I paused. She shivered, then said in a hard voice, "Continue, sir. I listen to you." "My friend Teule took the part of the Indians in the wars, as being the husband of one of their princesses he must do in honour, and fought bravely for them for many years. At length The town that he defended was captured. His one remaining child was murdered. His wife, the princess, slew herself for sorrow, and he himself was taken into captivity, where he languished and died." "A sad tale, sir," she said with a little laugh, a mournful laugh that was half choked by tears. "A very sad tale, Signora, but one which is not finished. While he lay dying, my friend told me that in his early life he had plighted troth with a certain English maid, named—" "I know the name. Continue." "He told me that though he had been wedded, and loved his wife the princess, who was a very royal woman, that many times had risked her life for his, aye, even to lying at his side upon the stone of sacrifice, and of her own free will. Yet the memory of this woman, to whom he once betrothed, had companioned him through life, and was strong upon him now at its close. Therefore he prayed me, for our friendship's sake, to seek her out when I returned to Europe, should she still live, and to give her a message from him, and to make a prayer to her on his behalf." "What message? What prayer?" Lily whispered. "This, that he loved her at the end of his life as he had loved her at the beginning, that he humbly prayed her forgiveness, because he had broken the troth that they two swore beneath the tree at Ditchingham." "Sir," she cried, "what do you know of that?" "Only what my friend told me, Signora." "Your friendship must have been close, and your memory must be good," she murmured. "Which he had done," I went on, "under strange circumstances, so strange indeed that he dared to hope that his broken troth might be renewed in some better world than this. His last prayer was that she should say to me, his messenger, that she forgave him and still loved him, as to his death he loved her." "And how can such forgiveness or such an avowal advantage a dead man?" Lily asked, watching me keenly through the shadows. "Have they dead eyes to see and ears to hear?" "Oh, how can I know, Signora? I do but execute my mission." "And how can I know that you are a true stranger? It chanced that I had some tidings of the drowning of Thomas Wingfield many years ago, and this tale of Indians and princesses is wondrous strange, more like those that happen in romances than in this plain world. Have you no token of your good faith, sir?" "Oh, I have such a token, Signora, but the light is too faint for you to see it." "Then follow me to the house. There we will get light. Now stay." And once more, going to the stable gate, she called John. An old man answered her, and I knew the voice for that of one of my father's serving men. To him she spoke in low tones, then led the way by the garden path to the front door of the house, which she opened with a key from her girdle, motioning me to pass in before her. I did so, and thinking little of such matters at the moment, turned by habit into the doorway of the sitting-room which I knew so well, lifting my feet to avoid stumbling on its step, and passing into the room, found my way through the gloom to the wide fireplace where I took my stand. Lily watched me enter, then following me, she lit a taper at the fire which smouldered on the hearth, and placed it upon the table in the window in such fashion that though I was now obliged to take off my hat, my face was still in shadow. "Now, sir, your token, if it pleases you." Then I drew the posy ring from my finger and gave it to her. and she sat down by the table and examined it in the light of the candle. And as she sat thus, I saw how beautiful she was still, and how little time had touched her, except for the sadness of her face, though now she had seen 38 winters. I saw also that though she kept control of her features as she looked upon the ring, her breast heaved quickly and her hand shook. "The token is a true one," she said at length. "I know the ring, though it is somewhat worn since last I saw it. It was my mother's, and many years ago I gave it as a love-gage to a youth to whom I promised myself in marriage. Doubtless all your tale is true also, sir, and I thank you for your courtesy in bringing it so far. It is a sad tale, a very sad tale. And now, sir, as I may not ask you to stay in this house where I live alone, and there is no inn nearby, I propose to send serving men to conduct you to my brother's dwelling, that is something more than a mile away. If indeed," she added slowly, "you do not already know the path. There you will find entertainment, and there the sister of your dead companion, Mary Bozard, will be glad to learn the story of his strange adventures from your lips." I bowed my head and answered, "First, Signora, I would pray your answer to my friend's dying prayer and message. It is childish to send answers to the dead. Still, I pray for them as I was charged to do. How reads the writing within the ring, sir?" "Heart to heart, though far apart," I said glibly, and next instant I could have bitten out my tongue. "Ah, you know that also, but doubtless you have carried the ring for many months and learned the writing. Well, sir, though we are far apart, and though perchance I cherish the memory of him who wore this ring, and for his sake remained unwed, it seemed that his heart went a-straying, to the breast indeed of some savage woman whom he married, and who bore him children. That being so, my answer to the prayer of your dead friend is that I forgive him indeed, but I must needs take back the vows which I swore to him for this life and for ever, since he has broken them, and as best I may strive to cast out the love I bore him since he rejected and dishonoured it." And standing up, Lily made as though she tore at her breast and threw something from her, and at the same time she let fall the ring upon the floor. I heard, and my heart stood still. So this was the end of it. Well, she had the right of me, though now I began to wish that I had been less honest, for sometimes women can forgive a lie sooner than such frankness. I said nothing. My tongue was tied, but a great misery and weariness entered me. Stooping down, I found the ring, and replacing it on my finger, I turned to seek the door with a last glance at the woman who refused me. Halfway thither, I paused for 1 second, wondering if I should do well to declare myself. Then bethought me that if she would not abate her anger towards me dead, her pity for me living would be small. Nay, I was dead to her, and dead I would remain. Now I was at the door, and my foot was on its step, when suddenly a voice, Lily's voice, sounded in my ears, and it was sweet and kind. "Thomas," said the voice, "Thomas, before you go, will you take count of the gold and goods and land that you placed in my keeping?" Now I turned amazed, and lo, Lily came towards me slowly with her outstretched arms. "O foolish man," she whispered low, "did you think to deceive a woman's heart thus clumsily? You who talked of the beech in the hall garden, you who found your way so well to this dark chamber, and spoke the writing of the ring with the very voice of one who had been dead so long? Listen. I forgive that friend of yours his broken troth, for he was honest in the telling of his fault, and it is hard for a man to live alone so many years, and in strange companies come strange adventures. Moreover, I will still say it, I still love him, as it seems that he loves me, though in truth I grow somewhat old for love, who have lingered long waiting to find it beyond my grave." Thus Lily spoke, sobbing as she spoke. Then my arms closed round her, and she said no more. And yet, as our lips met, I thought of Otomie, remembering her words, and remembering also that she had died by her own hand on this very day a year ago. Let us pray that the dead have no vision of the living. End of chapter 39. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 40 of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick 79. Chapter 40. Amen. And now there is little left for me to tell, and my tale draws to its end, for which I am thankful, for I am very old, and writing is a weariness to me. So great a weariness indeed, that many a time during the past winter I have been near to abandoning the task. For a while Lily and I sat almost silent in this same room where I write today, for our great joy and many another emotion that was mixed with it clogged our tongues. Then, as though moved by one impulse, we knelt down and offered our humble thanks to heaven that had preserved us both to this strange meeting. Scarcely had we risen from our knees when there was a stir without the house, and presently a buxom dame entered, followed by a gallant gentleman, a lad, and a maiden. These were my sister Mary, her husband Wilfred Bozard, Lily's brother, and their two surviving children, Roger and Joan. When she guessed that it was I, come home again and no other, Lily had sent them tidings by the servant man John, that one was with her whom she believed they would be glad to see, and they had hurried hither, not knowing whom they should find. Nor were they much wiser at first, for I was much changed, and the light in the room shone dim, but stood perplexed, wondering who this stranger might be. "Mary," I said at length, "Mary, do you not remember me?" "My sister!" Then she cried aloud, and throwing herself into my arms, she wept there a while, as would any of us were our beloved dead suddenly to appear before our eyes, alive and well. And her husband clasped me by the hand and swore heartily in his amazement, as is the fashion of some men when they are moved. But the children stood staring blankly till I called the girl to me, who now was much what her mother had been when we parted, and kissing her, told her that I was that uncle of whom perhaps she had heard as dead many years ago. Then my horse, that all this while had been forgotten, having been caught and stabled, we went to supper, and it was a strange meal to me, and after meat I asked for tidings. Now I learned that the fortune which my old master Fonseca had left to me came home in safety, and that it had prospered exceedingly under Lily's care, for she had spent but very little of it for her maintenance, looking on it always as a trust rather than her own. When my death seemed certain, my sister Mary had entered on her share of possessions, however, and with it had purchased some outlying lands in Ersham and Hedenham, and the wood and the manor of Tyndale Hall, in Ditchingham and Broome. These lands I made haste to say she might keep as a gift from me, since it seemed that I had greater riches than I could need without them. And this saying of mine pleased her husband, Wilfred Bozard, not a little, seeing that it is hard for a man to give up what he has held for many years. Then I heard the rest of the story, of my father's sudden death, of how the coming of the gold had saved Lily from being forced into marriage with my brother Geoffrey, who afterwards had taken to evil courses, which ended in his decease at the age of 31. Of the end of Squire Bozard, Lily's father and my old enemy, from an apoplexy which took him in a sudden fit of anger. After this, it seemed, her brother being married to my sister Mary, Lily had moved down to the lodge, having paid off the charges that my brother Geoffrey had heaped upon his heritage, and bought out my sister's rights to it. And here at the lodge she had lived ever since, a sad and lonely woman, and yet not altogether an unhappy one, for she gave much of her time to good works. Indeed, she told me that had it not been for the wide lands and moneys which she must manage as my heiress, she would have betaken herself to her sisterhood, there to wear her life away in peace, since I being lost to her, and indeed dead, as she was assured. For the news of the wreck of the Carrack found its way to Ditchingham. She no longer thought of marriage, though more than one gentleman of condition had sought her hand. This, with some minor matters, such as the birth and death of children, and the story of the great storm and flood that smote Bungay, and indeed the length of the Vale of the Waveney in those days, was all the tale that they had to tell, who had grown from youth to middle age in quiet. For the crowning and the end of kings and of matters politic, such as the downfall of the power of the Pope of Rome and the sacking of the religious houses, which was still in progress, I make no mention here. But now they called for mine, and I began it at the beginning, and it was strange to see their faces as they listened. All night long, till the thrushes sang down the nightingales, and the dawn shone in the east, I sat at Lily's side, telling them my story, and then it was not finished. So we slept in their chambers that had been made ready for us, and on the morrow I took it up again, showing them the sword that had belonged to Bernal Diaz, the great necklace of emeralds which Guatemoc had given to me, and certain scars and wounds in witness of its truth. Never did I see folks so much amazed, and when I came to speak of the last sacrifice of the woman of Otomi, and of the horrid end of de Garcia, who died fighting with his own shadow, or rather with the shadows of his own wickedness. They cried aloud with fear, as they wept when I told of the deaths of Isabella de Siguenza and of Guatemoc, and of the loss of my sons. But I did not tell all the story to this company, for some of it was for Lily's ear alone. And to her I spoke of my dealings with Otomie, as a man might speak to a man, for I felt that if I kept anything back now, there would never be complete faith between us. Therefore I set out all my doubts and troublings, nor did I hide that I had learned to love Otomie, and that her beauty and sweetness had drawn me from the first moment when I saw her in the court of Montezuma, or that which had passed between us on the stone of sacrifice. When I had done, Lily thanked me for my honesty, and said it seemed that in such matters men differed from women, seeing that she had never felt the need to be delivered from the temptation of strange loves. Still, we were as God and nature had made us, and therefore had little right to reproach each other, or even to set that down as virtue which was but lack of leaning. Moreover, this Otomie, her sin of heathenism notwithstanding, had been a great-hearted woman, and one who might well dazzle the wandering eyes of man, daring more for her love's sake than ever she, Lily, could have dared. And to end with, it was clear that at last I must choose between wedding her and a speedy death, and having sworn so great an oath to her, I should have been perjured indeed if I had left her when dangers were gone by. Therefore she, Lily, was minded to let all this matter rest, nor should she be jealous if I still thought of this dead wife of mine with tenderness. Then she spoke most sweetly, looking at me the while with her clear and earnest eyes, that I ever fancied must be such as adorn the shining faces of angels. Aye, and those same eyes of hers were filled with tears when I told her my bitter grief over the death of my firstborn and of my other bereavements. For it was not till some years afterwards, when she had abandoned further hope of children, that Lily grew jealous of those dead sons of mine, and of my ever-present love for them. Now the tidings of my return and of my strange adventures among the nations of the Indies were noised abroad far and wide, and people came from miles around, aye, even from Norwich and Yarmouth, to see me, and I was pressed to tell my tale till I grew weary of it. Also a service of thanksgivings for my safe deliverance from my many dangers by land and sea was held in the church of St. Mary's, here in Ditchingham, which service was no longer celebrated after the rites of the Romish faith, for while I had sojourned afar, the saints were fallen like the Aztecs' gods. The yoke of Rome had been broken from off the neck of England, and though all do not think with me, I for one rejoiced at it heartily, who had seen enough of priestcraft and its cruelties. When that ceremony was over and all the people had gone to their homes, I came back again to the empty church from the hall, where I abode a while as the guest of my sister and her husband, till Lily and I were wed. And there, in the quiet light of the June evening, I knelt in the chancel upon the rushes that strewed the grave for my father and my mother, and sent my spirit up towards them in the place of their eternal rest, and to the God who guards them. A great calm came upon me as I knelt thus, and I felt how mad had been that oath of mine, that as a lad I had sworn to be avenged upon de Garcia. And I saw how, as a tree from a seed, all my sorrows had grown from it. But even then I could not do other than hate de Garcia. No, nor can I to this hour. And after all, it was natural that I should desire vengeance on the murder of my mother, though the wreaking of it had been left in another hand. Without the little chancel door I met Lily, who was lingering there, knowing me to be within, and we spoke together. "Lily," I said, "I would ask you something. After all that has been, will you still take me for your husband, unworthy as I am?" "I promised to do so many years ago, Thomas," she answered, speaking very low and blushing like the wild rose that bloomed upon the grave beside her, "and I never changed my mind. Indeed, for many years I have looked upon you as my husband, though I thought you were dead." "Perhaps it is more than I deserve," I said, "but if it is to be, say when it shall be, for youth has left us, and we have little time to lose." "When you will, Thomas," she answered, placing her hand on mine. Within a week from that evening we were wed. And now my tale is done. God, who gave me so sad and troublous a youth and early manhood, has blessed me beyond measure in my middle age and eld. All these events of which I have written at such length were done with many a day ago. The hornbeam sapling that I set beneath these windows in the year when we were married is now a goodly tree of shade, and still I live to look on it. Here in this happy valley of the Waveney, save for my bitter memories, and that longing for the dead which no time can so much as dull, year after year has rolled over my silvering hairs, in perfect health and peace and rest, and year by year have I rejoiced more deeply in the true love of a wife, such as few men have known. For it would seem as though the heartache and despair of youth had but sweetened that most noble nature till it grew well nigh divine. But one sorrow came to us, the death of our infant child, for it was fated that I should die childless. And in that sorrow, as I have told, Lily showed that she was still a woman. For the rest, no shadow lay between us. Hand in hand we passed down the hill of life, till at length in the fullness of her days my wife was taken from me. One Christmas night she lay down to sleep at my side, and in the morning she was dead. Oh, I grieved indeed and bitterly, but the sorrow was not as the sorrows of my youth had been, since age and use dull the edge of mortal griefs, and I knew and know that we are no long space apart. Very soon I shall join Lily where she is, and I do not fear that journey, for the dread of death has left me at length, as it departs from all who live long enough and strive to repent them of their sins, and I am well content to leave my safety at the gates, and my heavenly comfort in the almighty hand that saved me from the stone of sacrifice, and has guided me through so many perils upon this troubled earth. And now to God my Father, who holds me, Thomas Wingfield, and all I have loved and love in his holy keeping, be thanks and glory and praise. Amen. End of chapter 40. Recording by Patrick 79. End of Montezuma's Daughter by H. Rider Haggard.